BR6 Europe League is back. After a summer break, we're back with the same format where 10 teams battle it out to see which 4 teams will make it to the major in Atlanta later this year. Last time around, it was G2, Virtus Pro, Wolves, and M&M that made it to that major, but what 4 teams will it be this time? Well, the pressure is at an all-time high. There's only 4 playdays to find out what teams will make it through to the deciders and what teams have to try again in the last chance qualifiers or even the open qualifier playoffs. We have 4 playdays, and luckily I don't have to bring this action to you all by myself. I'm joined by 2 wonderful analysts on the desk, fresh coming back after the summer break. And Fabian, you're coming back after a year where you casually went away and, won a World Major trophy.
Yeah, I've got 3 of them now. I felt it was time to stop with the competition part, come back and work with my best friends that I've ever met, fresh, and I'm so happy to be back.
Look what the cat dragged back. We lost him last year, and then he comes running back once things start taking a little bit of a downward turn for G2. And back to the desk for you, Fabian. But it's great to have you back. Welcome.
Having to work with those guys, it's kind of expected, right? Right?
All right. A lot has changed over the summer break, though, and it also has for our teams. There have been a few teams that had some roster changes coming into Stage 2, so we'll talk to you about what has changed with these teams, so you're up to date with what players you should be expecting today in the field. We'll start out with one team that is not just a team that had roster changes. No, they've even made a full new organization to come into siege. Into the Breach is joining us, replacing TT9. Some players have stayed, but also some new players have joined.
Yeah, they're joined by Azra and Jonka, replacing Gisela and Prano. But not only that, they also have Kangro Kenny. All 3 of them coming from X10 Star, call them calories, call them whatever. But this is really good pickups. I've been informed that Azur not only is a really talented fragger, but he can also call. I've known him as a fragger the entire time, but adding on top of that he can also communicate and be an end-around caller, I think he's going to be their new key player, and I'm very interested to see what they can do.
I think everyone knows that 2022 10-star, X10-star, that core of players, that involved Azur, Jonka, we've seen Jex, we've seen a lot of players make that step up from that team. It's good to see like a core of that team coming into EU League with Into the Breach, and I think it will also unify them under a kind of similar vision that all the players are playing towards. In Stage 1, it felt like sometimes it was Kendra's vision, sometimes it was Prano's. Now it's very much the team as one whole unit. So, I'm very happy with these pickups for Into the Breach.
All right, another team that has made changes is Secret. And last time around, we talked about them adopting a bit of a Brazilian playstyle.
Yep.
Well, now they've gone and adopted 2 Brazilian players as well.
Yep, they've adopted them. They're all living out together. That's Savage, Miracle, Falls, and the coach Twister. They're all living in Serbia, if I'm correct. I believe so. And they've also brought in Upor, who was a sub last stage. So technically 3 changes, but on the roster sheet, obviously only 2. And I think this makes a lot of sense. Secret had quite a young, inexperienced team through the last 6 months or so. They've now brought in some experience with the 2 Brazilians coming over.
And I expect the 2 Brazilian players to play a bit more of a supportive role here, with the front being Groovy, Savage, and Upor. And while we say that Upor is a sub that's coming into the main roster, he is not a sub-quality player. He's much, much better than that. And now it's just to show that he can handle the pressure. I think this team is going to do really, really well if they can mix the Brazilian playstyle with the players that they've got, because they are really talented.
And there's more teams that have made these inter-regional player changes, Koi being one of those. They have had a player trial with over 500 ping. They went to pick up Jigsaw, they went to pick up Hosty. 2 new changes. How are you feeling about that one?
The 500 ping, I might expect Jigsaw to drop 500 kills this stage. He is just that talented. I mean, he came in from Oceania, coming after Jake. He's just so incredibly talented. But not only Jigsaw, Hosty coming in as well. I think people are sleeping on him. Hosty is a really talented player. He filled in for this team when they were Rogue, I think 2 years ago or something like that. He did really well then. And then it was some health complications that put him back. But I'm excited to see what he can do, because he is a very talented player.
I think the one thing about Koi is as well, it didn't work Stage 1 with Noodle and Leader. It didn't mesh really. Everybody saw in Stage 1, they needed 2 out-and-out fraggers to support that core 3 in the middle. They've gone and got that. They've got Jigsaw, they've got Hosty. That team now has balance. It's back to the balance of the team that won the major, with 2 fraggers, with a lurk player, with 2 very aggressive backline players. So I'm very quietly confident for Koi.
All Right, and G2 have made a player change and a coach stage, otherwise we wouldn't have Fabian here. But yeah, a bit of a Brazilian influx for this roster as well, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, G2 are the ultimate winners with the coach changes because their previous coach was damn right awful, wasn't he?
He was
No, I'm just
awful.
I'm just joking about that. Obviously, we've seen G2, they've changed out the coach because Fabian chose to join us on the desk. And then they replaced Blur with Gemini, then replaced Gemini with Uno in a decision that I guess probably you can tell us more about.
Yeah, I was there that was in my transition period. And when a player like Uno becomes available and you get to hear that, hey, I'm interested for you guys, and he is the sort of player that brings a lot of stability to the team, and G2 needs stability. They need solid backline players that can call the end round, exactly what Uno can provide. Sure, he was a main in-game leader for Heroic. They have Carl for this, Alemão. He's going to stay as the main in-game leader, but Uno can just add that extra stability to the end of the rounds.
I love that we're getting some very good insight on the team here on the desk, but for our last team that has made some changes, that would be Heroic. They've made a significant roster change, and they've also picked some players from different teams up.
Yeah, Leader and Astra are joining them, and I think there's a good pickups. As you said, Jack, before, Leader didn't really mesh personality-wise with the Koi guys, and I can understand that. They have a little bit of a different approach to things than I do. But I think with this roster, it's more in line with his thought processes and how things should be run. So for me, I think Leader getting a nice new place. And Astro, I'm surprised he hasn't been picked up by a bigger tier 1 team yet, that he's been given the chance to play at like the highest level. But he's getting his chance with Heroic now after Team Secret, and I think he's going to do wonders.
Leader would have been on Heroic in stage 1, but for Koi coming in at a very late notice with the change that happened with Kanto and Spoit that, went there. So I'm not surprised to see him end up on Heroic. And I talked about balance with Koi. I think Heroic have achieved balance with their roster changes. They lost out on Uno, and obviously Skiddy's left, but they've changed like for like, which means the system shouldn't be too affected.
Indeed, yeah. Now we've had the teams that made some changes. You're now updated on what teams you can expect, but it's also important that we take a look at what groups these teams will be in. As I said, same format as last stage, meaning that we are working with 2 groups, and we shouldn't avoid the elephant in the room here. Group B is absolutely stacked.
Yeah, you've got 3 teams that went to the Copenhagen Major, plus BDS in there, who won Game as 8, and then Heroic, who are probably, a fairly good team as a major going, as a team that's got ambitions to go to the major, all inside of Group B. And then Group A does consider what people might consider some of the weaker teams in the league. However, it is worth noting that these groups were seeded based on the closed league results, of which Wolves didn't do very well in stage 1, of which BDS didn't do very well in stage 1. So it has been seeded according to the rulebook, the same as, every other league in Blast Rainbow Six. It's just fallen this way that one of them looks absolutely stacked.
I don't think that Group A is as bad as people make it out to be either, though. If we look at the roster changes that the teams have done, they have improved their rosters quite a lot. So even though it might be a little bit, yeah, sure, Group B is more stacked. I agree. But Group A is not that far behind as people make it out to be.
It's also worth noting that when we get through to the deciders phase, once we've played the league phase, Group B will then play against Group A in the deciders. So if your favorite team's in Group B, as long as they can navigate that hard group, they've got an easier, quote-unquote, easier way into the major once we hit deciders phase.
It's been a little while since we had stage 1, but ever since, a lot has changed with the operator pool and the map pool as well. We've had 2 changes to the map pool and 2 new operators being added to the map pool. One of those being Fenrir, who's been in play for a little while, but has been very influential to the meta so far.
Fenrir just has so much gadgets available. It's those traps that you can place all over the place. You can reactivate them. You get a ping when someone walks into them. They don't see anything. On top of that, 2 barbed wires and a small little shotgun to open up rotationals. Fenrir just has everything that there is to want. There is just not stopping anything from it. You walk in anywhere, there's going to be a trap on that door or a barbed wire. You can't sneak up on people anymore.
And that's how attacks are played these days as well, is teams are looking to kind of create these 5-man attacks where you find the gap and then you hit the gap, where you find an avenue into sight and you hit it. Fenrir closes those gaps so well, provides so much information. And then also just in the late round, if you need to play a crossfire, you can play it based on the Fenrir trap. They walk through it, then you can swing out and peek for free. So you get free crossfires from utility rather than needing players for them. So strong.
All right, and with the introduction of stage 2, we also have a new attacker being added to the operator pool. That is Rem, and we haven't really seen so much of Rem yet in our other regions.
I don't think we're going to see that much Ram either, It's kind of an operator that comes into the same spot as both Sledge and Buck, but I think that Sledge and Buck already feel those routes out really well. Sledge has the nades, which everybody loves the nades. I don't think we're going to see Ram over Sledge. And then Buck, when you want to do from underneath to above, this just like the role is kind of filled already. We're going to see it, definitely. But not as much as people probably would like.
I actually think the only way we'll see it is the same way that teams use gridlock, for example, because the RAM gadget is so loud, and it is, you know, you've played in the server and there's 2 or 3 of those going off anywhere on the server, you're hearing it. I think teams will use that to cover this, the plant sound, basically. So I could see like Armory Archives on Border, for example, where you would traditionally have brought a gridlock and throw the gridlocks in. You might now try it with a RAM, or both, potentially. You know, we've seen Eminem try that with gridlocks on Club, Bar and Stage, where they plant on the door and don't take any of the map. So again, we might see that in combination with gridlocks on Dokkaebi calls for covering plant sounds, and basically that's the only way I see RAM actually being brought.
Maybe to add some chaos too, though. Just to put it on, make people move around because there's coming vertical above them, and that's about it.
Not just 2 operators, also 2 changes to the map pool. Villa and Theme Park have been taken out, and Nighthaven Labs is introduced. Concert is coming back into the map pool. Are you expecting any of these 2 maps to be played out today?
I think that both could be, because European teams are very innovative, and we always have been in this region. We always have the idea of if we're best at it first, that means that other people have to catch up to us. And therefore, I think that we might actually see it. Consulate being reintroduced. A lot of teams in this region loved Consulate back in the day. Somehow it was my best map statistically as an individual. I hated the map, but Consulate coming back in, I'm all for it.
I think, you know, the last time that we've seen Consulate a couple of times in the regional leagues, but just discounting that for a second, one of the last times that I remember seeing Consulate was BDS against Empire in the Mexico Major in 2021, just before it was removed, and that was one of the best Consulates ever. So you talk about those 2 teams, those 2 core rosters are still together, and we'll have that sentimental value of Consulate's back, we've got to play it, we were feared on it, and you don't take that away. There will be teams against BDS and Virtus.pro that ban Consulate, assuming that they will play it because they were so good at it previously. Might play out completely differently, but there will be teams that pick it up, especially inside of EU.
And if we look at the map as a whole, it's changed a lot. Like, it's nothing in comparison to the old one. I think it's going to be extremely defender favored because there are so many hard spots to get around, tight corners where shotgun is going to play a big role. I think it's going to be a very heavily defender favored map, but how would I know? The thing is staircases, the changes of those especially, is going to make defense very strong.
Yeah,
we've heard from teams that 6-0 halves on Consulate and defense are not unheard of. So, you know, we talk about the power creep that's happened on defense with Solis's army, with Fenrir. Add into the fact that we expect this map to be defender favored, it's kind of making for, if it is played, we would expect it to be very defender favored.
We've seen a bit of Concert though, but one map that we surely have not seen in competitive play yet is Nighthaven. I really hope that it does get played though.
It's such a big map, but honestly, I'm having so much fun playing that map in ranked. I am the guy who says we're banning labs, and then we never do, and we always end up on labs because people for some reason trust me when I say things. Big mistake. But it's just such a big map with staircases all over the place, hatches everywhere. There's just so much rotations that's going to be available on this map. I'm looking forward to it.
I can't wait. Like you said, staircases, there's 5 of them. There's 3 floors. It's a big map. There's a lot of fluidity around it for defenders. And I think what that means is that attackers will have to full clear the map. They will have to be very disciplined with drones, their timing, their pacing. A lot of the things that attackers have started to get away with recently in maps that they know, they're going to have to be very disciplined if they want to attack this map well. But it's new. It's something brand new we've not seen before. And I absolutely can't wait. It's not been played in any of the regionals yet either. So tonight could be the first time.
I really hope so. I mean, we've updated you on everything that has changed over the summer break. Now it's time to look forward to our schedule of today. And as we mentioned, same format. That means we have 4 matchups and 2 teams will have an off day. No games today for Virtus.pro and Wolves, but we will start out with a matchup in Group B. Eminem taking on Heroic. And then our new organization, Into the Breach, will take on Secret. After that, G2 BDS, I think a very well anticipated matchup. And we're closing our day with Wild versus Koi. Is there any specific matchup that you're really looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to Wild versus Koi because the innovators of EU League are Wild. Without a doubt, they are the most exotic team in the league, the most fun to watch. I think that's our highest chance at seeing Nighthaven or Consulate personally.
It's G2 BDS. I mean, there's no way
Such
I couldn't.
G2 fanboy, man. Come on.
I mean, I
one.
made the entire team. I made the org have all the success that they did. You know, it's basically like going back home in a way. Of course I love them.
So you're going back there for 6 invitations?
Yeah, I'm going to win another one.
Right, okay,
after
gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, before Fabian starts walking next to his shoes, I think it's time we head to a little bit break. We will be talking about our very first matchup very soon. Eminem versus Heroic will be right up after a short break.
the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside, he finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive!
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP.
Line up.
Three go for VP!
Everything falls to Sploit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him, no matter!
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets! He's making the 1v4 look so winnable! There's no way! Resets to ace to 1v4! Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane!
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes one kill and two.
It looks like there's one left standing, it's Bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
Welcome back to Blast R6 Europe League. It is time to start talking about our very first matchup. M&M versus Heroic, and both these teams have actually been quite active during that summer break. M&M have went to win the combined finals, Heroic played the Northern Rumble finals, so not much of a break going on for those two teams there though. But if we start looking at our first team, M&M, they actually haven't made any changes, but I think the main question on everyone's lips is, when is M&M finally breaking through?
It's very hard to say. They've just kind of fallen short at every single time, and I don't think that people are expecting them to be this top tier in Europe, but I absolutely believe that they are. I think that they're a really, really strong team with highly individually skilled players in combination with a good structure. So they are a great team. When they will succeed, you're gonna have to ask them, because it has to come at some point, right?
I'm really glad that you said highly individually skilled, because I think M&M, for what it is worth, are on the precipice of something great with this roster. I think this roster can go to, it's been to basically every major and Six Invitational in the last couple of years, apart from, I think it was Charlotte that they missed. Apart from that, they've been to everything. They can compete. They should have beaten W7M in Copenhagen and gone on a fairy tale run in Copenhagen. The one thing that I latched onto there was individual. I look at their three front fraggers, Solotov, Users, Tyrant, and I'm looking at the amount of deaths that they have traded in the statistics. It's so low. They're not playing together. They're not playing close to each other, and I think that's their big Achilles heel.
And Heroic now, they've made some significant roster changes. They've actually been changing players over the last year and a half, but now they've made a significant one with a change of IGL as well.
Yeah, and I think we alluded to it in the pre-show around they've kept the balance of this system. They lost Uno, who was an IGL. They brought in Leader, who, for what I've been told, is going to IGL them. They lost a Fragger in Skiddy. They brought in a Fragger in Astro. So, for all intents and purposes, the system is still the same. They've got a very good front line. They've got a solid back line. Kayak had a great stage 1 in terms of the supports. He was up there with the top supports in the league in terms of firepower, in terms of, fragging out as well. So, as long as they can bed these two new players into the system well, and they have been at a boot camp the last couple of weeks, I think that there's a very good team here who people will write off in terms of the group, but they can definitely upset some people.
I don't think that the players have been a downgrade or an upgrade in any kind of real way. I think Astro in itself is such a talented player, as I said previously. I think that he can go on to do wonders. Leader, I think, would set on the same level as Uno. So I think that they've done a really good transfer window here. The choices might not have always been theirs, but they've done what they could with it. I think it's a solid team, and it's up to them to show us on the server, but I think they can do that.
Right, the last time these two teams faced off against each other was in a best of 3 during deciders. 2-0 for Eminem, pretty dominant, 7-2 and a 7-3 if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But does that mean that we expect Eminem to once again have the upper hand due to consistency, or will maybe fatigue because of so many off-season tournaments maybe play a role?
Yeah, I think there's two things to think about here. The head-to-head, which, as you said, Eminem win. In recent history, the only time that Heroic have even taken a map off Eminem was when Heroic got to play Bank, which is Eminem's permaban. So if we discount that, Eminem are absolutely in the ascendancy. However, Eminem have had this thing where they played stage 1, they played a lot of rounds. Copenhagen Major, they played the most rounds out of anybody. Then they played the EU Tier 2 tournament, over to the finals. They played the finals of that over in Germany. And in between all of that, they took a trip to Japan for the Japan Invitational. So does fatigue start playing a part when that's the case?
Could be, but as a former player, I don't think so. For me, that would have actually been probably the positive. Sure, you will feel a little bit burnt out maybe, but you're keeping up, you're playing, you're keeping all the communication, all the coordination, all of that just gets better and better and better. So sure, you have a few days of break, which I assume that they have. They haven't played every single week constantly because no team does that. So I think that it's going to be really up to the mentals rather than through the fatigue. And if Eminem shows up, I do think that they're a better team.
And then for Heroic, they showed some cracks during the R6 Northern Rumble finals. Do you think they have enough time to fix that in between? Because there's really been a short amount of time between that.
It was a short amount of time when they played that, right? In the Rumble, you can't really judge them because of how short they've been a team. So I wouldn't say that we can really just now know how good they are. It's up to today to literally put down the boot and say, this is how good we are and how good we can be. So show the rest of us that they can do it.
I know from speaking to them, they are quietly confident in their own system, in their own ability, and in their map pool. And I think that's the big thing for them is, they know they're up against it. They know the external factors. They know that everyone's going to write them off. But they do have some, very highly rated players. Like you say, Astro, there were teams that would have been rushing for a signature. Leader, there's... If G2, for example, just Fearcraft in here, had G2 have gone for Leader instead of Uno, that's a change that you could see plausibly happening because he is a very good backline player and a shot caller. So... I think Heroic are kind of the dark horse of Group B, and they're very happy to be in that scenario. They're not feeling the pressure. They know that there's circumstances such as the changes that might go against them, but they're ready for anything.
But it's a positive opportunity for them as well, right? We heard that the organization is leaving Siege after the stage, but that does also mean that Heroic have the opportunity to show themselves off to new organizations who potentially might be able to pick them up.
I mean, finally figuring out what is happening with your org situation is a relief in itself. They don't really have that pressure anymore that, oh yeah, maybe we'll have an org next stage, maybe we won't. Now they know that it's not going to happen. So they're a little bit playing for their lives. Sure, that can be some pressure. But also if you look at the people inside that team and the staff that they have behind them, they have gone through a lot of things. This is just another step in that. It's nothing to worry about, I would say.
100%. I mean, Eminem, they played the Central Combined Finals, where they played a best of 5 against Wolves, who are in the same group. They had to come back from a 0-2, round or map deficit, rather. They had to do a reverse sweep to come back. That definitely shows some mental resilience.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the thing that was most impressive. You watch Tier 2/Tier 3 competitions, especially when they involve Tier 1 teams. You will no doubt have played in them. I was at Chaos when we had to play in Nordic Championships. We didn't really want to show anything to our Tier 1 opposition. So you kind of play those competitions with a little bit of a guard up of what you do and don't show. But what they did show in that final was a lot of heart, a lot of resilience. To be 0-2 down, it would have been very easy to be like, oh, it's a Tier 2 competition. Let's just go out, let's just play it. Whatever happens, happens. No, they came back, they got that reverse sweep, which has only been done, 4 times in Siege's entire competitive history.
A lot of teams will say they don't want to show things, and then, they get on that server, and they feel that competition, and, 0-2 down. I've been there. I won it too. But, yeah, you come back to that, and it's kind of like, you don't want to lose. It's a Tier 1 team you're going up against. It's your rivals that you're going up against because all teams are rivals of each other. You don't want to let that slip. So we might say that they hit a bit. I think that they didn't want to win. They did want to win.
All right, for their respective off-season finals, both teams played Border, Club, and Chalet. Do you expect any of these maps to be brought out today? Because it has been a map that they have shown already, or are we expecting different maps?
I think we're looking at, particularly Chalet with M&M. Be surprised if anybody really inside of Europe lets them get to it in a best of one. I think they are one of, if not the best Chalet team in the world. Likewise with Heroic and Clubhouse, they've had a couple of changes, but Clubhouse was a map that they absolutely loved in the past. So I would expect both teams to try and be navigating away from that. I think in terms of maps, I think we're looking at maybe something like an Oregon or somewhere sat in the middle between these two teams, where the teams will try to ban away their, each other's best maps and their permabans. We don't obviously know how their banning preferences are with the new maps yet, but I think that will sit us somewhere in kind of the middle preference of both teams.
I mean, yeah, we can do lots of theory crafting of what we expect the map to be, but we can also have a look at what our map ban phase is looking like. It is M&M starting out. They take out Bang, not a big surprise for them there, but we do end up on Skyscraper. So that is one of those maps that has not been played between these two teams or by these two teams in their off-season finals. Rogue will start out on attack.
Yeah.
Heroic has liked this map, and we've practiced on quite a lot when I was with G2. It's not a bad map for Heroic at all, I don't think.
See, I have it as a low preference, but you have that scrim insight. So we're just leaking it out here that it is a good map for Heroic. Who knows?
Nobody's going to come after me. What have I done? I'm retired.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising to see that M&M have banned away the two new maps, but it's also, like you said, they've been playing a lot of competition. So when could they have, physically gone and worked on these new maps to get them in? I think M&M are a very good, Skyscraper team, particularly on the defense. It's worth saying for M&M, their defense merchants on basically every map. Their defense outweighs their attack significantly on every single map, but more so on Skyscraper. 62% defense win rate, I have 26% attack win rate. So for Heroic, I can see why they've wanted to go there, because if they can weather that storm, because they will be starting an attack because they've chose the map, if they weather that storm and get a decent attack half, they will really put themselves into the ascendancy as soon as they get back onto the defense.
Yeah, and as you said, M&M's attacks, you said earlier, M&M struggle a lot in trading. They don't do much of it. What is the current meta really dependent on in attack? Well, it's all about trading and going in at the same time, so you get that one gap that others can fill up and abuse. So it's a lot of basically playing with each other. And if they have the low trade numbers, that doesn't look great for them. This can go either way, but yeah, I don't know which way to call it.
With Heroic starting on attack, though, we have already talked about them having a really solid front line. What players are we expecting in regards of like a head-to-head on both these teams to really be facing each other on the entry engagements?
I think realistically, they're going to be looking at Doom in terms of that attack. I think Doom is one of the best players inside of a U League, and one of the places he excels is the amount of rounds he gets a multi-killing. So not just around where, he's fighting in one kill, getting traded out, and that's that. Where he's getting 2, 3, 4, these big explosive plays that you want your players to make. And I think that's what Heroic will be looking for. Like I said, if they're just looking to weather the storm when they're starting attack, a 2-4 half, even a 2-4 half could be manageable to get a 3-point win here because M&M struggle on the attack. A 2-4 half for Heroic on the attack, you're looking for somebody to just make a play, and I think that player would be Doom for my.
Doom is so incredibly talented, but if we look over to M&M, I think it could be literally all of them. Nello might not be covering up as much in numbers, but that's not his role in this team. But any one of the others can really just step up and have a life game. Solotov, there are a few players that I've looked at and seen the mechanical ability of these guys. Yeah, it's useless. Solotov, Tyrant, any one of them can step up. Nave can do it as well. So it's M&M, anyone can do this.
With a little bit of throwback to stage 1, the last time around, we started our day with a 7-0 victory for one team. Are we expecting something different today or something similar? Expectations, predictions?
I would be shocked if it was a 7-0. Look, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm actually going to say with the map and with the fact that I know that M&M have really struggled with attacks on this map, I think Heroic are going to do this 7-5.
I'll take it the other way around. 7-5 to M&M.
All right, we'll see if it's 7-5 for either way. The map is ready, so we will be heading into that very shortly. Emmy and Hap, you can take it away for our first map.
Thanks, Anne. It's me, Emmy, and Hap is somewhere.
I'm here, so don't worry. I've managed to
Are you
get
here?
ready. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So yeah, Skyscraper is not going to be one of the two new maps that have been added to the map pool. It's Consulate being returning after the rework. But it is still like one of the, I don't know if we can still say that, but the newer maps that we have. It's not the oldest one in the pool.
No, it's it sort of builds itself well. Obviously, you have a history with it. You have what is, it's a boxy map. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, no, for sure. And then it is quite a unique map as well. If you start looking at the way that the map is built up, we'll get to that in the first round. As we get through these bans first, of course, Ying to be removed. No flashbangs, or at least not the Candelas to come through. Dokkaebi as well. Just wondering if we're going to see any of the new operators that we've not seen in Stage 1. Fenrir to get banned.
A bit of Fenris. I think he's more likely to be banned than Ram is to be played.
Yes, I think so as well.
I've been on a couple of days in Japan. You might have seen me if you'd watched it from home.
I have, yes.
I've been covering Japan, and we had bits of Ram. We had a lot more of Fenrir and a couple of Fenrir bans. No, at least in the region I was covering, none of the new maps though. So hopefully today, I want to see some labs. I know that obviously Fresh and Fabian, welcome back to EUL, talked about the excitement possibilities of those maps, but yeah, give us a treat. Take a risk. Let's Fenrir straight away.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're going to see Fenrir straight away, not been banned out, Solace to be removed. And actually, I think Skyscraper might lean itself well to it, and that is due to how the map is set up as well. Of course, we have that big division through the middle, also important for the top floor, which is not exactly where we are right now, as we're starting off on the barbecue and kitchen bomb site. Often called a territory for many teams. It's going to be very important to hold onto the top floor here, basically as you would normally, hatch to be opened up. And as you can see, the free roam cam that we have on our observer right here.
I was waiting for this to be explored as well. Didn't get a taste of this. We have, I think it's medics on the observing. Yes, he went to look to try and do a nod there. So medics is our observer for today. But yeah, we should get a camera medic sometimes.
He's got a roaming cam on the back there.
M&M start on defense. First of many jokes to be made today. And Nafe set eyes on the Fenrir. Now, if you're unaware of what the dog can bring, that's the operator. Nafe could be the dog. I don't know. Depends who you ask. It is these very, very consuming sort of area of effects, radiuses. There's 5 of them you can throw out. 3 can be active at once, which is the code. So you can see 3 of 3 means 3 of them are currently active. And as soon as someone passes into them, you'll know. They'll suddenly have all of their vision, apart from about a 5-foot, 10-foot radius around them, become unable to see until you shoot out the gadget a la sort of Melusi wub wub. So we'll get a better explanation of that when you see it. But they are encompassing. They can warn you if certain routes are coming through. They can win you certain angles and gunfights, and they can stop your opponents getting a quick entrance too.
Yeah, and that's why it's going to be very, very good for these kind of choke points. You can really lock them down, because basically deny your opponent from taking that gunfight head on. As we see Blaz opening up here into Drum, he's going to be trying to take control of that top floor. As I mentioned, it's going to be very important to have that under control if you want to even try and attempt to plant, because as long as that hatch is under control of the defenders, you're just not going to be able to get that diffuser down in the kitchen itself.
Ticking along, and the first blow is going to be won. We've sort of highlighted the differences between these teams of how they've played against each other in history, how things have sort of shaped up. And I think, for my money, M&M has had the sort of smoother off season. They've obviously played in the Japan Invitational. The first kill is theirs to take away as well. They've come out the top of it. They've also beaten Heroic in tournaments, not too far away. And Heroic, they had a part in the Rainbow Rumble, but they lost out in the final versus Wild. They haven't quite had the same success. There's Doom getting caught a lot, but Astro, one of the new signups, huge gunner. And that is something that Heroic have kind of dearly missed in their showdowns against M&M.
Astro, very big talent indeed, is his opportunity again to prove himself. Blast now up, trying to get into the faces of M&M here as they push through. Users will be able to get it down onto Astro, instantly rotates out, but the trades keep on happening on either side.
Laz is just caught out before they can get anywhere close to the door. Tyrant had the back cover, quickly picked with another. Leader gone as well. And that leaves just Doom, as many players as health across the whole team. And he goes for the drop, but gets dropped. Tyrant gets the final lockout. And M&M start us off with a pretty solid hold.
A pretty good hold indeed. Didn't really feel under pressure at any given point. If you look at where Heroic managed to get themselves as well, never really towards the site right away. So debating that or seeing that, M&M not really having their defense tested fully. That given as well, though, is that they are usually very proficient on the defense. So it is expected of them to start this off strong. So we'd like to continue with that strength that's just shown, because again, not really contested whatsoever onto the side directly. I think Astro is the one who got closest by quite literally being about, 2-3 meters away from the door before he got shut down.
We are obviously on player cams, getting them beamed in from all around the Europe world. We've just been told it's a tech pause. So we'll be back in soon, rather than later. And you can see that obviously M&M, they've got themselves stacked up. They're all in the same place. The coaching team behind them, Anarchic, and the unstoppable Mr. Officer. Unfortunately, though, Heroic have been stopped a few times recently, so...
Yeah, they want to change that. I mean, how often have we had it where Heroic, they just started off so strong and then they just dropped off and basically failed in the very end to qualify for a major? And they want to make sure that that doesn't happen now. They don't want to be stopped again. But they were just stopped in that defense or the attack round. And M&M, again, will be headed off this time, heading a floor upwards. Karaoke and T. See Fenrir again. We're going to see the Razor Blooms of Thorn as well. And I've seen it been hypothesized that that might be a good combination, because you won't be able to see when you walk in. And if a Razor Bloom pops, you need to shoot it as well or walk back out to make sure you're not taking any damage. So if they were smart about that, they could maybe combine one or two. Probably we're just going to be seeing a big spread from the gadgets to make sure that as many entryways as possible will be covered, just for the information's sake.
Now, after that tech pause, we have a slightly different sort of pace, maybe something different from Heroic here. Obviously, the lead-in was they were able to get a couple of kills. They were able to get little bites into it. Who's the man with the bees in the top right? That was for you to take.
Oh, that's sorry. So I was just quickly writing something down. Yes.
Okay.
Coming in with the Grim. It's going to be.
Why is Grim suddenly here? Hap, explain to the people what's changed.
Well, there has been some buff regarding the gadgetry out there, which should make him a bit more intuitive to play and a bit more successful to successfully pull off there, as he almost instantly gets denied by the Thorn there. So good on him that he walked in just in time. But with that, it should be a bit more effective in the area denial due to the quicker deployment and just higher effectiveness of those bees.
It's definitely picked up for Grim. Hell, we've even seen some kills that have come off the back of Grim's gadget. As crazy as that might be to believe, this is the sort of world we're living in. They give you a little bit more option. They give you a little bit more of a swing. They give you more choice and chance to come on the back of it now, and the pace is a very important part of that. Solotov, talking of pace, looks for the fight here onto Leader. Cannot quite get the full clip there, and the feast inside the kitchen. Leader's not going to give away the territory yet. You do look at what he has in his pockets, though, both utility and the kit itself. If he goes down to this fight this early on, with this many hard walls still standing, it could spell a pretty disastrous take.
And don't forget, I believe that they still haven't opened up the geisha wall either, because I believe there was a jammer on the other end, which means they couldn't have taken it out. Yeah, there it is. So nothing has been opened up so far. They need to remove that jammer first. They try to do it vertically, but failed to do that as well. So now have to go horizontally. That's exactly what Blaz's charge went for, I believe.
Now, as they're trying to crack themselves into the situation, there's a concern of, obviously, we had Solotov around in that location before, trying to put the pressure on, and, with the Nomad gone, with no real control on that width. With the wall starting to fall, you have to be ever more keenly aware of what's coming your way. Usus goes their way, gets to, there's a swing through onto Blaz. There's Leader getting Usus in the trade-off, but not surviving much long beyond that.
And again, not really any real pressure coming down onto the side, I feel like. It's Heroic who's trying to get into the building, trying to set themselves up for the first push, and then he instantly get just shut down. M&M, they've been holding them off perfectly well. Heroic haven't found the answer yet. The Bees weren't the answer this time.
No. The Bees were rarely the answer before.
They never really were.
The Bees weren't the answer before. But they can be the answer now.
They could be now, yes.
There is actual usage of Grim. It's not just a sort of roll on the Grim dice.
I mean, the thing with Grim is before you needed to be like super precise and like it took a long while to deploy those the heights. It just covers a bigger area now. It's quicker to equip and to deploy as well. It just makes it a lot more sudden because you had like a second, it felt like a second or two to respond if one of those hives gets shut off, and now it's almost instantaneously that those bees get active and start tracking you, which is why it became an option.
The steady approach now onto the back end, and sorry, I'm getting a cleaner feed provided to our in-studio feed, obviously.
A clean feed?
Yeah. As we have, I guess, a cautious setup. You're looking up, obviously, a site here with this direct punch and go. It's the thin wall that you've got that little bit of soft to make things awkward. The mirror has a bit of a stretch, but you've got to have this, obviously, the terrarium side protected against any ingress that comes that way.
It's a daring mirror window, especially if you lose control of terrace, and look at the way the M&M is set up. It's not really directly challenging anybody walking in there. It's really just a mirror that's out there looking to deny that from happening. First set of the Selmas, I believe, have already been destroyed by an impact grenade, and that means they will have to go for a bit of a different approach because they can just keep repeating that trick on and on.
Looking for just that catch, just that play against it. Nello's going to move slightly into the space that's been created. Obviously, that mirror window becomes very tricky to hold on to, but he's in such a good place to swing with the Vector, as you see demonstrated. The gun is a laser beam at longer distances, and the way it fires is flat enough. Usus helps rebuild some of the structure, the architect that is. His army getting that put back together and smashed right back down. Blaz trying to knock this route through. The pings come against them. Kayak hits Nello as well. Gets the first take. It's the first time it's really started to go in their favor a bit, with Leader getting a quick second. Solotov gone. Usus getting bit as well by Leader. A 5 versus 2. 3 kills very quickly. Tyrant at least stems the fight. Nave cannot win out on the back end Shrine, though, leaving just Tyrant. Leader's going to see if he can try and get the plant going down. He's inside the other site, but with no route out, Heroic get their first round.
Great round coming in from Heroic there, and the difference between this round and the previous ones were that, of course, this side is a lot more edging on the exterior sides of the map. You open up those walls, suddenly there's a lot less space to play in, and basically every misstep you make at that point, you're just going to be walking into 2 lines of sight from the attackers at that point. You mix that in with a bit of aggression. If someone walking through, you're definitely going to be flushing out those defenders. So that's the success we found there. They opened up the walls, they managed to get these lines of sight, and they flushed out the defenders as they went. The issue comes when we go back to the other 2 sites where they struggled opening up, and after they opened it up, they struggled really getting in sight. So let's see if they can take some of that momentum that we've seen in that last round into this next one, into that barbecue and kitchen site.
We haven't really seen the biggest catch of Fenrir. Obviously, we talked about them at the very beginning as a big potential operator. We talked about them as a big potential force. And, it's something where you'll get a truer taste of them, but you want the truest taste of how it works with pros, right?
Yes. I mean, that's truly when you see the full capabilities of an operator. in professional setups as well. So that's usually what we look for. Like, how does it get used? Because we see sometimes, you know, certain setups, they require a certain operator that you usually wouldn't play in your own pickup games. Seen some of the Fenrir gadgets to get activated, hoping to cause some nightmares as attackers will walk through at some point. Of course, will be carefully droned out, meaning that they probably shouldn't be caught as a surprise. Use some utility here or there, grenades or breaching charges as well to get rid of them before they strike the fear factor into the attacking players.
Ready for the quick response there to any breach that comes into their favor. They're just holding on. Obviously the top corner of this, you're trying to keep that vertical into your favor for as long as possible and making sure that anything else that tries to swing around against you is, well, option A, held off. Option B, not going to get you if you go for the rotate down the hatch. You can waste time here. Maybe even try and put some pressure against them. You know that they need this control, and you know that this is a map where you can almost try and retake aspects of it if that's the play you want. Here, that little blue icon you see above users and above that door is an activated Fenrir gadget. The white one underneath is one that isn't. You can see which ones are active at any point, as you can see across the top and the top right of your screen. Even if you're not paying attention, if someone walks into one, it will go red. They're looking for the break on it. It's still standing for now. The impact EMP could hit it. They could move behind it, but there's a lot of support here for the player. They're having to weigh and waste a lot because, as I said, that player, Azami, is still inside the opposite end. That top corner is that linchpin holding together this hold, and without them gone, they cannot push this shield confidently. The free cam comes out. We drift into this angle. There's the burn and the break on the disc. There's the player, the impact EMP. They're still not fully swinging behind it, so Users goes to try and maybe meet them, but there's nothing on the back end. We've been here for 40 seconds, and the fight is going to be one that Users actually drives here. There it is. After everything weighed up, Users just takes the initiative and the double.
They were stacking up on that door for so long, looking to actually make sure that they were going to be able to freely move through, not having to worry about the Fenrir gadget. The grenade will eventually take Users down, though, as we see the gadget in action. Astro's going to be almost completely blinded, will clear up eventually, but then he's the last man standing and will be taken down right after by Solotov. And again, Eminem will be able to win that round after what looked like an eternity of them trying to take control off Drum, using so much utility, yet not being able to act on the back of it.
A heroic timeout has been called.
Rightfully so, I think.
Time to have a talk. Time to try and piece things back together because things have drifted away from them.
I mean, the one round we saw, they did well. They did exceptionally well. They opened up the walls. They had the crossfires. Flushed out defenders, and they got them as they rotated. It's basically textbook 101 on how to attack that side. On the other two sides, it's just they've wasted so much time upon opening or trying to go through a single door or wall that they just run out of time, and then they have to push, and then they've used all the utility whilst the defender's utility is still there. I mean, you saw it. They basically knew no one was engaged. They were droning it out. They saw it. They knew he was behind the shield as well. The impact EMP was lined up. What they should have done is just toss it and act on the back of it. Yes, the shield made them afraid of actually pulling that trigger in the end, though, but it's just such a pain to see when there's 3 players lined up trying to take that control, not being able to get a hold of that area. It's just a single player out there from the side of M&M, so should have been doable.
Good news. I got a nicer feed now.
A nicer feed.
Yeah, I can see things properly now, which is nice. I was having a little bit of difficulty, I'll be honest. I probably noticed of entirely getting things. Things are getting a little bit blurry, and as people at home may have noticed, there's a couple of new ticks. Couple of new things in the overlay, changing colors and outlines of players is a new one. I don't know if you've noticed that yet.
No, I've noticed it. It's I was like, wait, why is there someone inside already from the... Oh no, it's okay.
Yeah. So we're so if there are any
there's a yellow
as you can see, there's a yellow outline. That's new. There's not a yellow team. in Rainbow Six. We
Or
haven't
if it
introduced.
means anything, it might be an Easter egg.
Maybe. We need titanium roller to get to the bottom of this. No, but it allows me to get in a little bit more and lean in towards this game that's ahead of us now that I've got everything crystal clear. Which includes, I suppose, the crystal clearness of a timeout, the conversation. Heroic, they're obviously on their attack here. They're putting pressure onto Skyscraper. Remember, they had the choice of whether they wanted to come to Clubhouse or here. If you're going to usually here, you're going to be starting on your attack. It's your choice. It's... Oh, not quite. It's crystal clear as that, though. Tyrant tears the head off of Blaz. And I said it sort of briefly at the beginning. One of the things that if you go back and look through the old stats of these two teams hitting heads, the gun game is usually something that is in Eminem's favor. Although Heroic can have huge gunners and big gun games, they've just never really been able to get it to connect against people like Tyrant, like Solotov. Not always like Nafe, though, but Nafe makes good work with a new shotgun.
And so they smoke out, a lot of damage being done. The grenade is going to be caught by the one my disc, buying Nafe an extra couple of seconds to get the kill and get out there. And now, well, 2 on 5, a minute 30 left on the clock, and this round basically already seems won by Eminem. I think they're even outside on the balcony, just trying to have some fun out there. Like, we're coming to get you, Heroic. Don't try and get comfortable at all. This really tells a story. Tyrant waiting on the top of the staircase, going to be able to catch another player off guard as the flashbang gets tossed. Now he's going to be staying put for now.
These players don't even have outlines. It's all a bit spooky and goth, but Tyrant gets that kill. Leaves just Kayak, who does get one back and gets a bit of revenge. Pushes Tyrant to only 7-2. I know. I'm sure he'll be happy with that for now, and I'm sure it's going to get much bigger, but Kayak... 40 seconds, 4 players to get through the structure and destruction of not only the site, but the players on the opposite end of the map itself. Great take.
Oh.
3 more, 30 seconds.
Well, it's definitely doable.
Anything's
We've seen
doable.
it happen.
If a team throws this situation, it has been known to be Eminem.
I was going to actually say that as well.
But
Smoke canister out, though.
Less
Also,
time,
Fenrir,
no
probably.
Yeah. Removed, debuffed, rebuffed, and pushed off the board.
Brings us to the last round of this half. Eminem back up, probably to the exhibition now. The one round that they have lost from Heroic. Heroic was able to successfully attack that by using those angles, by just being effective on the crossfires and opening up the exterior walls. So how is Eminem going to be replying to this? How are they going to be finding a response for that? And it seems like the Clash might be the choice to do so. The balcony that you see on the south, just put the Clash out there. Problem solved. Like, they're not going to be able to play that as freely anymore. They're going to be worried about someone just running out or, you know, just trying to toss anything at them there. Of course, it might be completely wrong in how Eminem are going to be using the Clash, but that's usually where you would see it on this side.
At what point here do you think Heroic can sort of bring something to build in? Obviously, with the tactile used, with the idea that they wanted more progress. For me, 2 rounds in your attack on Skyscraper, it's not the end of the world. Are they a bit worried about the second half of this game? It was sort of alluded to that they have a good Skyscraper game by our new up-and-coming, bright-eyed, cheery, optimistic analyst,
Definitely
Fabian.
up and coming.
I think he's got a bright future. I think he's got a
Might win
bright
a world
future.
championship or 2 in the end, you know, you never know.
I think he's got a bright future ahead of him. That young lad. The Heroic can be a good Skyscraper team. Although they haven't really shown it in sort of the biggest play. They have a game. Nafe has a different game, and it's called Kill Ya.
And that's going to be that worry out here now as he's active around Geisha. Last time, Heroic were able to open up the exteriors and just start pushing in. Now, the fight is being taken to them by the side of Eminem. Astro is going to be holding this off, but that's one player occupied right now for one on the side of Eminem. And they definitely do hear some movement, but with the rotations that are in place, Eminem, they just have a bit more of a free roam around here. And, you know, as they're also struggling with opening up these walls, well, that's not going to get any better for Eminem, for a Heroic.
Well, explosions on the left of me and grenades to the right. Solotov, here you are. What are you going to do with it? You're trying to find the quick pop out. You can't quite get the bite onto that fight, but you find a freebie on the back end. Leader caught out. How does he get another one? Oh, they're really running away with some situations that shouldn't be theirs. And it's a little bit tragic right now. Astro, one of the 2 new pickups, left hanging and waiting. 1:20 in the round. Kit was dropped with leader on the back end, and it's all falling a bit apart here for Heroic.
It's definitely not looking good in this round. A 1v5, an ace clutch is what they need to go for, but the Clash is knocking on his front door right now. Forced to jump out, instantly some suppression coming through as well. Astro looking through the openings in the wall, now headed towards the window. Will get the injure onto Solotov and the confirm as well, but still a 4v1. Now, hasn't got the kit. 50 seconds left on the clock. He needs to find all kills. Also up against that Clash. He's just hiding in a corner out here, so no matter what you do, if you jump through, they're going to be able to see you no matter where you are.
Yeah, they see you.
Yeah. The bailiff kill in the end.
Oh, not a bailiff. Not a bailiff. Not on the first play day.
I mean, the close range there really suits the bailiff, so fair enough.
That does well for it.
Might be certain.
It has some places it can go. Reigning Japan Invitational champions, M&M. Thought I'd throw that one in there. They're currently sitting pretty here, 5-1. They have done a lot of the distance here on their defense, and the only game ahead now for Heroic is the game that they can play. If they cannot wrest any control of the pace, shouldn't have got this. And then the second was almost worse. If they can wrest some of this control of this half, if they get the first, maybe the second round, and they put it into a 6-2, I mean, at that point, it's very tricky. If Heroic can wrest any control from M&M, at what point do you think M&M try and take a timeout? When do you think they think we've gone a bit too far here? Because they could just cement the offsite twice, and it's their map.
I would say 5-3, 5-4, somewhere around that mark is when we're going to be seeing a timeout coming. Just to make sure you take the wind out of the sails of Heroic. You managed to put down such a devastating half for them, really, where only one round they were really in the fight, which is, of course, round Heroic 1. You kind of want to keep them on that low. Kind of want to, make sure that your attacks are going to be as convincing as your defenses were.
Doom wants to get in an early bite. Haven't quite been able to have any of the feast. I don't know, I'm just making food jokes, but hey, it's the hungriest site in Siege. Now they wants to try and drift a bit closer, and you can see that the approach is one that's covered by this sort of multifaceted swing. The idea of modern attacking Siege, as put to us by the big brains on our desk, is you have 5 different players in 5 different places looking for that single hole. They think Doom might be a weakness that they could put the pressure on, but he takes the head of Solotov off and starts to dip his way a little bit further back. Has stolen 1 drone on the journey. Tyrant cannot find him. Doom, great take, great third. And he's almost pulled himself up to an even KD in a single corridor.
That's definitely, throwing everything in one hallway there, trying to deal with the issue. Not quite finding it. It's only up to Nello now. In a 1v5 situation, hoping to clutch this out, but they might just use this as well as a bit of a false timeout. You have 90 seconds. There's going to be very small chance of him winning this round out here, so take that minute to discuss about what just happened. Slow it down before it becomes an irritation factor. That's exactly what he's going to be doing all the way to spawn, drawing a smiley.
What else are you supposed to do? At least it's a smiley.
And this has definitely taken away the flame that Doom has been able to build in that last round.
Do some cool free cam stuff.
Yeah, this is your opportunity. You have a minute now.
This is your opportunity. Here we go.
I feel like this has to go really controlled, just by like...
How fast can you go?
I think you can go really fast.
Is it? Go faster. Here we go.
It's like,
that's a good shot.
Beautiful shot.
We're going to get medics in trouble. Okay, I mean, we're 30 seconds. This is another smiley face.
Yep. See, they all know what's going on right now, so it's just smiley face time. So we have this smiley face, and we have the one on the staircase. Are there any other smiley faces that have been drawn? Oh. Oh. It's a sad face. I do like how Medics catches them as they happen, though.
I mean, he knows where Joy is. Oh, it's got a nose. It's like a little snowman.
Nose cube blow up. Explosive nose. All right, so after that round, yes, 5-2. It's a bit of a throwaway one for Eminem there. They just had a very, very great half, and then everything kind of crumbled as they tried to take care of Doom. So they're going to have to visit that and think of what exactly went wrong there. How can we improve and make sure that that doesn't happen again in this exact game?
It was, I mean, a huge round from Heroic. There's always that famous Siege saying of how do you beat a player on the day? How do you beat a player on their round? There was just fantastic motions that were played on the back end of there. They had great reactivity, whether it was being fed to them, whether it was just the awareness of they're probably going to be here on the other side of the tomatoes. It is hard to argue. The kill onto Tyrant as well, the back end with that gun from that distance against a player that's kind of expecting the route. Brilliant play. But it's always that situation. You want to, as you said, slow down the momentum. He's moved on to the Fenrir. He's very capable when he gets into it, and that is a good gun in the right hands, assuming he's got the little bandity gun.
A little bit of an MP7. It's definitely an all-time favorite for many players. As we're getting the drones out there from Bravo to see if there's anything to be hacked. See Eminem opening up on some of the walls as well. See the Excars instantly going off, providing a direct line of sight towards the barbecue and kitchen if there wasn't a castle barricade on the other side. So that's what they will need to deal with next, is Naif. A lookout. Maybe getting some default cameras. Always very helpful, especially in the attack. Defenders usually don't watch out for them.
Oh, there's another one stolen there as well. Hot property, and you do love a bit of Bravo. When she first sort of came into the game, we didn't get a large sort of test of her, but it's a great gun. Power in the right hands, and it's also a power in the right hands. Look at that. All of those Fenrir gadgets taken, fell, and removed from the hands of it. And for those who don't know, if those gadgets get stolen or destroyed whilst you've got a code in them, you do not get that code back. So Doom has, at least as we've seen, lost 2 potential activations, maybe 3.
It's definitely not great. There is still
You're right.
some time that has been wasted so far. A minute 20. Not really any big pressure coming down onto the site just yet. There's a drone out there hiding, though. Tyrant now looking to make his way over. Checking, making sure his back is completely safe, as definitely some crossfires being set up here by Eminem as they're looking to find a way through, looking to go for that first pick. A minute already has passed so far.
It's the longest that we've generally had. All 10 players alive as well. Tyrant, great start to this game, and Doom is starting to have a great potential end to it. Blaz, though, can he have the same impact on the second half, the same way Doom has, who was obviously only on 1 kill at the start of this swing? Naif gets 1, Astro gets 1 right back. There's Blaz with the take on to Tyrant 2, and now the 4 versus 2. Mello has at least a teammate and 1 removed from his opponents this time around. There's a little bit of separation, but not too far as Naif creeps his way up towards the top of Black. They know that they still need to force some of this vertical play and position out. Unfortunately, can't get anything locked in and solid. Nello gets removed from Blaz on the back stairs as well. Heroic. Another round in a row. If this next one goes away from Eminem, as you sort of predicted, and I think I would too, we'll probably get an Eminem timeout.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we're going to be seeing that one soon. And as I said, 5-3, 5-4. That's when we're probably going to be seeing it. And it's at 5-3. So They're taking their opportunity now, basically running into the same problems as Heroic were on those first 2 sites, and now they know it's time to hit that third tree. We need to make sure that it's going to stick, because if it does, they're going to be finding themselves at least on that 6 mark. It is quite important. It's always worth 8 points or more. And, of course, having the opportunity to lock it out right afterwards as well, putting that pressure all the way to the max for Heroic.
I mean, you can see that those rounds, they just sort of stumbled a bit. They got a bit close. They weren't quite able to, I guess, get themselves a bit more confidence on the swing round. And suddenly these engagements where they were having the pressure come against them, some of them, those engagements where they were having them like sort of hit against their holds, it became tricky. It became in some ways uncomfortable to have to kind of cut through. And whether it's because of the introduction of Fenrir and the changes in how, you know, the balance of weapons, shotguns getting themselves a bit sturdier, and some of the changes in swings there, or just the nature of this very boxy environment, it is standing up to its boxy title. It used to be a fight onto the door of drum, it used to be a fight onto the swing of shrine, and then you would sort of push your way across, but it doesn't even feel like teams can comfortably get into those locations at the minute.
There's definitely some struggles going on, but with getting into the build and getting into the right positions so far. So I'm going to be really interested to see how this next round is going to be playing out. BOKT is such a difficult side to attack usually. Geisha very heavily relies on being taken there, or on the other side, the backstairs, which have to be taken down as well for that same kind of plan. So usually very heavily contested on the staircase.
Quick focus. I even saw a white outline. Yeah, Astro. Astro's a white outline. Juma's a black outline. These outlines are entertaining. I think that's...
I wonder what, like, concept...
I have no idea.
Would it be the reticle color the players use?
That would be... If players start getting customization choices over their own outline, I'm calling the Ubisoft release.
It's time to stop.
It'll hopefully be fixed soon, but if you are seeing outlines, we're doing our best to keep up with who is who as well, and you can assume Nello is still very much the attack on the side of M&M here. Again, this steady sort of wiggle through. There's the player not swung too far away. They've actually dipped their way out via Sushi on the far end. Users does find Astro. It's the first time it feels like M&M have been able to get a kill and get away, and it be the first kill for a while. So the team talk has had some success. Solotov, oh, he was very close to a fight here with Doom. They know that he's somewhere nearby, but they just missed the wrong angle. Doom's able to get one back. He's trying to slip in towards the next angle. He gets himself onto camera. He doesn't know. Oh no, Tyrant, a quick response there.
Might exactly be what they need on M&M's site, though. That's a man advantage they can now work with. A minute 20 left on the clock. Kayak as well, trying to take some fights towards Drum, instantly falling back. D1D pops. Oh, standing still, not trying to move. Tyrant waiting right below, patiently, hoping for someone to be a bit impatient, step a bit out of line, so he can move and benefit on the back of it.
Oh, now that's a little bit cheeky. Blaz caught out by the angle opened up before as well. Users just thought, I'll have a dip. Kayak gets dipped into Nello on the way back round. 3 versus 2 versus 2. Leader is able to get a good solid connection there. Now, as they find themselves at a bit of a stem, you look at 30 seconds left, the ping's on the player, and Users pre-fires, the shot just gets the tail end. A huge round for him so far. All down to the new pickup Leader, but they cannot get the angle and the hold on the round. Post M&M timeout, they get themselves a potential penultimate round. And now, with the closer divide, with Heroic having done some groundwork, will they be able to push this a little bit further along? They're currently sitting in this close position. They're currently sitting, you know, closer than they were at the start of this game, but after a timeout, as I said at the very beginning, you know, with theirs used, they have to play to the beat and the rhythm that M&M put forward from that point onwards.
Yeah, that's it. It's do or die now for Heroic. There's no more breaks that they can utilize here. If they fail to defend, the game is over, and they'll start it off with a loss. And of course, given the fact that This is such a heavy group. So many, like, A-tier teams. Of course, all of our, you know, European League teams are top tier, but these are like frequent major goers that have been inside of this group. Starting it off with a loss, that's going to be detrimental to your chances of getting that straight-up qualification spot for the Atlanta Major. So they need to fight it back now. A point has been lost, but there's still 2 to be gained for Heroic.
Okay, Eminem, closer and closer to pushing it over the edge here. Heroic, you have had these big moments, and you know, a lot of their kill game has come here on the second half. We've seen a couple of players pop off from being only on 1 kill before the second half started. Skyscraper is turning itself into more of a brawl than we really expected it to have any right to. With how things went together, they could potentially get another, obviously, 2 sites, get themselves into a 6-4, 6-5, and suddenly the game on paper is as close as it could possibly be. But if Eminem get that first foot here, this first swing with the Mavericks trying to steady and burn their way through, Kayak does want to have the response to the players outside. The spray through the soft doesn't net any rewards. They've otherwise moved off, but they've just made it uncomfortable for Kayak.
Yeah, for sure. He's not going to be able to play that fully for free anymore, but it's still going to be very difficult for Eminem to remove the bandit battery. Of course, that was the goal, so they could utilize a Selma to fully open up that wall and really make that position unplayable afterwards. Now it's just going to be a bit uncomfortable, and Kayak will deal with it. He probably will still play there. It's just going to be like, you have to pay a bit more attention. Going to be opening up on the other side as well now. And Geisha, Blast will be forced to drop back off. This is going to be opening up quite a long line of sight for the attack to utilize, and with that bandit battery gone as well, it will be opened up, so Blast has to try and make a move out here.
Just pulling away from a drone that you assume was stolen based on Tyrant's attempt to get rid of it. Obviously the Nook does get some secrecy against that sort of play and pressure, but with Nello putting it around the other side, it's Blaz that actually gets Solotov. Suffers and sprays through the soft. Tyrant gets the pick back up, looks towards the shield, but doesn't stick around long enough to find the engagement with the player behind it. However, they do have an option. It's called throw the grenade round to the side, do most of the damage to Astro. They survive with a sliver on the shoulder, but as I think everybody who plays this game knows, a Warden with a 1.5 is always capable of tearing your head off.
Most important part, though, was taking care of that shield, because that really makes it into a strong position out there. That has been removed right now. Nello, you have to be very careful removing that bandit battery. Surely you're not going to try and put the extra thermic on right now. Nate, he's looking to cover, but there's too many open angles for them to really step into that room freely to try and get the kill onto Kayak behind it.
Oh, there it is. We saw that set up at the very beginning, and Chekhov's sort of burnt line in the ground. It comes back in the final act. 3 versus 2 versus 3. Astro, as I said, a Warden with a 1.5. They're never quite dead until they're gone. 5 seconds left. Nello has barely any health. Sprays towards potential angles. Heroic aren't really offering him anything. They're all around house stairs. They're just going to keep themselves checked and safe in the background.
Got closer in the end, but there were still too many rotation possibilities for the defenders to utilize. Their lack of opening up that main double wall that looks through the 2 sites. It really hurts them out there. That you kind of want to have that watched as soon as you start putting pressure on the site, because you basically remove those 2 big rooms from the opportunity of rotation for the defenders, which is just a 6-4. Still 2 more rounds for Eminem to try and lock this off. 2 more rounds. Heroic will have to win to push us to overtime. Barbecue up next. Again, top floor will be very important here, but we might also just see a complete beeline to the bomb site. Well, even the frame has a black outline now. That was usually the yellow one. Now I know where the yellow one came from.
Wait, what frame?
The one frame.
Oh yeah.
Usually that was yellow. Now it's black.
Oh yeah.
So I know where the yellow outline came from.
It's kind of cool. It's kind of goth. Kind of moody.
I know you like that.
A couple of players have now stolen, but they have like red guns. I like it when it's like, look, the gun is red, but the player. It's like playing like laser. It's like, you know, do you ever go to like Laser Quest?
Yeah.
It's like that. It's a new.
It is very enjoyable.
It's a new operator.
Does it make it
Interesting
work easier? But that doesn't matter. We've been doing it for long enough. It's
Yeah, I mean, you learn things, although sometimes we're getting the full taste of names coming through on the side. You can see M&M, they've obviously suffered on that last map, but they did get a bit of a lead in there. They have, I still think, a little bit more bite to them. Heroic have to be on their toes here, as you always do when you're on map point. Team is ready for the hop out, ready to try and have a bite, but Nello instead gets an idea, and the idea is to spray through the soft and remove Doom.
And it was almost like a completely silent punch on that barricade as well. That if you do it that way, you don't make as much sound as you usually would if you prepare that window. So very good ears on the side, or drone on the side of M&M, able to pick up that first kill, very important. And now the Selma's able to open up a geisha as well. Truly, a lot more prepper work is being done very early on for the side of M&M right here, and that puts them in a good position to take that top floor under their control. Oh, Solotov. Oh, Solotov.
I mean, Solotov makes the motion when you need him the most, and now suddenly Solotov's knocking right on the door of the site. Remember, last time they were in this situation, it ended up being pretty much a 2 versus 4. But M&M were the ones on the back foot, still having to retake all the vertical. Just in that play and that pressure, leaders come down, yeah, but they're forcing the vertical players out of that position. They have to retreat, and taking control of that territory is usually a huge ask. Cutting their way across, as Solotov did there, it does a lot of that work without as much of the risk. It's still not entirely over, obviously, but it's a much cleaner start here for M&M, and they still have a man advantage.
I mean, it kind of makes all the alarm bells go off, right? Like, there's someone on the bottom floor near the actual site, guys. I've just been taken out there, and oh, that was a bit of an awkward moment out there with a Bravo drone.
Yeah, I don't think they expected the player to be exactly there.
No, definitely not. But that's a bit of information gained, you know, so it wasn't completely useless, the drone jumping down out there. That confirms at least one spot of these players. They know his second one was downstairs as well, leaving only one unaccounted for, and Tyron is going to go on the hunt right now.
Yeah, obviously the player left to that situation, but with 30 seconds, there's no point playing yourself into such a dangerous position. In fact, you might be able to pull off and go for a bit of a route and a roam, and there it is. Blaz on the far end of the prep corridor gets rid of Nello, and that's the kick cold. So suddenly 15 seconds, and with Astro offering some support, look at this motion from Heroic. They've gone, well, we can move away from it. We can go for a bit of a retake. Yeah, M&M's going to tuck themselves in and go for the plant itself, but they're fighting their way back across here. Astro gets caught out. Blaz does get one, cannot find the man planting though. Looks for the engagement just after, wins it out, puts them into a 1 versus 1, but the worst timing. There's a reload cancel, and there's a moment where he at least survives it. Uses though is up against them. He's playing a hell of a game and a role, and M&M, they were able to just push it over the line with Heroic getting it a bit closer than it was before.
Not going to be saying it was a very convincing victory, but convincing enough for M&M. Some struggles on the attack, but that was it for the very first game of the evening. M&M taking 4 points. Let's toss it back to the desk.
Bye.
This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro out here, and it's massive.
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP.
Line up.
3 go for VP.
Everything falls to Sploit down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter.
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect 1, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip to remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2.
It looks like there's one left standing. It's Volts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
Welcome back to Blast R6 Europe League, where we just had our first game. Not quite the 7-0s we had in the previous stage, but M&M do come out victorious over Heroic. We will talk about that game in a little bit, break it down, everything that happened in that server, because did it really go toward our expectations, as you would say?
I would say that it did go to our expectations. I mean, Jack mentioned the low trading power from M&M, and we actually got to see that in their attacks. And then they really did really good in their defenses. They barely allowed Heroic to play. They completely bullied them outside of the map.
If we break it down from the very beginning, Heroic were very slow on their own attack in these mid-rounds, and M&M play really aggressive, kind of playing into that slow playstyle that Heroic is bringing out.
Yeah, I think we saw that M&M have got that front line that is to be basically feared. You know, you don't want to go up against users, Tyrant or Solotov when they're not even letting you get anywhere close to the map. The amount of engagements that happened where those defenders were peeking breaches or windows and just not even letting Heroic get close or get set up was incredible from M&M. It was so aggressive, it was so upfront, and Heroic had no answer to it, especially in the mid-rounds.
They were ready for it, though. If you look at the game plan that they started the round with. But then it was something really shut down for Heroic. We had that one round, I think it was round 4, when they were attacking into kitchen, shield and drum, and we have 3 guys who move around, and we're not really getting anywhere with the utility for Heroic. So there was M&M playing really good, but I also think that Heroic played quite poorly in their attacks.
Well, I mean, yeah, M&M played into the slow playstyle, bringing operators like Clash, for example, but some players on the side of Heroic were really struggling with that as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, when you're playing up against that front line and you're struggling to deal with the front line, and then at the same time you're just walking into a clash, it's always going to be difficult. And I think they're the kind of cracks that Heroic will have potentially seen in scrims, but scrims then convert into officials, and seeing them in officials, it will definitely be a learning curve, because had Heroic have been better on their defense, on their attack, you're looking at a completely different game that's potentially still going, you know, into overtime. I don't think Heroic played too badly. It was just their attacks that really let them down.
The map also kind of plays into that playstyle a bit as well, to add on top of all that. So it was a good map by M&M looking at their defense side, that's for sure.
Now, before we continue breaking down this map, we do have our winners on the line, so it's time to speak to them and ask them a few questions about what exactly happened in this game. We're joined by Eden. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I hope you're doing good too.
Well, better after a win, obviously.
I mean, you just keep on winning. You've won the Japan invite, you've won the combined finals. Do you feel like you even had time to relax after all of this?
We relaxed before, it was enough. Now we just continue with whatever is coming, and we try to win everything.
All right, that sounds good. You also seem very confident on Skyscraper, especially on defense. Did you expect the map to be played out like this?
It was not our top priority, but it was one of the maps that we were kind of expecting. So yeah, and we prepped it. So yeah, it was half expected, I would say.
I mean, you did really good on your own defense, but then the second half happened. What kind of happened there?
I would say classic M&M attack. We play a bit disconnected, and we have a bit of troubles to just go in. But you've seen timeout and remind them what they have to do, not to try to be over creative or over adaptative, and that's enough. We came back on our attack and we've won the next rounds.
Indeed, that's all that matters. Tomorrow you've got Wolves coming up. Now, you've played them in the combined finals. Is that a bit awkward?
Yeah, combined final, obviously 10 days before playing them. Oh, it was a bit rough. And we even played the full best of, so 5 maps. So yeah, we'll see. We have a few maps we haven't played so far against them, so probably that we want to play them. Probably we want a rematch. We never know.
I mean, we're expecting some secrets to be brought out then, I guess, for tomorrow?
I won't say anything. They are today to relax, they are today to watch the game, so I won't give them too much intel.
Okay, I understand you can't be giving away too much. Is there anything you want to say to the fans after your first game?
Well, thanks for the fans for supporting us. Thanks to all the people that turned on in Japan and Combine, people on live, on stream, etc., supporting us. That's also because you're supporting us that we perform and that we want to continue performing. So thank you, and see you tomorrow, I hope, for another interview.
It's a very kind and wholesome message. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you have a great rest of your evening, and maybe we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, classic Eminem on their own attacking half. Is that what happened?
I mean, yeah, Eden did say that's exactly what happened. And there are some question marks we have to ask about that, because we look at the absolute last round. They have a 5-on-3 situation, and then we see Solotov peeking completely alone. And then we have a 3-on-1. They have won the map. They won the game. And then 2 guys peek on their own. They have to have better decision-making in these situations, because they're giving away all these stats. With nobody there to trade them, they're not playing off each other one bit.
You've got to wonder, you know, the front line of Eminem is absolutely excellent, but you've got to wonder how consistently they can keep hearing. And, you know, they've won today, but we wanted to see that be cleaner, I think, is the message that we're saying. How consistently can they keep hearing? You're over-peaking, it's classic Eminem, you're throwing. This game could have got away from them had Heroic been a little bit more clinical on the defense. You know, like you say, a 4v2 into a 2v2 that Eminem just managed to win out. A 5v3 into a, whatever it was, a 3v3 at the end. And I think that's where if this team has aspirations of winning majors and winning invitationals and going all the way, they're the bits that they need to clean up.
If you say peek in solo, does that also kind of mean that they lack some coordination with refrags?
Yeah, I mean, they completely did. They just went off the charts, and if we look at the numbers from the first 3 rounds alone, I don't think we saw 1 refrag, but that wasn't even on the guy that killed him, but a misplay by Blast completely.
I remember like absolutely screaming when I was in backstage, there's been a refrag, yes! And I think we've got a clip to show just how this, you know, kind of transpires. And it will be the clip that shows Doom, and it's kind of weird running a highlight of Doom getting a free K when it comes up, but it wasn't just Doom getting a free K. If you look at this, Doom and Soltov have a little bit of a shoot-off against each other here. At this point, Eminem know of Doom's location, and Eminem have got great positions to just get rid of Doom. What does Soltov do? Jumps in on his own, doesn't get refragged. Another player jumps in the bathroom window near Blackstairs, then he's way too late, gets killed. No refrag coming in, and then what does the third player do? Jump in the kitchen window. Now, when you look at that situation, yes, Doom has played that excellently. Yes, Doom's got a free K. Great clip. What could Eminem have done? Well, one player could have gone window, one player could have gone delivery door, the other player could have gone in the bathroom window, and they guarantee at least, at the very worst, a 1-for-1. What did they do that round? They lost 3 kills. They lost the round because they was in a 2v5 within moments.
Yeah, they seem to like those 3-to-1, let's go together now, and then just do things as a group. And honestly, that's one of the most basic things that there is in team play. If they shape that up and they do better with that part, I think...
Because they've still won despite that, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
They're just that good individually.
Yeah.
They shape that up, and there's few teams that can stop them.
But then tomorrow against Wolves, as we mentioned, a bit awkward because they played against them in the combined finals. How is that looking for them?
Maybe take a little bit of confidence. They've just beaten them in a best of 5. I know best of 1s and best of 5 is very different, but it's one of them. Is, you know, they knew they were playing each other when they came into combine. There will have been things reserved. Maybe we see them pull out, you know, Nighthaven or Consulate potentially.
Wolves have had a really rigid way of banning maps previously that I think that now with some map bans or maps changing in and out, I think that they might change that up. For a best of 5, I think Wolves struggle more with the map bans than they do for a best of 1. So I think that map-wise, Wolves will probably have a bit of an advantage. And then we most likely know exactly which map they're coming to because of the way that Wolves ban, but Wolves will always be comfortable for what they're doing.
For sure, for sure. I mean, we'll have to wait until tomorrow before we get to see that. But luckily, there's plenty of more Siege action happening today. It's so good to be back. But we will have a little bit of a break before we do come back with our second matchup of the day. Secret versus Into the Breach, our new org, back in just a bit.
They were able to just push it over the line with...
I wouldn't have imagined it, you know, a few weeks or months ago, but now that we're here, it feels like we belong here.
I know that they're going to think we're a very easy target, and I think that might be their downfall.
You know, I've never done anything like this big in my life. Definitely excited to, you know, meet these teams, you know, been watching them for a long time. So yeah, being, you know, next to them and even competing in the same event is pretty insane.
Yeah, it was only until I started competing in Rainbow that I really knew what I wanted to do.
I personally am very confident in my team's ability to be able to take this entire major.
We just need to play strong Siege, we need to play together, and we need to be very switched on game day. We have very, very strong individuals that can flip a switch and be the best player you've ever seen.
Jigsaw is like the quintessential young gunner. He likes to think he's better than everyone, and a lot of the time he actually is, so I respect it a lot. He likes to also tell everyone that he thinks he's better than everyone.
He's definitely going to try and get into people's heads this major.
God, he's one of the sharpest players I've ever seen touch the game.
I know Jigsaw likes to playfully antagonize some of the teams on Twitter or in the lobby and be a bit of the villain.
Definitely a bit of a brat when I was younger.
There's a lot of tension, I think, between other regions and us.
To be honest, the main point holding us back is that we haven't had a competitive Oceanic team in a long time.
I think we do have a lot to prove, and not only just for ourselves, but genuinely for the entirety of Australian Siege.
We're definitely one of the titans in Australia right now.
We're always going to be considered a waste of a spot by other regions.
Making the major and competing together is basically why we play. We come to prove ourselves on the world stage.
I don't think Team Bliss fears any team, to be honest. Not even the world champions.
I would say the sacrifices are worth it if you make it to the top.
Basically, you could be the best team in the world one stage, and the next stage you could be out of the league.
I personally don't fear anyone.
We're just kind of we have to deal with what we have.
We would definitely be in the underdogs in this major because we've literally proven nothing. We're a fresh team, no one knows how we play.
It's like we do have the best 5 that we can produce.
Keep energy up, because in the end, energy carries everything into winning.
Definitely don't treat us like a lower tier team. We're just going to take it game by game like we have been all season and do what works for us. And if that's not good enough, then we'll just come back and be better next time.
We're about to head into our second game of the evening. Secret versus Into the Breach, a new organization joining us for Europe League. And we'll talk about this game. You know, both teams have made some roster changes. They haven't played each other in stage 1, but both teams coming in with roster changes and Into the Breach, even a new org, there definitely has to be some expectations for them. I mean, stage 1 didn't go as expected. Stage 2 needs to be better.
I think the one big thing that we've all said it backstage, and they've said it as well, stage 2 for Into the Breach cannot go worse than what stage 1.
Yep.
In reality, stage 1, they didn't look like they were even going to win a half, let alone a game. You know, we saw teams do strat roulette against them, as G2 was so disrespectful, weren't they, Fabian? And they have made changes. They had to make changes. The stage 2 changes look good on paper. Bringing in Azza, bringing in Yonka, bringing in Kangaroo Kenny as a coach, seems to be a much more unified team. And I think everyone's just forgotten about stage 1, reinvisit Into the Breach as a new team. It's almost kind of poetic they've got a new organization behind them.
They didn't look like a team whatsoever. I mean, they had a higher number in their name last stage and they got an amount of rounds. So hopefully the ITB doesn't mean into the bottom like last stage. I think that they will do a lot better than that, though. I mean, it's just a much more well-rounded team. Azer coming in with the fragging ability, and I think Jonka is a very solid support. I mean, I remember watching him playing Hibana and just wrecking things up. So we have a much more well-rounded team with a actual support player playing support now that can help the other players that were underperforming previously. Because if we look at the players that they replaced, Gisela and Prano, they underperformed, but they weren't alone. It was also Kanto Raketti who underperformed massively to the level of player we know him to be. But it also Noir is coming in with the first stage and he was Titan level bad, and that says a lot. They should do better now with the dedicated support, and I believe that they will.
We talked about them having roster changes, obviously, but also a new, assistant coach or coach coming in.
Yeah.
Kangaroo Kenny, someone who has, someone have been saying he deserves this opportunity. He needs to be in Tier 1. What is he going to bring to this team?
We've seen him cultivate teams throughout Tier 2 for probably the last 2.5 years of having the top English-speaking Tier 2 team, without a doubt. There's been Makers, there's been Dun Limited that have challenged them for whether they're the best or not. But Kenny's had a team that's been up there for 2.5 years, and that has been consistently the feeder team into EU League. We've seen Jegs, we've seen Savage, we've seen all types of players make their way up. It's finally his time as a coach to get himself up. He understands the game, he understands players, and one thing about his team is he's always got his teams playing for each other. The collective, going the extra mile for each other. So hopefully if you can bring that into the team, into ITB, then they can start, progressing.
Yeah, there's not much more for me to add on that because you basically covered it all. There's one consistency. No matter what players he's had, they've always managed to take the next step and go into UL. And, well, that consistency is Kenny.
And now he's doing it. He's stepping into UL, for example. Let's talk about their opponents as well. Secret, who themselves have had some roster changes too, bringing in maybe even more of this Brazilian influx.
They have... Jesus, my voice is not helping me right now. It must be the bread I ate. They have brought in 2 Brazilian players.
Sorry.
You just interrupted me here. 2 Brazilian players, and finally they can kind of adopt more of the Brazilian playstyle, I would say. They have them, I am assuming here, because I've actually not talked to them, they're going to play more supportive roles, and they're going to be backing up the front trio of Savage, Groovy, and Upor. And if we look at them as a team, they are also much more well-rounded. That's like the thing we keep coming back to with the rosters for this stage.
Yep.
They all keep adding new players, but it's not that they just add new players that are great with their guns. The players make sense in the operator pool, they make sense in the mentality, and just the play style they want to bring.
It's worth noting that the 2 players that they brought in, Falls and Miracle, weren't known for being that traditional LATAM style of in-your-face, super aggressive. You think about Brazil, you think about Nesk, you think about Parla, you think about some of, KZ, JV, some of those kind of players. These 2 players don't necessarily fit into that style. They'll bring the understanding with them, but they'll, potentially be able to apply it into the European game and play a little bit slower. They were both kind of flex players on the attack, smoke mains on the, on the defense. So I think what Fabian said holds true is that it's much more well-rounded, it's much more balanced, and it actually makes a lot of sense for this team.
The thing with Brazilian supports that we don't have with European supports, especially European supports coming from the second tier of the scene, is they don't understand the current main meta. And these support players coming from Brazil, they will understand that just as a support player, that doesn't mean I stay back. That means that I can still follow up and find these gaps that the front is creating. And that's what I think is the biggest difference between Brazilian and European supports. And Secret have picked up 2 Brazilians. So now they actually will have, again, well-rounded team.
I think for Secret, stage 1 was pretty decent as well, though eventually they went to lose in the LCQ against 2 of the eventual major attendees. Is it a realistic perspective that they will eventually make it to a major now with these changes?
I think when you look at Secret's group, we're going to come back to this. The group for Group A is absolutely achievable for Team Secret in terms of, getting themselves out of it and into deciders. They did it in stage 1 with a much tougher group. So I think Secret could absolutely do it. In terms of attending the major, I feel like the opposition they'll come up against in Group B is absolutely stacked. So I think a realistic expectation for Secret is probably to have a deep run in the deciders and a deep run in LCQs. Maybe nick it if they can, but I wouldn't expect to see them in Atlanta.
And also, who knows? I mean, it's 3 new players, even if Upor was their sub. It's 3 new players. we cannot judge it just yet. We'll have to see them on the server. I think today will be a good guideline for what can we expect, and then from there on we'll build that story and see how they do.
Let's see where this guideline exactly will take place, as we are ready to get into our map bend phase to see where this game will take us to. Once again, we will have a skyscraper game where Secret will start on the attack. Another skyscraper. I was hoping to see maybe a concert or a Nighthaven Labs, but that's not happening right now.
It was so close as well, wasn't it? Clearly, I think the big thing to see is Nighthaven Labs was the final ban. And what that means is actually for both of these teams who last stage and historically have had very limited map pools, you can see straight away, both of these teams were prepared to go to Nighthaven Labs, Secret choosing to ban it out and go to Skyscraper. Now, quick point on that. Secret love Skyscraper through their 6th Invitational run, through Stage 1. It's a map that has become quite a stalwart map for them. They've enjoyed going to it. Similar story with them, as there is every team on Skyscraper. Very good at defending it, and they struggle with their attacks. For ITB, when they were T29, Skyscraper was one of their permabans. They didn't play it. They didn't want to go there in best of ones. So I think, you know, what you summarize for that is they've gone away, they've worked on it, they've brought it into their map pool.
I actually have a little bit of a counterpoint here, Jack, because if they ban Nighthaven last, that could also mean that they expected ITB to ban it as their last ban. And then when ITB doesn't, Secret don't have it available in their map pool just yet, and therefore they were forced to banning it, which puts ITB in a position where they got exactly the map that they wanted, even if there was the permaban last stage, because this stage, we have no idea what they've come up with.
We do know how good Kangaroo Canada tends to be with map bend situations, but let's talk about Into the Breach, right? They didn't really perform as expected in Stage 1. Is there the possibility for a team like Secret or any other team to underestimate them?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of need to underestimate them because they played that bad. I mean, me and Fresh with the rank stack would have beaten them almost. And you will underestimate them, but at the same time, they are a professional team and they put in the hours and the practice. So whilst I say here that we will beat them, we probably would not even get close, but you still need to show up on game day and perform. They just did not do that whatsoever, and they didn't look like a team.
Yeah, I mean, having spoke to them, they know what happened Stage 1. You know, there's no beating around the bush. I think when you've been that bad in a stage, you've just got to own it. And when I've spoken to the players that are still there, they're owning it. They know that Stage 1 was horrendous. Their words, as I said, it can't get worse than Stage 1. Their expectations for Stage 2 is generally to be putting in good performances. They want to see this team grow. They want to see this team build into next year and beyond, I think, is more of a long-term view for this team. You know, they might walk away with 0 wins again in the groups if they did that. However, they want to be putting in more rounds. They want to be competitive. They want to be in with a chance of winning, which isn't how Stage 1 looked at all.
You want to at least look good losing, right? But we don't know. We have no idea. But at least the performance you put in, it needs to show differently.
It's a lot of question marks indeed, but what is the one thing in comparison to last stage that you want to see improve today coming from Into the Breach to actually be able to put up that performance today?
I'm going to have to go there, and I'm just going to say it from the heart. I think their entry has got to improve. I think Noah came in Stage 1, and, you know, I can quote statistics, but the top and the bottom of it is he was the worst entry in the league and he was the worst rated player in the league. And I think when you're playing such a pivotal role for the team, to set the team up, to give the team space, you've got to be better. Now, whether that's changing him off that role, maybe making Kanto or Azza, you know, one of the more primary entries, or finding a way to enable him, it's got to happen because that entry success has got to go up. You can't be going so far negative when you're playing Ayana every single round. And I'm willing to stand here and be the guy that writes off Stage 1 for him. Stage 1, difficult stage. Get into Stage 2, clean slate, and see how he does.
I'll actually move that question around. Is there one thing that can stay the same? And that answer is literally no. They cannot do anything the same way they did last stage. Because if they do, they are in troubles again. And even though you change players, there can be this one problem that keeps reoccurring, and that will mentally just destroy you. Even if it's just the first game, second game, mentally you don't want to be broken.
Okay, so a lot has to change. I see. Really quickly before we get into the game, because the map is ready, predictions for this game?
That being said, I've got a sneaky feeling about ITB that they will surprise us performance-wise, but I made my prediction this morning that I thought it'd be Secret. Seeing the maps, I also still think it will be Team Secret to win.
And with the map bans, I'm putting it on ITB. They're going to win it 7-4. We'll be a bit kind to them.
Okay, all right. It is Secret versus Into the Breach. Skyscraper again, but also Hap and Fluke again. Take it away.
Thank you very much. And yes, it's us, Hap and Fluke. Where are we? in your walls, ready to cast some siege.
Please break us out.
No.
Oh wait, actually don't. No, we're not liable for any damages to the wall you do.
Yeah, it's your walls.
Yeah.
It's your walls. We're skittering about. And where are we skittering? Oh, you know, back into a showdown here on Skyscraper.
It's like we never left.
Like we never left. We just ushered out those previous two teams, that cleanup crew that comes between Rainbow Six rounds that rebuilds everything. They've done it. They've got everything put back together, and I guess we'll see if someone else can start tearing it apart. There is our rosters, our players, and as we sort of alluded to, as they pointed out on the desk, there have been big changes for kind of both these rosters, so this is going to be a bit of a fresh brawl for us.
There has been, yes. Secret is leaning into the Brazilian supremacy with adding in their 2 new players. And ITB, they've kind of gone for a rewrite of their story as well, only winning 8 rounds over the previous stage. They'll be looking to improve on that. They cannot do that. Well, actually, they can technically even out today if there becomes an 8-7. Of course, I guess they prefer to just take a full 3-point victory at that point.
Yeah, I mean...
Who wouldn't, right? So.
I think they would. I think you would want more than that total amount of rounds as well. There was, as we expect, a bit of a spicy fire line from Fabian on the desk if they got less rounds than the number in their name in the last split when they were under a different org. So fresh paint, fresh coat of paint, fresh team, fresh rosters, fresh ideas. They've had time. That's that sort of trade-off and the benefit of the off-season is, yeah, teams have participated in things during the off-season, but you have more of this go back to the drawing board opportunities. You have, before it used to be, you know, you sort of get off the back of a major if you played it, and then 2 weeks later you're starting the league up again. There wasn't a huge time for adaptation and recreation behind it. So what do we get? Play camps.
Going to be a lot more opportunity indeed to reinvent yourselves, and that's really what we hope. Steady, home. Beautiful. Just,
see, you weren't looking at the program feed though, were you?
I'm not.
Because that was just player cams.
I'm on the
so
clean feed.
You were just staring at the player cams, and you were like, steady. Beautiful.
No, I was looking at Medics trying to set up his.
Okay. Yeah, this is Medics having a drift, having a float.
It's free cam.
In the eyes of a lot of people, yeah, very cool. It's going to be very fun. I like the response of fantastic Siege Creator Chaos X was, well, how am I going to see the setups now? With difficulty, my friend. With difficulty.
This is how they're being shown. Medics is just going buy every reinforcement he can find. Going free
start
cam.
slipping some bribes towards Medics content creators if you want to see certain things. No, don't. None of that. None of that. What we do have, as we said, back here, back on a map, and this time with the sort of bans, the removal there, you know, Fresh alluded to the power creep at the start of the Day of Defenders. Solace gone, I think, is a big step because they are very problematic on a lot of maps, and I think just part of that sort of power play. When you look at people like Valkyrie being let through now as a sort of solidity, it really shows just how sort of good that generic level of defender is right now.
I mean, that's it, right? There's a lot of good defenders right now. There's a lot of good options. You can ban 2, and there's still like 4 that could be proving a problem on your defense, on your attack there. So really going to be thinking this through properly. What I do like, though, from Secret is that we're already seeing a bit more of a formulated attack compared to what we've seen in the previous round, especially on this first side. Instantly, the backstairs are being taken under control as quickly as they can. Breaches are being made. Drones are being rolled through. They're already at the front doors right here, looking to find themselves a way into the bomb site to get a plant down.
Look at that sweeping motion there. Falls pushes all the way in, is able to deploy the Talon shield. There were some impact potential, but Falls are just going for the plant. They stop the shield, they drop the player and get the kit cold. They're holding on, and there wasn't quite anybody to offer some support. As you can tell, the outlines are a little bit fun and funky right now, but that is obviously an attacker on the window on the split. Upor is looking for the fight and the ping on the back end player. Miracle wants to get in with the shake, and I don't believe that is an attacker that's inside Karaoke, but that is a bit of destruction on the back end. Sorry, on Geisha, I meant. Noah still has the cross angle. They have a minute. They have themselves this 3 versus 3, but with the kit cold and they know exactly where it is, it becomes such a standoff down that corridor.
I can now see why Monty was banned, of course, because if Monty was available, that might have been the operator choice rather than the OSA for that specific plant. Now, With that called, indeed, there is some work that needs to be done, and that is currently being set up in the form of a bit of a flank. It's the Ace player that has just spotted out the Melusi out there, unable to connect fully though, as Noah is still alive and able to fall back just ever so slightly.
Poor tucks around the corner, gets the strike on the back. Miracle wants to find this fight onto this power position shield, and as I said, it's Yonka. Now just holding out just on top of the stairs, waiting for the approach. Kendrew has been able to slip their way maybe onto the back of gold here, but it seems like Upor is a bit aware of the motions that are being made. They've got the kit back. They're going to pull out the Legion mine, but the Legions being the mine themselves, it's Groovy and Miracle get the final 2 kills there.
Very solid first attack from Secret there. They had a good plan, they went with it, and they stuck it through, even though it kind of failed, you know? The plant was looking to be attempted right behind the Talon shield, got destroyed, so did the player right behind it. But they went for it still. They flanked around, they moved around, they knew there was a lot of free space that could utilize there, so they used that to their advantage. And we instantly see an attack success. It took a long while before we saw that happen in the previous game of Skyscraper, so we might just have a completely different kind of game upon our hands here.
It was swift from Secret, and I think that's one of the sort of things here is we wanted to get that taste of Brazil. We wanted the taste of a region that is terrifying, and at the minute, and have been before, obviously recent victors. And you're looking at obviously a coach that's come in a bit before from the region that's had great success, now getting a couple more players over from there, and they're sort of, it's like when a football manager, you know, they get into a team and yeah, there's some talent there, but when they start to bring in some of the talent that they've had their eye on maybe with an idea, you'll get the bigger picture, you'll get the plays, you'll get tiki-taka football, but with guns, and we're getting a little bit of that now.
What a great analogy. Football with guns. It's not quite sure if that's exactly, it would get Siege at that point. Fuser being a football, I guess.
I wouldn't kick it. Look, one of the diffusers has a red outline, one of them has a blue outline. It's the attacker diffuser and the defender diffuser.
Yeah.
I'll land you a little bit AWOL right now, okay?
Also, you guys didn't see it, but in the custom lobbies, there's now a new feature called Shuffle. I kind of want the observer to press that right before we start.
Wait, really? There's that?
Yes, there's a shuffle option now.
That would be... They should do that just before a show, man.
Oh yeah, that's great. Anyway, breaches are being made right here, so Secret again working on opening up those walls that are important for the eventual take. And I believe an impact was instantly tossed in afterwards to stop the Selma from opening up more than it was supposed to, though. Scrooby's finding himself a way into Geisha, finding himself with some pressure upon the defenders very soon.
You can see the sort of approach is get in, get hot, and get violent. I really enjoy that from the side of Secret. They're making sure that there's always sort of steps inside the building. They've got the pinch here onto Yonka, who might be under a bit of pressure from just behind him as well. He's sort of keenly aware of the window and he doesn't want to get caught falling back. But Kendrew, oh, unfortunately for him, that's just put a bit of a reveal in. The pings come across the board. They know that there's Upor on one side, there's Groovy on the other. Where's the swing going to come from? There it is. Falls actually makes the first move. Noah has a bit of response and Groovy gets a bit of a rotate to see if they can try and get some end of that. Nobody is home. Kendrew is still happy to sit here a bit longer, waste time, because look at the time. Swings for the fight. Groovy ducks and takes the head off.
Yeah, they knew he was still going to be in there and needed to deal with him sooner rather than later. So just go for the swing at that point, neutralize the threat, and allow yourself to take the space. You need to push on towards the side. A pre-fire from Kento, not quite connecting. Falls back slightly behind the shield. This is being pushed by Diana.
Grenade bounces around the corner. The spray comes against it. Kanto's able to find Groovy. Ducks underneath the grenade, but cannot quite get a second on the back. Suddenly, they've lost some more control, but they've taken a lot of damage, a lot of fights in their journey to get here. Savage and Newport sit on about half health. They've utilized some of their pocket growth, and at this point, with no grenades and more just the drive behind the guns and maybe some of that Zephyr, can they get a final pinch? Miracle now as well. Joins them quite low, but wins out the engagement, importantly, leaving Azza. Pickups to get the first. They just dropped down. They're not entirely locked out. There's the second. Can't quite get the full connection there.
Great stuff by Secret there. They didn't quite know where he was, and as soon as the first engagement happened, everybody left alive. Well, basically the 2 players left alive, aiming towards that position, looking to take him down, and instantly taking the space that they realized was going to be clear. And it's also 2 in a row. To barbecue in the kitchen we go. Rotation gets continued by ITB. Still looking for that first, and the first round was very close. They could have just as well taken that. The second one, if 1 or 2 gunfights went the other way, it would have been their round as well. So they're definitely competitive in these rounds. It's just that Secret so aggressive, just taking the space that they feel is theirs, that they cannot quite deal with fully.
Lesion. I'm setting you up here, so prepare yourself emotionally. You prepared?
I'm prepared.
Okay, Legion has had some changes, haven't they, Hap?
Yeah, so the goo mines have again been buffed.
I'm giving you the pedestal.
Yeah, so I've seen some actual good tricks with it happen as well, where they put them on the back of some LMIs. Not that we're going to be seeing those happen right now, but the damage is back. The super shorty is there on Legion. It's just a bunch of like nice little extras. Also, I believe that the poison timer has been decreased, so you take the damage even quicker now, making it a bit more of a pain to deal with if you step into that goo mine, to really make sure that you're trying to take out as many of them as you can as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Legion has, as you pointed out there, generally had an across-the-board thing. There will be quicker refill timers as well. You get them quicker, they do more damage, they do damage faster, and they also can't be hacked anymore. But, oh, in someone's face, there it is. Kanto swings the corner, removes Groovy quite early on as a sort of compliment to them in the past couple of rounds. They've been very quick to get in and find a fight, but this time Kanto is happy to find them, stepped themselves back up. ITB, they want to make sure that they are seeing a breach and well, living up to their name and charging back into it.
It's good that they instantly try and reply, because Groovy, he might have tried to go in a bit quick there. We just praised that aggression. Aggressive definitely out there. Yupor jumping out, knowing someone seems to be around the back stairs. There's some pings coming through. It's a pre-fire. Not quite able to get the full connection onto Noah through the softball there, so steps out just in time.
Oh, do they know about Azza? You can see that they're being cautious of the swing round. Noah goes down. The aforementioned Legion, we bigged up about their sort of buffs, is they're knocked right down. There is a shoulder of damage from that DMR just on the swing of the stairs. Terrifying gun, falls now, gets himself to half health. Yonkard suffers on the back end. Miracle's trying to just apply some extra pressure and make sure they can lock out a fight here, but it's Kanto still on the stairs, blocking it. And there's Kanto for his third of the round. Stems the flood that was attempted onto the site there. Falls though, finishes off Noah and brings us into a 2 versus 2. Now they do have a bit of vertical control, and look at the Valkyrie on the back end. They're just tucked. Bit of an awkward situation here. Falls is going to roll down a drone as his teammate comes to support him. They are unaware of Kanto, and that might prove deadly. Kanto's playing the late game, gets a quad, one more for the ace. Isn't going to go directly towards it. Falls is looking for the player. Yonker is obviously still down below as well. There's a couple of openings and forces the kit itself, but there's not really a gadget he can properly drive himself in outside of this. Taking the flash, taking the drops, going for the swing and the pressure. Kanto, will you have all 5? Yes, you will. The first ace of EUL, phase 2, and it is in the pockets of a very prolific player.
Well deserved by Kanto, played that exceptionally well, but you start thinking back a bit to Secret. How did you manage to give away that 4th kill out there? Like, they knew he was around on the staircase there, just rotating around freely, not really checking your corners out there. And Kanto just being in the right position at the right time, and with that deadly accuracy he has, just shutting them down one by one, eventually getting that ace. Still going for the timeout though, as it wasn't quite going as expected that round, I would imagine. You win the round, but it's on the back of an ace, so that means that the team has failed in some aspects of that round. You rather want to stem that quickly. Also, going back to a site you have lost so far, so the chat is always very helpful to have at that point to see exactly what went wrong and what you can change to make sure that round is going into your advantage next round.
I mean, you've got to also obviously take things into consideration by it was an ace that drove around. It was a single player having an exceptional round. And yeah, it wasn't like they sort of pulled out the clutch, but when the swing came across for Secret, they're still able to take a couple of bodies from ITB's defense. They're still able to push some of these players out. Kanto was in that crossfire position on those stairs, gets that cross-section cut all the way towards black stairs from the main stairs, and then suddenly it's a bit more of a balanced round. But you cannot really rely on that. You still have to have that topic of, well, how did this happen? How did they get into this position?
As I said, like you failed as a team to some extent, where the individual succeeded and still got you the round out there. So there is always something to talk about when things like that happen. Nothing to take away from the ace from Kanto there. By the way, exceptionally played. Got himself in the right position, right time. Like basically utilized each and every single mistake that was being made by Secret in that round. All starting off with being in the right place to quickly stop the entry from Gruby. But they still managed to give it away in some other spots, and luckily Kanto was there to save that round.
Yeah, you can never take away from an ace. An ace is earned, and it was a decent spread across the whole round. When you get the opening frag on your sort of ace unchallenged at quite early, it was around the 2 minutes 20 mark still left.
Yeah.
Shows that you're having a very solid performance, and they earned that here, though. No early bites so far. Yonka might find himself surrounded sooner rather than later. There looked like there was one blue outline of an attacker not too far away on Shrine, but they do have the support structure there, actually. Cooper hops in over onto the swing. They're just trying to get around. Noah sprays through, does a little bit of damage. There's Yonka fighting on the VIP stairs. They're sort of making statements of not letting them enter clean. Noah's surrounded steadily. The blinds come through. Kanto finds falls, though, across the swing of the fight, and there's the pre-fire that at least gets one back. A traded out engagement was something they couldn't quite manage on the first kill last time. Yonka, how long will you last? Blinded, dips down the VIP stairs and maybe finds himself in some safety. No, suddenly pops up and drops Upor in the mean engagement. He's still getting flashed, still getting blinded, and still somehow able to get out of there for all the utility sent in. Now they only have one grenade and one claymore left.
It's been a very scrappy fight in the start of the round out there. Eventually, ITB came out on top of that one. Some small breaches still being made, however, and, you know, in the meantime, the defense is also getting themselves ready with some extra super shorty shots to come through, preparing some of these angle holes. Savage moving through. Kanto back on the staircase again, where he just managed to get the majority of his ace in the last round. Now, ITB, all they need to do is just basically wait it out for a minute. Play on contact of each other. Make sure they do not have the opportunity to pick you off clean without anybody being there to reply to you. Oh.
Yeah, Kanto getting a second there on the swing. Savage is hoping to pick up a body on the back of it, but I mean, it's a 4 versus 2. You've thrown everything at this fight, and you've got yourself up towards gold wall, but there's Yonka through the soft, the pickup. It's a little bit cheeky, and it gets you a bit closer to the fight. This is the impossible moment. The fact that they've had gold soft means that they were kind of happy to play this with a foot slightly further back. Savage with the drop rotate isn't read by Kanto. They're able to suddenly put it into a 2 versus 2. 20 seconds is the big worry. Gruby does have the kit, but it's an awkward way to get an approach. Kendrew removes the shield because he knows they've lost main stairs and they cannot give that utility to the team ahead of them. Instead, they tuck in and find a player tucked out. And now, with just a Gruby left, 2 versus 1. Time's not on his favor. 1 versus 1. He knows where the player is. He goes for the pre-fire, but so does Kendrew.
And that means the round is going to ITB, getting themselves a second in a row, but it got very close out there in the end. Again, half an extra second, could have gone the other way, possibly. They managed to bring it back. On the back of their tactical timeout as well, they managed to instantly find themselves a bit of success, even though the trades of Secret were on point for the first start of that round. A scrappy engagement around the house area definitely did not help. Just fights being taken out of every single window, struggling to get the first initial pick or even the first initial meters inside that building. That really cost them later on the side of Secret. I hope that was going to be a bit more free to some extent, like not having to pay for it with as much HP as they did, as much utility as they did. It basically just gets you in a deficit later on in the round.
From this point onwards, yeah, now we have a fight. We have a bit of a brawl, and, you know, it was something that was sort of mentioned, alluded to, based on the performance of a rough amount of what was ITB's roster in Phase 1. They only had one game of the ones that they played, of the 4 they played, where they got more than one round.
Yeah. Wasn't great, right? They had the 7 victories in 7 rounds in one game where they get a point, and then 1 round in any of the other games
in the
played.
other 3 games.
Yeah, so it's not great.
It shows that they've been able to take some time. Obviously, they took a timeout quite early on. They made sure that they could try and keep themselves a bit level. You're starting on your defense here. Skyscraper is a map where you should generally be leading on your defense. They've been able to piece some of that energy back together. There's an unfortunate blow. Remember, Kanto's had some big impact rounds. He got a kill from that position last time around. This time he won't quite have the confidence to hold it as long.
That's it. Last time around, that shield was still up. He had the opportunity to go for a bit of a fight. Got himself a kill before the shield was taken out, and fell shortly afterwards. But basically just condemning yourself, playing there without any of the protective measures that were there before. Kirby now finds himself into Geisha. Basically, the entire top floor is already being cut up by the side of Secret, but Junker, playing on the top of the stairs, comes up, gets a free kill.
Ruby now trying to find just a dip and a bit of safety, but also wants to keep pushing on as Junker gets caught out on the back by Savage, waiting for exactly that. The hands are ready to clasp. Any player that got a bit close. Now find a little bit of silence, a little bit of a lull in the 4 versus 4, a body apiece. It's players that you can kind of trade out here. Youper, obviously, with those forest mines is something you wanted a little bit longer, but as this gets popped open, a great use of the free cam. Reveal the opened wall there as well at the same side of it.
Impact being used out there to eventually remove it as well. Might be a bit extreme. You open up a bigger hole than it would have been on the other end of it. See how that plays out in the end. The Savage almost loses his life. Just quickly checking the main staircase there, hoping to confirm it was clear, which of course it wasn't, as Azar instantly finding back, putting some rounds his way.
Oh, they have the ping on a man that's not quite as secret as he was, but it's not as easy as just knowing where somebody is in this game. Yeah, it's Kanto through the legs of the dragon with, you know, that 1.5 on that mustachioed Maverick that isn't Maverick. Grenade does a lot of damage to Noah, just doesn't get the end of it. This one probably will. It doesn't get loosed. Instead, we get a great shot of Miracle taking care of Kendra on the back end. The swing of the C4 does find a fight. The ring around the Rosies. They don't know where each other's gone, but somehow Falls wins it out. But with 5 seconds, they got to do more than just that. The players are behind them. Azza gets the lockdown on VIP stairs.
Bit of an ambush coming through there. As they took the side, and instantly there was a person right behind them, shutting them down as they went in. ITB to take the lead here on the first half, finding themselves 2-3 up. Fabian actually expected them to win this on the back of the map bans that came through. 7-4 victory is what he predicted.
He did. He did.
Let's see how close to truth he will be at that point. But it's the barbecue kitchen to come up as the final site they will defend for now, unless we do head to overtime, because then they get 1 or 2 more opportunities to defend themselves.
They do, and, you know, if we're going to reference what was this roster once upon a time in the first half, the game that they did get 7 rounds in, it was even half. So if they're able to get this, the 4th round, in sort of tier 1, route through to the major NSI competition, it will be the first time that they've been able to lead a half at the end of the half. All year. In this year of Siege, not
I've said it, that it's like it is time to shine. Like, it's showtime for them, because everybody is looking cynical towards ITB after their performance under the previous organization, of course, in stage 1. And everybody's going to be looking towards them, like, show that you belong here, right? Like, show that you have what it takes. Give us that fight.
And I'm glad to see them sort of stepping up. Hey, look, there's a Valcam.
This is what I love Freecam most for, that we could just finally view Valkyrie cameras, because we never were able to.
We're really getting the artistic direction from our observers now. They can really, like, frame shots. Just call him you know, Medic Scorsese from now on, you know.
The Croatian sensation.
Croatian sensation. The eyes on the prize, and the prize might be ITB getting the lead, as I said, on a half, something that they could not muster in a points can get close to in the first phase, and it puts them in such a good position to try and drive the rest of this map home. Secret, obviously, they've had some big changes. They have themselves, I believe it was referenced, living in a team house, and that could be something that helps drive the energy. Savage finds Noah.
Miracle got a bit of a hunt as well, as Jonka has been spotted out. Finds himself behind a sushi bar, but still could be prone to be taken out quickly as Upor does take down Kento. Azur now active around on the back stairs as well, trying to provide some support to Jonka. So making sure no one is going to get through those staircases as Gribby taking a lot of damage from the DMR out there.
Oh, Kendrew gets the quick response. Upor goes down. Groovy has taken, as he said, a huge amount of damage, but still standing is always the important part. Behind the drum with Savage getting the grenade kill. Suddenly this is a double down body balance. Not getting the lock onto the kill onto Savage. Does find it the second time round, but Miracle is there to make sure they can't get very far. It just leaves Kendrew alone. He's caught out on a drone with a bit of audio. Doesn't even get the drop down. Miracle was waiting this time round. 3 apiece, 3 on the half each. Pretty good for the attackers, especially them getting that last round before they go to their defense.
Yeah, we have to be honest with that, of course. Like, it is a defense-sided map overall. Usually, teams prefer to play the defense as well. So Secret getting those 3 rounds is going to be huge for them. It's going to be doing a lot of weightlifting here for this second half. And ITB now have to show that they have the cohesion needed to win attack rounds as well. So that's usually what we look at here for the attack. You need to come together for, you know, a coherent plan. On the defense, it's a bit easier to have the solo hero plays to come through, as people will have to come to you. Now you have to come to them, walk through their traps, walk through the maze, whilst being successful.
Secret. Let's see if the secret is held here on the second half. We haven't really had a lot of Fenrir in this game so far. Obviously an instant pickup there from Miracle. From the comparison of in the first game, we had both teams sort of fully stretch their legs. It wasn't something that ITB really wanted to dabble in, which I guess is that sort of trade-off here. No Ram is to be expected. I think if you're on Chalet, if you're on, you know, some of the sites across, maybe Bank, some of the sites across maybe Club, we'll get some good Ram action, but
it's not really a great map for Ram.
No.
It's a bit of a lack of flooring that you can destroy, really, and basically a lack of amount of floors as well they can use it for. I don't think we'll see it much.
Yeah, I think the top 2 maps you'll generally see it in are site-specific. One of them is sort of chalet sites. One of them is cafe. But Miracle finds Noah. Miracle gets the early take there, and well, rebuild the window. Why not? You've hopped out. You've taken care of the Dockerby. It's a great gun. Strong utility gun. Or you can even start to make calls.
Now back to Fenrir, because we're playing on the top floor side, of course, karaoke, and we usually describe this map as being divided, especially in the top floor. There's a giant white wall basically cutting the house area and the T area in middle, and that means there's going to be 2 choke points that they usually will have to go through as attackers, and putting up the Fenrir devices out there is definitely going to be making it more difficult for attackers to push through. You saw it at this specific door in that last round. So much utility used, and still they weren't able to move in, and when they finally did, they got feared and instantly taken down. So this one especially is going to be very powerful if you are unable to take down the Fenrir device.
Very long angle there being played as a sort of response to anyone that tries to get close. We saw that actually is a bit of a round-winning angle played by Blur on GT before. It just stops them on the approach across drum. Falls in the meantime. He's sort of dipping and diving either side, expecting where ITV might be expecting a fight on. Ruby's offering some shoulder of support so they can't just scream their way in, but here the break onto the wall, the destruction going a bit low. Falls cannot stick around too deep now, and that means that some of that swing has been pulled away from them.
I'll have to move out slightly indeed. cannot stick around because the pressure will be too big. But he might be trying to go for a bit of a revisit later on, or at least try and make sure and give a Phantom idea of being pressured inside a Geisha. Make sure that the attack is not really going to be able to move. That caught me off there, the two different outlines going through. I thought he was sneaking up on him, but it was an attacker as well at that point. And Kanto now trying to move in, is going to be seeing the player out there on the double door and able to connect.
So that's a player inside of Fenrir mine. There's Groovy and Kanto getting one each across opposing sides and halves. They lose that lead on, and you can see the mine has been removed since that position, whether the player got killed in it or not. The C4 doesn't get the full kill onto Yonka, who's actually able to win out the fight against Savage in the mean second. But look, they're trying to batter their way through onto the site because there's only 5 seconds left. The plant is going down. They've missed the player going for it on the swing.
Oh no!
I mean,
that was very visible. Just not looking in that direction. I think the head was sticking out clearly out there.
That might have been a round win if he'd been able to get that kill.
Probably would have been, because the round would have counted out of time. It was only like 3, maybe 2 seconds left on the clock at that point. You had the opportunity to dig yourself in a little bit more. That's a very rough round loss there, but ITV able to just carry it across the finish line.
And we're sounding a little bit confused because obviously the outline thing, you know, you run it through your mind and you're thinking of who actually was on what team, but, you know, the lineup there, the position, if they'd have hit that impact, you expect, and as the motion expected, he believed that they were planting behind the actual karaoke machine around on the little half wall.
Yeah.
Which is why they were making the motion, and you've started that, you're locked in, things are falling apart, and there's only a couple of seconds left, but oh, that's gonna be a tough one. When that adrenaline winds down and you're like, wait a second.
That could have been a bit of tunnel vision, right? Like, you expect him to be there, so you're going to be focusing on the middle of your screen, on that crosshair. Whatever is in the peripheral view, you're not just going to be noticing it as clearly as you would under less intense situations. But it is the difference between a round win and loss, and ITB now taking that lead on the attack, first round on the board right away. That's great for them. Something they need. Not really had the opportunity too much. So let's see if they can build on this. Glass being on the board. Yonka ready with the exothermic to open up. They have some pings for players downstairs. And suddenly the pre-fire coming through. A Miracle knows he's been spotted and tries to rotate out, as they're having a missed opportunity for a free opening kill there.
I'm curious to see when the sends will get dropped. Obviously, you're rolling that light wall alongside the idea of the glass. This is very much a pocket play, and with Yonka not too far away with the kit, I'm wondering if they're just going to try something a little bit sneaky, snatch and grab. You will have the hurdles. Miracle is there, not too far away. You've got the mirror with a bit of a long watch and the chance to see fours. Noah's keeping themselves a bit stretched and spread out. You assume that drum player and the one away in kitchen, people operating against them as it hops in, takes the G mine and hops back out. That might make that kitchen, that player on the swing, a little bit more cautious of taking it, focus elsewhere, because there's also only a minute 30 left in the round. It gets picked back up. The light wall starts its roll all the way across. They looked like they wanted to throw one more for a second, but nothing comes through. Falls is watching and waiting, kind of hoping somebody moved in behind it. Yonka goes for the rotate onto the soft. Remember, they've got the kit, and they're the only one over there currently, so if Falls gets something cheeky here, it's over. Savage, in the meantime, gets Noah. There's the Glaz looking for anyone else that might be, but Kanto pops up and falls right back down before being dropped themselves. They're trying to get the coverage inside the smoke itself. They can get that player back up. But now they lose Kanto. Now they lose that man advantage. And now, how do you try and drive yourself behind it? Do you double down on the back of it? You've still got the Glaz. You've still got some chance at the smoke, but you lose where Sense was onto the opposite side of the site. It becomes an entirely one-sided push.
Kanto actually got dropped by the goo mine out there. Savage is looking to go for a bit of an aggressive swing around, but gets picked up himself. Instead, wrong timing. Miracle almost loses his life as well as it goes for the repeat. Actually gets the kill with the shotgun. A 2-on-2, and he gets another one on the staircase out there. Yonka now alone in a 1v2. Now he knows where one of them is. With that shotgun, it's going to be very difficult for him to engage that on close range, so he needs to get himself some distance, but he gets shot from the back, and Gruby will find a kill and the round for Secret, pushing us to equal numbers here.
So, if you're unaware, shotguns. They've gone through a little bit of a change up. It was a big change-up. And then I think that the second patch, so when patch day came around, and there was super strong shotguns that people found in the TTS, and it was all of them, and they had headshot multipliers, the range was specific. Yeah, they were broken. And then a lot of them then got pulled back down. But I mean, that was just clean as anything. The first take, the first kill, the confidence to lean into that fight before this patch. It would have been an SMG for the first fight, which would have made swinging on the secondary shotgun the second one. You can take a fight with the distance with that shotgun now, which is a bit spooky.
I believe in the patch, when they discussed it, they said, we're going to make other shotguns feel like the SAS shotgun. Because that's the one who often gets used, of course, due to the prevalence of mute and smoke being out there. But all the shotguns just being buffed. I'm kind of afraid, considering that every shotgun is being treated as the SAS shotgun right now to some extent. Because back then we said if you trust enough, you'll get every kill you want with that shotgun, no matter the range.
Now you don't need to trust. Now you know, and it was across every shotgun. We saw that. Oh, look at this fight. Oh, that was Kanto picking it up. Good spot there. Red like is our observed. Great catch there, and again, although they were outlined, they were opponents. Now with that early foot in with the goo mines off the board early and the gun of Savage, it's a little bit of a blow because, as we said, Legion's had a bit of a buff. He's had a bit of a power up. Not if he's dead.
No, it kind of defeats the whole point of Legion, you know, having quicker recharge times on the goo mines, not recharging them if you're dead. Or at least you cannot deploy them if you're dead. So you kind of want to make sure you get the most out of that gadget, and taking an entry fight like that, well, that might not really work out fully. Either way. This is the entry there for ITB. It's Groovy now trying to rotate around a little bit, trying to see if he can get something sneaky done for a bit of a flank. But I believe he might be watched here, and actually with that drone coming up as well, should be spotted out. They have it, a shoulder being seen, and now they know Groovy's out and about somewhere up on that top floor in the house area.
They can isolate themselves a fight here if they can remove one more player and put themselves into, you know, a 5 versus 3 in best case. But either way, the 4 versus 3 with one more gone, it could be quite huge. Miracle wants to lean into this fight and be like a surprise factor on a window that they think is already checked. Double down and clear, but Kendra isn't quite going to fall for that this early. Instead, they actually rotate towards the other window. They're tucked a bit safe, but as the timer keeps on ticking, we've seen late rounds almost be pulled back by the defense. You don't want to find yourself in that situation once again, ITV, because to be honest, a little bit lucky that first round.
For sure, but they've been looking quite a lot more competitive than they have in stage 1.
Oh.
Just getting a beautiful shot there for Kanto, finding themselves with yet another person in their advantage, and now looking to find themselves from a bit of a vertical position from down below. There's not much they can do there with the current operators. They need to go for a push, and Miracle will get Kendrew.
Yeah, Miracle gets the take there onto Kendrew, swings around, is about to have another gift potentially on this rappel. Heard the audio, just misses the motion. No, Kanto! Removed and deleted there by Miracle, who had the first swing, has done huge bits to pull them back into this fight. Gets set on fire himself a little bit there, and in the heat of it has to move away, pick up and rotate elsewhere underneath. All 3 players here onto the single back black stairs as they're trying to scream through. Groovy gets one, can't find the second. They're on the soft wall of gold, a 1 versus 1 with only 5 seconds left. They do not have the diffuser. They hope that they can find the fight. There it is. Picked up, going for the plant and the hold. It'll just take Miracle to pop around this corner and pop the player's head off.
Plenty of time there for Miracle to get themselves in the right position. Knew that the plant was going through, so there's only a couple of spots he can be in at that point. Perfectly played out there in the end by Secret. ITB started off that round pretty great, you have to say. They did it really well, and then it kind of just fell apart there as they started approaching towards the site. So good defense being tossed up by Secret. Now headed towards Barbecue and Kitchen. And ITB, again, well, they're only 2 rounds away from picking up a point and basically equaling their score to that extent for stage 1. But they have been looking better than they were in stage 1. They're actually working together. They are a united front to some extent. And they're having these entry kills, which is something we discussed before as well, that they kind of struggled with that whole factor. Kento's doing a great job at that.
Still this brawl back and forth, 5-4, and ITB, you know, they sort of pulled it back from obviously 2-0 at the very beginning of the game, but then, as I said, that sort of final round, and it could have, based on one little missed moment, be 6-3 right now, if that little fight onto the plant, on towards the karaoke side, had been stopped when it was. But it's not, and ITB still have that little lifeline that they can cling onto here. Secret, pretty sharp on their attacks, and you know, they sort of come over to the defense with a little bit of a shaky moments, but they're happy to lean into the gunfights. They're happy to lean into some of these approaches and see and test what was really worked and tested upon.
What are they gonna do? EMP coming out soon, at least. Want to be opening up that geisha wall just to put that pressure down right away, but as you can see, it's a Cade, and that means that that clock could be quite literally anywhere up on that wall. The target and the range of the EMP is not as big as you might hope, so you need to be very certain of where it is, and that first one failed, so the second one goes higher, but also fails, and that means that that wall will stay shut.
Yeah, they threw the first one with the anticipation it was maybe a charge at the bottom. It wasn't. Then the second one, I mean, from that angle, from that distance, obviously their impact, but as you can see, as gestured, it is up there high in the top corner, which is not as easy to get your impact EMP on, and you have to suddenly fall your way back. There's more than one way to get that wall open. None of them are quick. That's always the thing about Skyscraper, is to get to, you know, from A to B, it's very different to other maps. There's a lot of little shoebox rooms. You have to cut and clear your way through this. Watching from above, Kendrew does get the first kill, falls. As the flashes come through, they're already pushing right onto site, but with that blow, watch from above, I believe they're able to cut off the approach. And it doesn't matter how close you get with the diffuser, you can't quite make it through, and you know you're being watched. The route back through is a tricky one. Kendrew is going to try and see if he can slip his way once again via Sushi Bar towards maybe the close plant corner. You have Noah watching a bit, but they're so unsure.
If Kanto is out there on the cover, so he's going to be able to provide at least something if the plan does go down, but you're just so uncertain of whoever is out on the top, and as you lose Kanto as well, Kendra is going for the plant. 45 seconds soon to be on the clock in a 3v3 post-plant situation out here. This is a very important round for ITB. They need to win this, as Gribber just jumps down from the top, gets a kill, brings it back to a 2-on-2.
Huge from the top rope there from Groovy. The 2 versus 1. Noah's trying to hold on as best as they can. They're caught out on the back though. Miracle slams into them. They're trying to find the diffuser. Where is it? There it is. Tucked in one of those little easy corners. It's not the most out there place, and it means Secret can pick it up, and they push themselves onto map point. They are only 1 round away from securing themselves 3 points.
A point is gained, but 2 more still to be taken. And that goes for both these teams. 2 points to play for over these next couple of rounds. Team Secret, they did that well. The retake was on point. And as I mentioned during the previous cast of Skyscraper as well, Emmy, the top floor is oh so important for that side. If you want to attack Barbecue, you need to make sure you have that top floor under control, because the verticality is going to be the bane of your existence. Not quite for the actual plant here. Did drop the diffuser initially, the plant still able to go down, but the retake just very difficult to hold in that situation, as we just saw. Secret with that find themselves with a point now, but it could have already been 3.
It could have, and that's that awareness, that's that sort of drive through that they need to, I guess, hold on to, that they've done it before, they've been able to find themselves in these situations before and get it cemented by the end of it. But it's tricky. You're on your attacks on Skyscraper. It's not easy for anyone. You used your timeout many moons and rounds ago.
Yeah, and then that basically leaves you in the spot where you have to perform. There's no more second chances for ITB. Yes, on average, they've already got way more rounds than they did in previous matches in stage 1. But you want more. You want those points. You need to convert it for a major position in the end. And SI as well, because that's of course what it all comes down to in the end of the year. 6 Invitational is what it's for.
Oh, and I mean, it's the dream of everyone, is to get those points. There's not many opportunities to get those points as well. And from here on, we'll see if they can just push themselves one step closer towards it. It's now droning out, looking in, trying to find the route through. Quite get it locked down with the clash. They are holding out hope at this point to try and just get one of those lucky breaks and push them on.
Doors being opened up, drones being put in position. Not a stress right now in ITB. They want to start this one off strong. It's showtime for them. They need to show what they got. Kento, oh, is that a missed drone? He hears something and he's checking for it, finds it eventually. So Savage has been seen. It's going to be one Joker out of the board as Kento takes him down as well. Fully blinded by the fear factor as well.
I mean, the fear factor, as I said, we haven't really seen it as the biggest impactor. That's maybe the first kill I think we've sort of got the taste through of it, but even then it's gone against them in that situation. It is a sort of slow, it's a stop, but it's something that is often quickly dealt with because usually a team is cautious on a door that it's put towards and they can get themselves just a second bit of cover. It will stay active if there are activated ones out there at that point. Miracle takes a lot of damage, I'm going to assume, from one of the grenades in the pockets that's no longer in the pockets of Azza. Yep. As they're trying to find this fight, they're just holding on towards the VIP stairs. They're, again, hoping to get that bit of width on a player. ITB, they have the first step in, but you look at the timer, you look at the fact that they still got to try and get themselves and get this kit down. There's only pocketfuls of seconds left to smash the breakthrough. Caught instantly out by Miracle, pops down and takes the reins with the SMG, but gets dropped in response. Groovy gets one more. Groovy gets one more. There's a clash still on the board. It's a 4 versus 1. Yonka is all that is left at this point, but not for very long. Secret. And he takes some joy of this. The first game, 3 points that are fully theirs.
And as we said, you gotta be paying attention to that Brazilian factor they have. They were here to instantly take that victory. The attack managed to find some success there. 3 rounds. And with that, they find that victory. They find the 3 points and a great start in their groups.
The Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive.
Trying to get ahead of it. Spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. The free go for VP.
Everything falls to Sploit down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter.
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
Finesse can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2.
It looks like there's one last standing. It's Volts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
Breach were able to win some rounds, but it wasn't enough to defeat Secret today, who do take the 3 points and now set themselves at the top of the group because there haven't been any other matches in this group so far. But it started out as a pretty close game. And now looking at the new organization, Into the Breach, how did they start the game?
They started out looking basically as agile as a dead body. They were just sitting still in corners. Not that it was corners, but they had these areas basically designated to themselves, and then they were going to set up crossfires to play off each other. But there was no feeling out of their opponent. They just kept staying in these areas until it was too late, and they were dead by their own misplaying. So it looked really, really rough. And then Counter comes in with the ace, which turns things around. But the defense side, I mean, they should technically maybe have been on a 4-2 deficit, or maybe a 5-1 even on Skyscraper defense. That's not good.
Yeah, I think, you know, that's the big thing that we pulled out from that game, was just how static ITB were playing in terms of their defenses. I thought Secret attacked Skyscraper pretty magnificently, like you say, probably strategically 4-2 up. But, you know, 3-3 half, then went on to do their defenses and, you know, get the job done. And I do want to give a shout out to Miracle, because he came up with some big rounds. He had quite a quiet start. Both of the Brazilian players actually had a quiet start for Secret. I know Falls actually had a pretty bad game overall, but Miracle really stepped it up. You know, first EUL game, 15-4. You can't really ask for a much better debut from him, really.
Especially when you're a support player, right? Like, you come from the backline and you drop those numbers. That's very impressive.
And that's the one thing that, you know, we didn't know. I think going into this game, our big thing was we don't know how Secret are going to play. We don't know how ITB are going to play, because they both made material changes to their team. Our suspicions were confirmed that both Brazilians kind of slotted into that flex support line, and just allowed Savage and Upo and Grubby to go off and be the front line for Secret. It looks like they've got a very nice balance to that team now.
It looked like a much more complete unit than what we've ever seen Team Secret be. And it's nice to see that they have taken that step. But is that up to Secret how well they played, or is it because ITB's played poorly? I think we will have to judge Secret after the next game.
Indeed. But, I mean, we were looking at the new players that did what they were doing, and Miracle definitely did well with that, but also for the existing players on the team. Kento finally did what you were asking him for.
Yeah, Kanto did what I was asking him for, but at the same time, nobody else really showed up for the day. I mean, brutally honest, like, no one needs to step up massively, because we saw another heartbreaking performance from him, and, like, we're looking at, he maybe has 1 or 2, 3 games left of his career at this point if he doesn't step up. Because, no, I'm brutally honest, because how many chances will you have in EUL when you completely mess up stage 1 and then you come into stage 2? If he keeps this up, I'm telling him just honestly, he needs to step up if he wants to continue playing, because teams don't give him a chance if he performs this poorly and then keeps on doing so. He needs to step up.
Indeed, but Kento getting 14 kills, so that's probably a stat line that you have prepared for this
15,
as well?
Yeah, I'm going to go a little bit nicer than Fabian. I think Kanto is probably safe. 18 kills he got in all of stage 1. He got 15 today, so he absolutely stepped up. That's the Kanto that we know and love. I think the one thing for Kanto, and we saw it through his time with Rogue/Koi, was the consistency. You know, in Berlin when he was on fire, then he dropped off stage 3, had an OKSI, dropped off stage 1. So for Kanto, we're looking at him maintaining that consistency. We know he's got the quality. It was a massive ace today. He's played very well. He does need that team, and, you know, like you say, Noah to step up around him as well, if ITB are going to have any success.
In their defense, they did look better than they did before, but wasn't that big of a difference as I expected them to be.
Secret winning 3 rounds on attack, though, on a map like Skyscraper. That's pretty good to start out your first half.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like I say, I think Secret looks much more complete. Skyscraper is a map that they are very comfortable on. It was very clear that their game plan was, we'll go to Sky. We know we might not be leading going into the half. They got a 3-3. Excellent. Maybe even should have been a 4-2. Could have even been a 5-1, but they got a 3-3. And it always felt from the point that they got the 3-3 that they were just going to see it out with their defenses and how well they could operate on the defense of Skyscraper. They've always been a very good team on that front, and I think we saw that today.
Yeah, I mean, they should have actually won all their defenses, but it was the impact. I can't remember who it was. Missed the player.
I think
it was right in front of him. That stuff happens in the heat of the moment. Their attacks were really good. The thing with their attacks is they did very few mistakes and they didn't overextend. If we compare it to the previous game where we watched M&M, they got into their advantages, overextended, and threw their advantages. Secret, they didn't do that today. They just kept rolling, taking step by step, and kept just beating down their opponents.
I think that will give them a lot of confidence as well, because, you know, Secret have been the team, and for the longest time, even when I was operating in, inside of a U League, Secret for the longest time were the bottom or the second bottom team. And that continued basically until stage 1 this year. So for them to come out and put in a pretty dominant display, like you say, 1 round lost because somebody saw an impact and didn't see a planter. 1 round lost because somebody's had a life round and got an ace. Realistically, they've managed this game super well, and it'll give them a lot of confidence going into the remaining 3 games.
We can see how well their confidence is lining up so far, because we do have an interview ready for you with Savage from the side of Secret. How confident are you feeling, Savage?
Hello. It's always good to be back. Missing a lot of the competition, but it's good. It started again, and we started off well, which I'm proud. Played well today.
Good to hear. How are things with the new guys on the team? Are you having fun? Is it feeling good right now?
Yeah, they are really, Brazilian people are really close people, I guess, really people that you can always get along really well. And obviously me and Teresa are living with them, and it's a new experience for everyone. Well, not everyone, me especially, but yeah, definitely getting along really well, and really good personalities, and even better in the game. So just really easy to get along with.
Sounds good. Well, you mentioned that you're living together. Does that feel like it adds another level of teamwork together?
Yeah, definitely. You get to know people personally, and just makes everything else easier once you know people and you know how they react and how they work and what they like, what they don't like. Stuff in game becomes a lot easier to deal with.
All right, you started today with 3 rounds on attack on a map like Skyscraper. That must be feeling really good.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. It's a defense style map, so whatever we were going to take from attacks, I was like, okay, that works. But getting 3 attacks, was definitely really good for us. Could have finished up a few more attacks, I think, but at the end of the day, it's the game.
All right, we discussed a bit of expectations for Secret in the pre-show. What are your own expectations for Secret? Do you think a major is possible, or are there steps in between that you need to reach first?
No, we are definitely aiming for the major, and I think people still see us as a bottom 2 team, from EU, but we qualified to the Invitational, winning against good teams. We finished top 5 last season, so if people still see us as underdogs, we'll take that. It's always good to be underdogs, no pressure on you. But in our heads, we are not underdogs anymore. We're going to qualify for the major, and we're just here to play.
Okay, this sounds confident for sure. Is there anything you want to say to the fans to close it off?
Thanks a lot for the support, for the few ones that we have. Hopefully, we'll give you some good results this season, so you can be happy. And also, thanks for buying the skin, and keep buying the skin.
All right, very nice. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you have a great rest of your evening, and we hope to see you tomorrow again.
Thank you. See you.
See you. Confidence really is at an all-time high, it feels like.
Did he just say that they're going to go to the major?
Yeah, you said that.
Okay, Savage, I'm holding you to that. Because, he might say people and the community are thinking Secret are a bottom 2 team. Because we've sat here and said, hey, Secret could be doing very well in this group. He said they're going to the major. We're going to hold him to that.
I mean, every team says they're going to go to the major. That's just how it works. You have to have the confidence to at least pretend that you're going to go. With Secret, I couldn't tell you just yet. I think I need 1 or 2 more play days to judge them. But as it looked today, they looked like a very solid team. The basics were there. They played like a team. They played together. And that's what you expect to begin with. And then we had some standout players as well that we just showed up today. And then after that, I think we can just judge them after a few more games. But they looked really good today, and they should be happy with their performance.
They definitely should. I mean, we're halfway through our first day back with Blast R6 Europe League Stage 2. So we do have a little break coming up. But after that, we do have a G2 versus BDS. A really, really exciting matchup. So don't go anywhere.
Not for very long, Secret. And he takes some joy of this.
We always shout at the enemy team or try and make people feel awkward or uncomfortable and all that. It's pretty evil when you think about it.
If the crowd is in our side, we have like more advantage to win the game, you know. It's like it's more energy for us.
You can feel the crowd. There's rumbling below, like an earthquake.
It's about not staying on that track that got us the win, but it's about creating a new one.
Right now we are the best, so it's about, you know, become 1% better every day.
Don't we rightfully have an ego? You're coming into the most achieved team that this game has ever seen. Now you are that roster, you're the people that they entrusted to take that even further. Yeah, you should have an ego.
It feels good to be classed as the best team in the world, you know, but at the same time it adds a lot of pressure on your shoulders because you don't want to be the best team in the world only for like a couple of months, you know. You want to be the best team in the world, period.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of. We have like no doubts that we can win again. We just have to prove to everyone else.
I mean, my biggest moment was to win 6 Invitational.
And how did that feel?
Actually, I felt nothing.
I am confident. Like, I am really confident in our ability because I know how good we can play. You know, we just won the World Championship. Like, I know we can do it.
You have to sacrifice everything if you want to be the best.
Not only do the teams look up to us, but they look at us and they want to beat us.
Of course, I think G2 is the best team in the world. Like, we just won the World Championship. Why wouldn't we be?
They know that we have 5 insanely talented players, and I don't think many other teams can say that for themselves, that all 5 players on their team are, you know, insanely good.
If we show up, nobody will beat us. Nobody.
I'm always like confident that we can win it all, otherwise I would not be here.
Everyone's going to be looking towards us and studying how we play the game.
When other teams look at us like that, we look back at them and we're like, yes, we'll be there to defend it.
All the other teams that are at this event have copied our play style. They're just so clueless, and that makes me laugh.
I'm very confident. I think the team right now is very confident.
There's a reason for that, and it's not just, you know, us being crazy egomaniacs.
I think people should fear us, definitely.
It's the biggest team, it's the biggest org, it's the best team, you have the best players. And now it's up to us to defend that and see what we can do about it to prove everyone that we're right. Welcome back to BR6 Europe League Stage 2, match number 3 of the day. We do have BDS, who recently won Gamers 8, going up against G2, who got eliminated at the first day of said tournament. So we're looking at BDS first, who, like I said, won Gamers 8, which they did last year. And when they did that, they then won the major right after. Do you feel like they have the same momentum to be able to repeat that cycle? I mean, it's a circle with BDS, right? They're either super strong or they're super weak, and we don't know which one we get until we get it. Right now, and looking at them from practice results that I had with G2 and how they were playing, BDS was probably the strongest team in Europe, and I would go on a limb and say that they were the best team in Europe during the entire time last year, like the entire year. Even if they didn't qualify for Copenhagen, they were incredibly strong in practice, like they were demolishing teams. So it's very hard to say. Maybe they're at the top of that circle right now and they're on a fall off, or they might extend it and have it a little bit longer. Very hard to say, but just an incredible team overall.
Yeah, I think they've got a very, they've got a very tight-knit team. I think that's the one thing that you know from BDS is they consider themselves like brothers to each other, changing rosters and that type of stuff. It doesn't really happen often, and what you can do is you can build a core team around that has a lot of trust in each other. If you look at this team from the outset, they've got kind of one support player, 2 kind of flex supports, a lurker and a fragger. But Shaiko and Leakfak are that good, and the team is built, and that system is built around them, that it works so well. And when those guys are fragging, like they did at Gamers 8, it didn't go well in stage 1, but like they did at Gamers 8, they are genuinely terrifying. No team wants to face up against BDS. I think the map pool changes will have helped them. They were one of the best Consulate teams back in the day. BDS hated Villa as well. So I think overall, they've got even stronger. And I know we're talking about a team that didn't even make Copenhagen, but I am genuinely feeling that this is the start of that hype of the cycle, like you say. They've won Gamers 8. Do we start wondering, do they win Atlanta? Do they go to SI? And then they'll break our hearts at SI all over again.
don't worry, I'm going back to a team and winning SI again. So,
But yeah, you said stage 1, and we shouldn't beat around the bush here. They didn't manage to qualify for Copenhagen. They didn't show up in that stage 1. What do they need to do differently to make sure that they do secure that top 3 spot in these 4 playdays that they have?
I mean, if you look at they had this documentary about BDS actually from Invitationals, and when I watched that, it looked like a very disjointed team at the point. As Jack said, they don't do changes lightly, because why should they? Honestly, they have some of the best players in the world. There's no reason for them to change around. But sometimes you will have these little things that people don't always get along. And I think they had a little bit of that during SI. They had that then extended a little bit over stage 1. And then after that, they seem to have fixed that thing up again. So it's very hard to say where they're at. I think that they're on an upwards trajectory. They're going to really do well this stage, I believe, and they're just going to keep on crushing it.
And when we spoke to them at Games 8, they basically said the same thing. They said stage 1 was a big hangover from 6 Invitational, and they felt that some of their luck at 6 Invitational just went horribly. They reworked a few things, they fought through the processes, they got over some hurdles, and now they're the BDS that they know that they can be with that very high ceiling.
SI, I mean, the world champions last year, G2, they had a great stage 1 and then made it to the top 8 in Copenhagen. Then Gamers 8, the off-season tournament, didn't go as per expected. Do you think they've had time to recover from that?
I think recovery is possibly necessary. We've seen drastic changes coming out of G2. You know, going away from Blur, going into Gemini, out of Gemini, straight away. He got, 2 best of 3s at one tournament? That was it. I think the expectations, we actually saw it in the lead up to the video for the intro whilst we was on the break there. G2 are the biggest org with the best team, with the best players, with the biggest personality. Copenhagen, for me, I know people would be happy with quarterfinals in Copenhagen at a major. G2 shouldn't have been. G2 will not have been happy with going out first day at Gamers 8 either.
I'd have first-hand experience on both of those. There was not much happiness going on in that team at that point, because G2 is the team that expects to win every single tournament that they're part of. Copenhagen, no different. Gamers 8, no different. But the issues that happened, and luckily for you guys, I have the inside scoop. Who would have thought? No, but they struggled a lot with mentality. They focused on the wrong things. I'm going to say we because I was part of it. We focused on the wrong things. We didn't prepare as well, which we should have. I think a lot of them, just mentals were not correct for either Copenhagen or for Gamers 8. And it came back to hit them in the ass. And now they're waking up and they have to realize that something is wrong. I hope that they have done it. I mean, it's my team. I hope they've done it. It's up to them to show us.
And what map will they show it to us on today? We do have our map veto ready to be showing. And what kind of expectations do you have for the map veto? I mean, we'll show it right now. It is going to Oregon, but is that as per expected?
I mean, not really. I was expecting maybe a Skyscraper or a Bank on these 2 teams. Obviously, we didn't really know between the 2 teams how they were going to integrate the new maps into the system. We're seeing G2 get rid of Nighthaven and Consulate, whereas BDS managed to, keep them in. However, BDS for me, banning away Bank and Skyscraper, 2 maps that they love, that G2 are strong at, was a surprise to take us to Oregon, where recently BDS have been weak but will still play, and G2 do like it.
I'm surprised about BDS, the first 2 bans. Chilean and Border is not something that G2 have been very confident on, and it doesn't make any sense to get rid of them. Oregon was the best map for G2 when I was there. G2 have been a little bit lucky maybe here.
I want an inside scoop from you right now, Fabian. So G2 are bringing on a player that was an IGL on their previous roster. How will they make sure they don't get lost in the sauce with too many voices in the team?
I think that they need to structure up which area of the round that Uno is allowed to call, because Carl is going to stay, Alemão is going to stay as the main in-game leader. That's just how it is. That's how the team is run. But it needs to figure out when Uno can call. And this is what I expect and what I know is that this is going to be towards the end of the round for the plant setups, that they need a voice of guiding how we set up what we're doing at the end, where do we plant, what are the positions we need for it to happen, and then execute on said part.
And that's the concern for me, is because throughout 2022, we heard G2 saying when they had Prana, when they had Citizen, when they had Alemão, all in that team, there was too many voices going on, especially with Doki over-communicating. That's one of the reasons they picked up Blur, was we need a support player who doesn't speak. So if they're going from one single IGL vision that won them 6 Invitational, adding in a second, how will they manage that? Will they get lost in the sauce? It's a big question mark in my mind.
So if they can structure up, and it is Game 3. It is BDS versus G2. It is Oregon, and it is Hap and Fluke.
Yes, it is. It's us.
You cannot get rid of us.
You can't get rid of us. We're all around you. Where are we? Not in front of you. We're behind you.
In your walls.
We're in your walls.
Or right behind a window.
We're the ghost of Siegemas past. As I said, drifting around hauntingly with the free cam and these wonderful shots of Oregon. We find ourselves here, no longer tripling down onto Skyscraper for what is a classic match and map up between two long-standing teams. Mixed successes this year, I think it's fair to call. On the high, 6 Invitational 2023 winners.
Yeah.
On the low, can get through the qualifiers of Rainbow Rumble versus Heroic.
It's funny how that goes, right? Like,
yeah, there's the swings and the misses. BDS, similar story. On the highs, they've obviously recently, Games Without Borders. They had a decent performance at SI. They won a major not too long ago. On the lows, didn't get to Copenhagen. Didn't qualify for that major. Ups and downs.
So both these teams are going to be looking to start it off strong, and that's kind of the point. Like, it's the I think we could call it the El Clasico now of Europe, between BDS and G2.
You say now. I think we've been using that for a while.
Yes. Even though G2, of course, have gone through plenty of iterations of the team, whereas BDS has stayed 80% the same throughout the matchup history between these two. By the way, Oregon, very, very basic map. For a while, we called it BDS's best map. I mean, there's a spot called Chico. It tells you enough. However, over the last couple of stages and tournaments, their Oregon hasn't been as strong as it has been. And that's where there might be an opportunity for G2 here to find themselves in a good spot to bring this to a very, very close fight between them and BDS.
Oh, 100%. And that's that sort of deciding factor, isn't it? Is that at one point the map can be great for you, at some points it becomes a bit problematic. Look at this sweeping free cam.
This is like so much accuracy that goes into this. Just
Medic Scorsese, I think we've got back on. The Italian Stallion was the previous observer. I'm not sure if they're still here. They're taking a break. He's Medic Scorsese.
The Croatian sensation, yes.
Now, one of the things to sort of note as well is the limitation on SI points. You have less events, less chance, and less opportunity to get those very precious points and get yourself on the board with the potential, position there. BDS, a joint 47th on the list of teams. They only pulled 75 based on how the LCQs went for them. There was nothing that came before that. G2 much higher, sitting 7th because they had a performance at Copenhagen, because they got some in the leagues for finishing high. It's so important for BDS to get off to a good start. It's so important for BDS to get themselves to Atlanta, because otherwise they're not going to be at SI.
Well, that's the thing, right? We said it before, like, if you throw your first stage away, it's going to be truly difficult to get back into it, because there's no more 3 stages, no more 3 majors to get those points. It's only coming down to 2 stages, 2 majors now. If you throw away your stage, you're not at the major either. It's just how it's most likely going to go. So 47th is not very high up the list, as there's only 20 teams that get invited in the end. Lem's taking the first bit of contact there. Actually hits Virtue with the Gaunt 6.
Ow.
Not quite sure if that blocked whatever he was trying to go for at that point.
It's like get down, Mr. President.
Yeah, sort of, but then on a piece of utility.
Yeah, for bulletproof. All right, the Valcam's getting maybe a bit of a
still
read
up there,
on some
yeah.
emotion that comes through. Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate timing for LM. Saves the bulletproof. EFAC's been able to get himself tucked around close in the corner with the Nook, and he's ready to put some pressure. They found the open hatch. They want to try and find their eyes inside the G2 site earlier rather than later. There's the external Fenrir. Stops the route, and there's the Valcam.
Such a good one.
Stops that approach. There's the eyes on it, and there's a grenade. There's no real stopping that. Oh, the pop up around the back, though. Hello, Alamau. The sneaky player, the Valkyrie, revealed at the end like the problem for the twist. Pre-fires the angle. EFAC and Shaiko win out fights apiece. Alamau's able to get LMs. They have the kit above the hatch. There's loads of time here. They want to see if they can maybe cement this single kill onto the site itself before they try and push elsewhere. It's Virtue tucked further and further back inside the corner, has a bit of safety to work with, but the longer he goes untested, I mean, look at the health of Shaiko and EFAC. It does not take much from either of these two guns. Now Virtue joins them. Alamau is the only one with any health beyond 5. Who's going to get this first scrape? Virtue. Great take. A lot of pressure now onto Shaiko. He's got to have the drop. The C4's over the top. Doesn't have the bite. Shaiko's got the kit, but he's got 20 seconds. Well played and rotated off here by Alamau. He's been able to waste all the time. That bulletproof that was saved by Virtue is giving all the read on what's happening ahead here. Smashes and shoots it out. It's going to try and hold down for the plant. Baits the first fight. Doesn't come his way. They've ring around Rosie the other way around. They're still holding on to Laundry. They don't need to get it. Alamau with the title of G2 takes the first round.
Have to say, we're on free cam there. We just see the tracers coming up from behind and 2 bodies drop. That was a very cinematic moment. Cover 3 right there. One of the first I'm sure we've got that way. Great flank coming through. Great use of the Valkyrie cam. And G2 winning that round. Well, not convincingly, because it did get quite close in the end. But that diffuser being dropped in Elma, having that control, forcing the rotations to come through, definitely helped them out there. So first defensive round goes to G2. As they go up to the top floor now. The bedrooms.
I mean, all right. Bit of a false start there. BDS, one sort of play, one player had that entirely in their hand. And that's just from missing a Valkyrie cam. If that cam had obviously been caught and gone, there's no way Alamau swinging anywhere near that level of confidence. But the timing was there. It was pinch perfect. He knew he expected the 2 fights. And then catching the third follow-up as well against the Dockerby, who just swung to one angle, but they'd already popped up and moved to the other side of stage. It is one of those rough rounds that you just have to sort of ride out and go, okay, we still had good motions. We still had a good power position, and they still had the opening 2 kills into their favor, which G2 will be well aware of.
Shows you the importance of repositioning as well, Alamau there, not sticking in the same spot, just hopping onto a different little part of the room and then just changing rooms entirely, making sure that they are kept guessing on whether or not you are still in that position or not. BDS with the drone game is going to be trying to clear the map as soon and as effectively as possible by making sure they have to cover the least amount of ground with their faces as possible. And as the drones roll through, very much aware of a lot of the clear area around the security room, which is where Virtue is located, so that might be the very first gunfight we're headed into soon.
Yeah, obviously Virtue has the choice to drop down the hatch if they want to get out of there. They're there to maybe bait some attention, some utility, and you know, you can see teams that are on the sort of aggress, roll a player underneath that hatch to be ready to catch them. It makes things riskier, but look, there's, you know, 2 drones that are taken out. They have the hot ping, the grenades are going to bounce almost perfectly onto Virtue. He's going to stay standing and get out of there. They obviously don't know how close they were to getting the kill there, but the pressure is certainly being felt. Another grenade somehow gets the drop onto a Lems. Oh, that's a bit tragic for the Frenchman there.
That must be very tragic. You open up for the skeleton key, you don't see anything, you expect it to be clear, and then suddenly someone drops up. Gets that kill. Now, some spots coming through. Likafak already very close up towards the door. And Shiro going for that plant. A C4 just flew over. Didn't quite get the kill, so another attempt will be made. Benja looking to see if he can get the back of him, but that won't quite succeed. And it's only up to Rinshiro now, and a flawless round for G2 to lock off that round here up on the top floor.
I mean, there it is. That final bit of aggression. They had, once again, that cheeky opening kill. A sort of missed moment punished against BDS there. It's the second round in a row for G2. They felt themselves a little bit. You could see they had that confidence to rotate, to swing in for those later engagements. And from that point onwards, I mean, BDS still tried to make the sun shine when they had a little bit of hay. They had the holes on the back. They moved away from the C4 itself. They were able to get to the top of White Stairs. They weren't scared about still trying to push for the attack, but I mean, it's always rough to sort of go off what was a close round that could have been yours to a round that is a flawless in your opponent's favor. Alamau as well. 3 more kills for his tally that round.
Alamau really having a great game so far. He's doing everything he needs to do and just a little bit more for G2 in this game. And it's only 2 rounds, there's a lot to say. Again, that great flank that really allowed G2 to pick that one up. Last round, quite steady. Extension towards security. See the mirror windows being put out there. It is quite difficult to deal with that as the current setup stands. Kind of need to take control of the White Stairs to see if you can take the mirror window from that direction onwards. Or you have to expand a Selma or Twitch drone that is currently in the pockets of League of Facts. So they do have options, so they need to explore which ones they want to go for. Seems to be that the Twitch drone is indeed the one they opt to go for. That's one. It's taken out right after.
There it is, the new vintage TV static. Oh, in fact, wanted them to double dip there, and Alamau actually wants to. And to be fair, when he's 7-0, you don't blame him for wanting to keep trying to find these fights. Virtue obviously tucked. Fenrir again making a big appearance, and again, you know, we sort of highlighted the other new operator, Ram. I do not see this as a map or a site where you'll really have picked and played, as Fabian said, and he knows a thing or two. When you've got Buck, when you've got Sledge, you know, Buck being able to get the vertical above, Sledge with grenades, it's really tricky to find the exact opportunity that you would bring in the Ram. I think there's only really 1 or 2 sites where it has that trade off. The grenade doesn't quite get anything. Eaten up. I think by a disc, you would assume, caught that.
Yeah, I think it went back through the window and exploded in the smoke, which is why there was a lack of any particles coming off. Yeah, lack of anything. It's just smoked off.
Just smoke.
At least that's the disc cleared.
Yeah. That's a positive spin.
Reaches open up.
I traded that disc with my grenade.
That's what the disc is for, so I guess you could go for it that way. Shaiko holding some verticality out here. He's looking to see if anybody's over-rotating a little bit. Something that we have known previous G2 iterations to do every now and then, but it seems like they're not quite catching anybody right now. Virtue preparing himself to go for a bit of a flank as well, as League of Facts gets the very first kill. Lems follows that up as well, and now BDS find themselves in a 2-man advantage as Virtue is stuck in the attic.
Hops back out. I mean, they're the defender. They're sort of making their presence known, but at the same time, it does give a bit of the game away of, well, I know one's here, so we can maybe put the pressure onto the site. With Alamau still continuing his reign, he gets that. Uno doesn't have the pop-off there as C4 gets a bit caught. And Shiro takes a lot of damage as Alamau tucks himself just inside showers. If they don't know that he's here... Oh, he didn't hear the hop, but he still gets the kill. Finds EFAC, tries to tuck himself into a new position. They've dropped inside kitchen. There's the fight, and it's Alamau's for a triple. Will he get any more for the round? Shaiko gets one, Virtue gets another. Alamau's a bit hungry for it. Shaiko in the core of the site with the kit. Well, that's not active, so he can sort of get himself played here. Virtue could activate it if he really wants, but Alamau's really desperate for the fight. Virtue gets the end of it. I mean, Alamau 4 than 3 than 3.
Sometimes players just have these games, Emmy, where everything connects. They're always in the right position. They're always making the right call. They just seem to have the upper hand over their opponents at any given time. And Alamau is definitely having a couple of rounds of that right now. No matter what he does, he's always in the right place, doing the right thing. And yes, he should have been taken care of, actually, by the jump in next to the shower window, but... the player didn't watch his angle because they didn't know he was in the shower there, which gave him the opportunity, the extra half a second he needed to turn back around, get that kill, and continue on fighting. But Alamau's really onto something right now. 10 kills after 3 rounds. And G2 are piggybacking off of it. Let him just do whatever he needs to do, and we'll win rounds on the back of it.
I think it's because he knows Fabian is watching.
Okay, so previously when Fabian was on the desk, he just basically trashed G2 over everything they did.
Yeah,
so right now he's like, we cannot have that again, because then he will come back to our team again, which is what he did previously.
Well, yeah, it could be that. I think I think if G2 has a good game, from now on, it's Fabian's doing. He'll be like, I taught Carl everything he knows. If things fall away from him, it's this is what they're like without me. This is what they're like without their father figure.
It's no win-win here for G2.
It's this sort of thing, though. Obviously, you know, Benja hasn't been able to get himself onto the sort of board. Doki has only just got himself onto the board. We know what those two players are capable of. Virtue has always been that consistent sort of part of the team for however long he's been with them at this point. And then it's just Alamau show where he keeps getting them down. I was going to say it at the sort of beginning when Shaiko got 2 kills in the first round, did you want to make sure that Shaiko doesn't activate? At this point, you need to find a way to deactivate the Brazilian.
It's very difficult to dismantle Brazil in Siege. They've been at it for quite a while. Transfers in almost every single region. I don't think there's any of the out of the main regions think we have any Brazilians out there, but they usually do well, whether it's in NA or in EU. Of course, in the Brazil League itself, really a big heart for the game there.
Oh, as the burn comes through, there's not the Valk that's going to go for the catch.
Actually.
At this point, you do.
Yeah, so you used the skeleton key in case a C4 or anything was being tossed up. So just making sure there was no instant follow-up from a C4 as the serial laser gate got bursted. Of course, using the shotgun there has very wide width. With the bounce, almost taken off. Yes.
Yeah, you can see that they obviously still have Doki tucked into this corner. The outline is true, and they're waiting for maybe a drop, maybe a hatch. It's also the extra width. That other blue outline, though, that is a red player. That is EFAC. Not too far away and ready to swing. And obviously, if they get the read on where Doki is, they could put a lot of pressure onto that position. In the meantime, Shaiko is doing his best to start warming things up on the back end of Freezer. Uno's there to offer some support. There's the reveal on the player. Do they know about Uno moving back in? Here's the pressure I talked about. The drop on the hatch, the swing round on the back is well watched and is traded out. But generally, we've seen a bit more success come into the favor here of G2. They're ready to pop this. Doki has remained in his corner, and that's the risky thing, because that push was built on the idea of we know that he's here. EFAC wants to take the swing with the secondary, pre-fires and does a lot of damage with Shaiko getting Alamau and finally putting them out of their misery, but Virtue gets that trade-off. It's just EFAC left, 20 seconds. There's a player either side of the door. They're pre-firing the angles to find the hope, and the kid is cold on the back end. It is an impossible sort of entrance here, because you swing one way, there'll be a player on the other. He's able to find the first. At this point, it's just the tuck behind the shield. 9 seconds. Do they know where he is? They're hitting the hammer, and Virtue.
That was way too close.
I mean, as Grace would say, it's risky biscuits.
It was very risky being out there. There was so little time left. You could have just held out on the back of the site, let him have that little ground, and then take him afterwards. But okay. Oh, yeah, we got it. They got that round. It's 4-0. It's a timeout for BDS currently, as they do have some stuff to talk about, because Alamau's been on a rampage. Not so much this round. Just picked up a single kill. But the rest of G2 there as well when they're needed.
There was a period of time where BDS weren't really a take time out team. They sort of would take the game as it came at them, attacks and losses. But here it's, I guess, that strange mix of frustrating, because it's not that they've entirely been blown away in this 4-0. The first round, as we've highlighted, was a great flank. The second, a little bit more in the control of G2, but the third and the fourth there as well, it's still a battle. It's still a brawl. There was a point in the third round, let's not forget, where it was sort of a man advantage. They had 2 extra bodies and control of the site, and G2 still just bit back. That last little 10% of the round of getting the diffuser into the site without having it dropped cold, BDS have just struggled to make that connection this game.
Yeah, we wondered how was G2 going to be coming out of these roster changes, because of course a lot has changed, right? Like, BDS just came in, won G8, basically chilled for the rest of the offstage, didn't really have to play any of the other tournaments like Combine or Rumble. G2 failed to qualify, had disappointing performances, so they made some changes. Gemini had probably like one of the most shortest stints on a team ever because of that. 2 best of 3s and replaced by Uno at that point. And because of all those changes, you wonder like how much time did they actually have to prepare themselves for what is to come. And so far, they have been very commendable against BDS here, really not giving them too much of an opportunity to get rounds on the board. Again, it's not like a blowout, but they're making sure that BDS is just not able to cross that finish line time and time again.
Well, BDS, they had boots in, and as I said, the final 10% is getting that diffuser locked and loaded on the floor. Everybody has those cool black outlines currently. Everybody's goth. Look, apart from, I think, Virtue, everyone has a black outline.
Virtue still has his line in his life right here. He's like, just continuing strong. I know Alamau he's stealing the show here, but I'm looking to get myself properly on the board as well. I mean, he's 6-0 right now, so he's definitely on the board.
But that's it. I mean, the rotate there was fantastic. He took the drop out. I think they sort of got an idea the pressure was coming across. They've rotated their way background just to the top of the stairs. They're hoping somebody drifts down, but it's being droned and checked. They'll get that down here, because if you try and shoot at the top, chances are you're going to be locked in. They're getting awareness on the back of that position. A bit of a fight towards Doki as well. Brede wants to go on the hunt here, but the rotate has actually come round. The hot ping has pulled itself away, and well, it's not that Virtue's gone uncontested. Lems isn't far away, but they're just sort of keeping them at that angle. Uno takes a lot from a grenade underneath, wants to lean into the fight. If someone comes back round, Virtue does finally take a bit of damage, but there it is. Shaiko caught out by Uno. Virtue wins against the Lems. And for all my talk of I'm pretty sure they know he's there, apparently the Aussie is able to keep his head tucked.
Staying hidden just enough. Alamau, probably the next one to take a... He's not even being checked. League of Fact didn't even check his corner out there. You are headed towards the site. You do not check your right when there's a giant gap in that wall. He gets punished for it. This is not like BDS, what we usually see. Usually they're very clinical about spotting these players out, knowing where they are, and replying about and to it. Now, Virtue has been spotted. It's been forced off. Brede's holding the door. It's just staying put there.
I mean, holding the door, holding the white van door with 30 seconds left on this side attack. It's horrible. It's just not good. You feel it. It's horrible. You're in a situation. You're having to watch for jump outs and down to the pistol, and there's the pickup Virtue. Obviously got that because of Benja throwing himself out a faraway window, but the fact that they can keep the hard breach stuck behind the white van, very separated from Ranchero on the double window, that late into the round. I mean, it's like pushing a player back into their own spawn. It's a little bit tragic of a round.
That was a tragic round, yes. Not even a little bit. It's just the lack of information on BDS that really bit them there. Multiple kills coming in on the back of it. And then they know where Virtue is, but, you know, it's 30 seconds left in the round. You said it. And you're holding a garage door 50 meters away from the site. Well, 30 more like. 50 is a bit much, but still, like, too much removed from the side to be of an actual help. And that's just pain. You don't want that. You need to be fighting at the side at that point in time, or have the numbers advantage where you can be afforded to be watching a flank like that. Because if a player is in a garage like that and you cannot kill him, you're basically a one-on-one trade. But if you're only in a 2v4 at that point, that means you're leaving your one teammate in a 1v3 left. Not great. And one more round for G2 on the defense before they swap over to the attack. And that means that they have the opportunity for a flawless half to come through. And by the way that they have been going at it, I wouldn't be surprised if that is indeed what we will be seeing in about 3 minutes from now.
Can BDS pull a single lifeline round here, or will this turn into a bit of a tragic opening day? As we sort of alluded to at the start of this, the importance of this split has a higher weight for BDS because of their sort of lack of SI points. Every single one of these playdays becomes a bigger risk, and especially when it's against a team that has already put a mark on that board of we want to be at SI. Hell, you're both SI teams. One of you's got the win on it.
Prepped C4 from Benja. There's a right in the right above it, so he's going to be able to find a guaranteed success if they move through. And Brede's definitely looking for that. Camera's up. He hasn't spotted with his drone. He's actually lost his drone out there, so second one will go out. Will he see the drop? Loses that one as well. Very uncharacteristic here, but now they know he's in there, so his C4, as soon as he hops on the bat, it's going to be blowing up.
I mean, there's still pings. They're still ready and waiting for this to cook. There's the plant. It's turning into a little bit of a minefield. It's really like...
It's Minesweeper.
I mean, don't take a step, you know?
100 seconds. Still no control from the side of BDS. And as soon as they do start moving in, they might as well get blown up by C4. Benji, he's still waiting for it. Doki's down below. I believe he has a prep C4 as well. Maybe Virtue Virtue has it as well. Doki might do it at some point as well. So BDS, they have that top floor now, but there's still so many explosives down on the ground. They know someone's out there. It's actually Ram being able to destroy that C4 with that gadget. And there's a bit of panic right now from G2 as suddenly all the floors start opening up above him.
Well, here's the use of the Ram. As I said, you're going to see it on a couple of particular sites, and at this point, when they're getting you from underneath, this is sort of the perfect operator to do it. Tear everything up. The amount of destruction gives you a lot of angles to work with. They've suffered a bit on the vertical, but here, removing those C4s, removing those players, kind of the perfect opportunity to drive it through. Shaiko finds Uno, 3 versus 5. They were in this situation before on this site, and it didn't go their way, so it's not quite written yet, but they seem to have more of a presence of mind and just where things are, and they want to angle themselves up, obviously, onto this back end. And I say this site, the blinds come through, they pop the Fenrir gadget. Ranchiro wants to tuck on the corner, but they're low, they drop high. There's one more. Alamau, he's caught in the reload. At the same time, Benj is able to find a kill on the back end as well. Takes a lot of damage, but, you know, the 5 versus 3s, now the 3 versus 2 versus the rotate round onto the back. They take the drop on the hatch, just miss it post-plant. BDS have the stage. Can they keep it?
It's up to Cheetah to try and find out where the plant is. The first kill goes away after the post-plant. Lems finds Benja. 1v3 for Virtue. He still hasn't died. We'll find one. No, someone's going to be around the stairs more than likely. But where is that second player that is still alive? That's the big question Virtue has right now. One outside, one unknown. Going for the shotgun, hoping to find it first. Oh, doesn't get it from the back. Bride shuts him down. And to get that lifeline on BDS's side, Virtue finally drops as well. And that gives them just that little bit of extra for the second half.
They got a round. They have one round, one lifeline, one little bit of padding to make sure that the next blow isn't lethal. But it is not very thick. It is not going to be the longest survivor. And you've got a long half ahead of you if you want to be the team that pushed this over. We obviously saw a bit of a back and forth in the previous map, but then things started to sort of slip into a favor. And you know, the very first had a tale of a lot of decision making made in one half that just became a little bit insurmountable by the end of it. Here, BDS, can you try and build yourself a nest egg of rounds? Can you at least take the first couple?
Now, G2 have already made up a plan. You see Alamau on that blitz, you know what's going to be happening. That is more than likely going to be an elbow push. Probably combined, though, with a bit of pressure from elsewhere to make sure that not all the guns are going to be aimed at that blitz as soon as it starts plowing through the field. But that is basically a signature G2 play. They've done that so many times before, and, well, they have found mixed success with it, but more than often than not, found a round win on the back of it. So Elamau is probably just going to be waiting, opening up that barricade first or droning in his teammates before he starts moving through into elbow.
Doki hasn't quite had the impact. Bender as well. I kind of highlighted them as 2 big gunners, and yeah, okay, when you've got a player go 9-1 and someone go 13-2, it makes sense. You can see why. But now, as you've got them leading in on the Iana, you've got them trying to lead the charge on that gun game, this is your opportunity to start putting some of those numbers into your own pocket and saying, hey, it's not just the Alamau Virtue show. They have some of the read on the approach here. They've obviously got the blitz still in pocket. Shaiko is in the position named after him, so he's more than happy and ready to go for the swing as the pressure and break comes across the hatch.
Now, it's going to be important for BDS to keep control of Shaiko and elbow at the same time. That way, Blitz is never going to be able to waltz in too far. And Elmau's still walking around. He's trying to find himself an entry point. Hasn't quite decided yet where he wants to enter from. They know where Shaiko is. They have spotted him out with a drone. As he's happy to take that fight onto the staircase, Rinshiro is just putting up those discs to make sure that there's no projectile just being tossed in, ending their life. Drones ahead. And that means that Elamau might soon follow.
Waiting for an approach as, you know, gadgetry has popped out. BDS playing a bit of the long con waiting game here. They've obviously got the fires, the boyos, and a perfectly played grenade. That is unfortunate siege timing. there, Shaiko. I mean, he rounded the corner as it dropped and went red. Pushed and forced by the players on the back end, but still, terrible moment.
That kill is so important as well because it removes the Shaiko player, and that basically allows Alamau to not worry about his back that much. He can fully focus on pushing through towards the actual elbow now. Of course, Likafek is out here, but he needs to worry about the hatch as well. So as soon as Alamau starts to push, Benja's probably going to give that a little check and try and see if there's someone out there. But actually, they might not know he's in here. Flashbangs are coming through. Another grenade gets tossed in. Alamau takes a lot of damage as he starts pushing.
Now, as they're trying to get themselves tucked onto the corner, it's pretty much a blue kill feed here, and there's the end of it. Tucked in, tucked out. It was just a perfect execute. Doki watched Alamau die hilariously, and then picked up the pieces on the back end of it. I mean, it couldn't have saved him, but it's always funny.
Bit of a chaotic execute there because Likafaki was underneath the hatch. They weren't aware of it, but he missed all his shots in the vector as they jumped down, or at least he hit like 3 maximum because he went down to about, 10 HP. And that means that G2 were able to just continue going. They were unaware of him. He should have been the saving grace there for the side of BDS in that round, but G2 able to proceed and succeed. Find themselves at a 6-1 lead right now, looking to humiliate BDS upon the return in stage 2.
6-1 G2, and you sort of expect a game from either of these two teams. And let's be honest, with the history of at least these two orgs going against each other, you have had one-sided results for both of these two teams. You have had standout games for a lot of these players that are sort of on these rosters, but this is the opening play day. I mean, it's G2's favor. It's G2's lockout here. They've got one of the toughest tasks ahead of them, which is to rotate round. That 1-round buffer has been instantly ripped off. That armor is gone. Just got to try and Braveheart your way through the rest of this.
Now, of course, the shotgun's got a buff, and sometimes we saw an Amaru with the Supernova, with a suppressor on top of it. I have a feeling we're going to see that a lot more right now because the range has just been increased so much, the damage as well, just the amount of pressure you can quickly put up, and basically, especially when you swing into a window, all you need is 1 shot to survive, whereas with the G8, for example, you need a couple more. Just gives a lot more versatility to that Amaru to quickly make a play up a hatch through a window or anything like that. They're aware of someone out there. They know what Likafak is. Oh. Weren't able to quite connect to him, but they knew he was there, so at least the threat is averted. But Likafak also knows that they are droning. He spots that camera. He knows they're in that bus. Just going to be debating whether or not he wants to go for a fight or not.
I mean, look at EFAT going around the back of Doki. Does Doki have a full awareness? He's sort of angling towards one route. EFAT doesn't want to entirely throw himself in because he knows he has a bit of stretch, and help does get himself glimpsed past the window, though, and he's at least drawn a lot of focus onto time. They've maybe got the player out of that position. Nothing more than that. Benja gets rid of the camera, gets rid of both cameras, and gets himself rotated. Oh no! Brede was sat waiting. Benja just with the flick and the change towards the head of the player, left with not much health, but does leave with Brede's name on his kill feed. And now with one less player, with some of those walls starting to close, they at least get the end of that route. As they're tucked into the corner, Alem sits and waits patiently. They're looking to try and take control of Armory, and they're hopping on towards Attic.
Need to make a play here soon, G2. Even numbers. Need to find some more control. Shaiko finds Doki, but instantly Alama found Likafak as well. So a bit of a 1-for-1 trade. Shaiko aware of the fact someone came through Attic and finds him as well. In favor now, BDS with 40 seconds left on the clock. Uno gets the shot down, but not quite the kill. Shaiko seems to have activated this round.
I mean, you need him when you need him, don't you? 30 seconds, a 2 versus 1. Ranshiro has the watch on the right-hand side of BDS. They get their second round, but they're obviously so far from being out of the woods. Yet they've got to try and thread the next 4 together into their favor. They take dorms. Do they go back down to Laundry to try and have something a little bit more secure? Do they keep the rotation? Because either way, they've got to try and win their third site, whether they play it now or after. It seems like they're going to opt for Laundry as of this moment. What changes? What can they have to be a little bit more confident on the close down? Alamau's already eyeing up that blitz again.
Not surprised. Could still be changed out, of course, but just brings a lot of pace and suddenly it flushes out the elbow. Of course, they were quite lucky with Shaiko walking into that grenade in that last round that were down here. That basically opened the entire side up, because as soon as he was removed, you basically lose that bit of pressure from the Shaiko spot, which basically puts you into a bit of a pincer as the blitz, because if you don't go through towards the elbow, you'll be shot in the back from the Shaiko spot. If you go for the Shaiko spot, you'll be shot in the back from the elbow area. So Shaiko being removed from there like that, basically for free, that was going to be very helpful for the sides of G2. Now, they have swapped out the blitz. They've brought in the Monty, and that might mean they're going for a bit more of a crowd control state. They're going to be trying to be more oppressive, just being out there, being present, and with that being a true pain, really. But it seems like they've spotted that there is nobody around in elbow, instantly opening that up and putting Alamau inside of the objective.
I mean, that's sort of it, isn't it? He's driven himself all the way up. He's looking for the angle on towards elbow, but it's gone. It's sort of is a kind of loud call of, well, we're here and putting pressure on. Where are you? The breakthrough onto the wall itself. Efac's going to step himself a bit closer. There it is. The mute jammer gone, and you know he's pinging all of this, saying, "Look, I need a little bit more support." Shaiko's on the shoulder, and Shiro's trying to tuck himself down on the back. And if he sees the Monty on the swing, you might get a bit lucky. But there's the read instead from them. They're trying to get themselves rooted back. Doki suffers a little bit from the long spray, but they have this support structure from just this direct drive of the Monty. They've cleared a lot of the space, but one of the things they have in is a Lems and an operator who fluctuates and flirts with the idea of free space and retaking it. They've got to try and maybe find this fight now, and instead it's G2 whose eyes are being drawn further away.
Now, a minute has only passed, though, and they've basically taken the full pillar under control, and as Virtue moves in and takes the Lambs, suddenly that top floor starts to falter a little bit as well. Alamau's getting quite some good information out here, knows about 2 players, their locations, meaning only 2 are left to be seen, and Benji, he's holding for a rotation out there. They're still expecting someone to be up on the top floor, as there's 3 in the site right now, 4 actually in the site right now, means that they are waiting there for nothing, but Alamau just moving in, he's going to be getting confirmation soon that everybody's inside.
I mean, it's just this, isn't it? Reading that wall that is consistently bleeding that information back. Efac obviously steps into what was put before him. The C4 wants to go over the top, but he realizes how much pressure's there, so instead finds the fight, and there it is. Renshiro pops off, but Benja at least gets Shaiko. Virtue and Bride trade out body to 2 versus 2. 50 seconds, and Efac finds a pocket of space onto the back of Freezer, leaving just a Monty. The man who sort of started all this pressure however long ago is eyeing up the idea of being the only end to it. Has to go with a pistol sling over the shoulder, and you can see VDS, they're just giving him enough to draw his focus, but not enough to do anything on the back of it. The goo mine in his foot is slowly going to eat away at him. He's got to lean into an engagement, because as soon as he stops and tries to pull this out, likelihood is they're going to try and close this pressure down. There it is. Steps even closer. With no kit, 20 seconds, and no health either side of him. He's doing the best that he can with the little he's got to work with. But look at that, they're just bullying him at this point, forcing themselves closer and closer and making him drop this and then pull back. There's still not the first, sprayed all around the man itself, but out of time.
Did whatever he could there with that shield, but I mean, you really want to have an automatic gun at that point in time. BDS definitely respected him there, though, in the end engagement, not really wanting to go for overrunning him, knowing how deadly Alamau can be with that pistol. So respected him there, made sure that they were taking it with the amount of time they needed. Now the tertiary side is on Emmy. They need to win this one as well if they want to elongate this game, if they want to be trying to force themselves towards points for today.
I mean, how much further can we sort of get into this? 6-3. At what point as G2 do you sort of go, okay, where's the difference? Maybe it's after this. Maybe it's after a site where you're looking at a tertiary site. I said it before. You've always got to come here. You've always got to come to a fight, whether it's on stage, whether it's inside dining. If this goes away from them, I mean, at that point, things might get a little bit more dicey. We've had some good moments. The sort of flat 5 fight that's coming through from BDS has been solid, but it can't not be. If there's one slip, there's one mistake, that's all she's sort of written about the game.
That's it. Just a single slip-up, and G2 to have that freedom of experimenting here, of just bringing the kind of game they want to. And we see the blitz coming out from Benja. We see the line coming out from Alamau. Of course, we know what kind of a hold this will be. For me, the question will be, what kind of take will it be in the response to it? Are we going to see a backstage take? Will we see a kitchen take? Or something completely different? Maybe from the lobby. Open up those walls. Try and get a plant in there. Opportunities they could go for here, and BDS cannot be prepared for all of them at the same time.
They're trying to eye up maybe a quick close break here, but Lems is the swing on Zulu, holding the angle. Shaiko again has drifted to offer some support. Looks like they wanted to bounce a grenade there for a second, and Shaiko is there perfectly ready to lean into it. As I said, the call came from Lems where they are. He's looking to get the next fight. Cannot win that out though. Uno takes a lot of damage. The man with the hard breach in the kit is at least taking the risk and getting them back into this even hand, but it seems like they want to pull away from the plan. They sort of said, okay, well, we've got some success here, but not enough to lock it in. Oh, Alamau through the window, drops EFAC.
Great play there, getting that drone in, localizing where the Ela was playing, and instantly going for that push because the shotgun wasn't on point yet. Benja taking some damage as the feet are exposed whilst walking around with that blitz shield, but the man advantage is definitely there for G2. A minute 30 left on the clock as well, and they're basically scurried around the map a little bit, so they're not all in one place. They're still looking to try and take fights from multiple different directions here, which could either hurt them or really work in their favor here, as BDS is looking to dig in a little bit deeper, but they seem to be aware as Alamau has a camera onto Shaiko there. All they need now is just a player that can deal with it.
Well, can they deal with it? The drop of the hatch is the first catch for Shaiko. He's looking for the second. He shoots high and low, but Bride's the one that gets Uno on the back end, and they've got to try and just roll on by. There they are. Dipping their toe into the site. They still have a bit of the vertical control and caught in the middle of a Fenrir mine. They're getting that smoky cover, and just slips on by Renshiro, but with 50 seconds, can they isolate a player? There is a ping, but Shaiko has the play. Virtue's removed from the board. They're angling themselves to the top of White Stairs, but the C4 pushes 4 into the favor of BDS.
It's a better late than never kind of moment here, with Shaiko waking up just in time, being able to put these kills their way as they go on. BDS find themselves with 4 rounds now, 2 more to go, but they find themselves with a point on the board. So tactical timeout gets called by G2. They need it. It seems to be slipping away from them slightly. They do manage to find themselves in advantageous positions, but then Shaiko just pulls themselves back in it. And you could go at it in the last round. Alamau droned Shaiko, then went off, tried to take the fight himself. You need to have someone to drone for you at that point, because as soon as he went off, Shaiko was able to move into a separate position and catch him off guard. Whenever you're dealing with a player like that, you need to make sure that everybody is focused, or at least more than one person is focused on removing him from the playing field.
You take the timeout, they take the conversation, because at this point, you're going to be looping around to sites and places that you've already potentially lost. Storms is up on the board, and, well, then we'll be at Laundry. I was going to say we're not going to be at Dorms, because if you lose this, then the game's done. 2 more chances from 5 chances to 2 left of locking this out here, G2, before you find yourself fighting for pittance points. You find yourself battling with, again, a team that needs everything.
That's it. They need everything to get themselves in a good position for SI. There's no slacking for BDS. Like, starting this off with a loss, it's going to be very devastating for them. Starting this off with a 7-1 loss would have been even more devastating, because we all know how important rounds can be eventually in a tiebreaker. So them getting as many rounds as they are right now is already being helpful, but they want those points instead. They need to bring this to overtime so they have a little bit of a leg over the other teams that have lost today. The other team that has lost today. Considering there's groups, only one other team that lost today.
Yeah. Just clearing that one up.
Point still stands. You want to get points.
Yeah, it's, points mean prizes. Famously. The biggest prize is SI.
That will be the goal for both these teams. G2 already, of course, managed to make it to the major, make it to the top 8 of the major, performed quite well in a regular stage, so they have a lot of points. As you said, I believe they were 7th place, compared to the 47th place of BDS. They won G8, but that doesn't give you any points. So, as great as it is for them, it doesn't help them for this stage.
And Shiro is holding out with Uno, very quick to break this wall. Remember that, you know, he was in this position to get one of the last kills at this point. Whether it was an angle he felt confident in, he's not going to feel the same this time. Forced slightly further back. Maybe a little bit more tradition here from G2's approach is going to cause a little bit more, you know, fear from the respect coming from the side of BDS. Benja wanted to bounce that grenade and remove the cameras this time. Alems was playing on the far side with the 1.5. And hoping to get the catch on the back end of it. He's sort of saying, come over here and fight me. And
it's definitely open for that.
Yeah, they're saying not yet. He has the rotate. They have the chance of maybe slipping away. They still have a reinforcement in pocket 2. They actually have 2, just in case.
It's a lot of blue on blue according to the outlines here today. Luckily, not the case. It's G2 stacking themselves up to go for a very quick take into Trophy and Games Room right afterwards, but there's a player on the back of Attic that can really shut this down.
Oh, well, can they just get around this last corner? That's the sort of big cost, because they're deep diving. There's EFAC pushing to get one. They lose the second, but quickly pick back up, and there, Alamau at least getting Ranshiro on the back end. Rede still underneath and locked out by Shaiko, who's really started to turn into a bit of a tour de force here. Through the remaining half of the game, the 3 versus 2. Benja is obviously, well, I was going to say inside the site, but without much help and support. Now he's not. Just leaving Virtue and a kit that's a little bit isolated. He's trying to get the swing onto Shaiko inside kids. He's concerned about somebody coming up underneath him because obviously Zulu was played before. They do have a player in that position. Pulls out the goo mine. Done more than enough. There's the last drop. There is 6-5.
Brede was just playing like a reverse boogie out there. He's playing right below, and every time he heard footsteps, he just started blasting with that shotgun going upwards and just taking lives as he went on. He was being a real menace in that round, and G2 will have to find a way to deal with that if that would have been repeated, but we're headed towards Supply and Laundry for the final round in regulation. An opportunity for G2 to still get the 3 points, or for BDS to at least steal one away before we head to overtime. And which will it be? That's going to be the big question.
I mean, at this point, who knows? You toss it up, you find yourself looking towards where we were. It was a 6-1 situation. It was such a solid opener. And it's not that the first half was an entire sort of blindside, but it's stepping in. It's been defender-sided. Both teams are struggling with this final approach. It is a BDS backs against the wall situation. There's no two ways about that. They've just dug themselves in and refused to move, especially, obviously, you know, Shaiko keeps his name popping up in these situations. Brede as well did a very good back end to this game so far.
At the same time, like, you know, it was only the first round that G2 was able to win in their attacks, so they instantly took away that buffer, but ever since, BDS have been able to get the upper hand of these rounds. So does that really mean that it's them against with the backs against the wall, or is it G2 currently that now have to perform if they want to get the 3 points, and otherwise they'll be forced into overtime because they have been the ones that have been in the lead for the majority of this game?
Ranshiro is expecting engagement. Alamau, you know, had a storm of the first half of this game and has still made his name pop up on the kill feed a couple of times. He wants to get this quick shoulder shake and shimmy round onto the player on the corner. Just misses the end of it, pops the camera. He's taking a bit of quick control here of tower, but not all of it. As we see, revealed, hiding in the rafters, EFAC is waiting, ready to pounce at the right time with Doki coming to offer some support.
Trying to double it down right here. Elamau putting up some pressure, but the goo mines that are going off in the meantime as well are going to force him to make sure he falls back. There's no one there to instantly cover up on him either, and you know, you really want to make sure that you're not exposing your legs too much when you're walking down staircases. It's why it's so difficult for shields to usually do that, especially if you're not that Monty who has that full coverage. Liquefact still around on the big tower. All the way up on the top is going to be proving quite problematic. The grenade hops in and actually gets the injure on him. Are they going to be able to confirm that, though? Oh, misses the drone. It's going to be costing you so much time, Virtue.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a moment there, and it's 20 seconds that EFAC is unknowingly buying them by just being in this position. Obviously, you know, you don't get the calls, you don't get the pop-ups, you've just got to try and check this with your eyes and your face, and, well, there's the check and there's the finish.
I think they just went for it. Like, I don't hear any movement anymore. We're pretty sure he's down at that point. And a minute left on the clock. A man advantage now for G2, but still a lot of work to be done. The pillar is being heavily fortified right here by BDS. There's a lot of players around them there, so it's not really an option to go for the execute. You need to find a different approach here, and Breed Day actually the one holding that off with a mirror window, with 2 mirror windows being inside that closet.
They're waiting for this push, this final moment with all 9 players. We all know the importance of this round at this point, and they've lost EFAC, but he's bought them a lot of time. They're still kind of summing up how they want to make this approach. The fact that that is still softed, they're having to cover it with smoke, it just buys more of an idea of BDS going, well, they're not entirely pushing from this. The pressure is coming through now on towards the back of main stairs. They have Benja watching onto the hatch, drops into Freezer and tries to find a fight around the corner, but drops it out. Alems gets the lockdown, the shotgun's in. Brede pops out Alamau, and Uno's now dropped inside. He gets a partially blind man, a 3 versus 2. They still have the man advantage, but they have barely any time. Alems is watching the cross. Uno's going to see if they can get the plant. The C4 just doesn't quite get the full angle. They push down the corridor. Virtue and Brede trade either side, but it's Virtue that gets that final kill, and G2 just about get the game.
On the dying seconds, they managed to win it. That C4 forced them off. They go back on the plant. 3 seconds left, counting down, and the cover is there. G2, they are victorious. They take 3 points, and they put themselves on top of their group, shared, of course, of the previous winners.
The Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive.
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. The free go for VP!
Everything falls to Sploit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No! Better!
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets! He's making the 1v4 look so winnable! There's no way! Resets to Ace to 1v4! Esk is trapped in a corner.
Finesse can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2.
It looks like there's one last stand in its bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
Welcome back. G2 are victorious, and we do have our winners on the line. So let's get ready to ask them a few questions about how they had this matchup so far. Hello, Doki. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, thank you so much. You had a great start with those 4 rounds, and then after that on your own attack, that didn't really go that well, did it?
No. I mean, Oregon's just defender-sided, I guess. So, yeah, I don't know. Pretty happy overall.
All right, that's really good. How are things with Uno and Romayo, your new coach?
Yeah, I mean, our old coach was just so bad, man. Like, it's just so...
He's listening. I'd be careful if I was you.
I saw your scoreline, Jack. I don't know if you can talk much.
Yeah. I don't need to play good if my 2 teammates have 15 kills each, right? It's fine.
I guess so. It needed to happen sometime, right?
No, Uno and Romayo are really good. Like, one thing I think we're really happy about was the last round there. Like, we were able to plant. Like, the plant was the decision to make the round, to win the round. Sorry. And before, I don't think we necessarily had that voice in the team. So, like, in the last round, Uno really slowed us down and said, "Don't do anything. I'm going to plant a bomb. We're going to play for plant." And like that's what we're missing. So I'm so glad that we actually got to show that on the last round, and then like a debut game, because like that's what we've been missing, and now we have it. So they're fitting in really good, and Romayo is he's great. Like he had some pretty big shoes to fill, I guess, going off Fabian's legacy. But I think we swapped things around a little bit. Like Fabian was more on the team for kind of trying to help us mentality wise and stuff like that, and we focused on strat work ourselves as players. Like that was our decision. And now that Romayo has came in, he's kind of more focused on the kind of strat side of things, and he's like coming up with like counters and stuff. So yeah, really good. Happy.
Yeah, that sounds really good indeed. And with this improvement, after Gamers 8, which didn't really go you guys' way, does it feel really good to now have beaten the Gamers 8 champions?
Yeah, I mean, PDS was a tough game to start off the death group with, so I'm happy to get that win, but it's a long road ahead of us to the major, I guess, so one game at a time. Because, I mean, they almost came back, right? BDS, so...
They did. It was pretty close, yeah. But you mentioned it. You're in a very stacked group, right? Is there one team in this group that you're really scared of, or even looking out forward to, that playing against, maybe?
Yeah, BDS.
That's the one team you're scared of, so you tick them off and you're ready to go to the major now.
Nah, I'm not scared of any team, so yeah. But BDS was a hard one to beat, I think, so yeah.
Okay, biggest hurdle already had. That's really good. Anything you want to say to the fans?
No, sorry for playing bad at Gamers 8. Yeah, try to play better next events. And that is it. Buy the Azami skin and need some money, and trying to think. Anything else, Fabian, I've missed?
No, you covered it all. Maybe buy you a few beers
anyway.
if they see you at the pub.
Few beers at the pub. Thank God that Fabian is here to remind me of that. A few beers at the pub. That's good.
All right, that's a creative one for sure. Thank you so much for your time. We hope you have a great rest of your evening, and maybe we'll see you again tomorrow.
Yeah, will do. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Bye. A few beers at the pub to celebrate this victory, maybe?
I mean, Doki for sure is going there. But with his interview, it's actually something that we can lead on to immediately onto our next point, because Romayo with the counter strats, and that's something I want to bring up almost immediately with the clip that we've got for you guys, because the way that they play this game, it was completely set up after the way that Romayo wanted them to play it. If we get the clip up on the screen, if we look at round 1, they retake. This is something that G2 do a lot. They retake meeting, Carl gets a massive kill. On this second round, you see that the reinforcement on the right side here to top white, this is so made on purpose with the way of counting the way that BDS is attacking. Because the angle that you can play when you're on the staircase holding trophy is a head angle. It's really hard to challenge it. It's very easy to have just an attacker with a great gun just cutting down through the entire site. Here, you force the attacker to take a few more steps up so that he's either on the right side of the door or on the left side. With the new shotgun mechanics when you're ADS, what does Carl do? Sorry, Alemao, I just use the names because it's what I'm used to. He just goes out there, blasts 3 guys, round over. And this is completely set up for the way that G2 want to play the game. They want to retake with manpower and use that individual player skill that they have, because that's what they lived on this game. Look at how many kills both Alemao and Virtue got in defense. And then sure, they fell off a little bit towards the end of the game, but I was surprised they lost as many attacks as they did, because G2's attack on this map they've been outstanding in practice. I was surprised they got 5 rounds in defense. I was expecting more than that in terms of how much G2 should win with, but they won and they should be happy. Mentality really reset.
I mean, you just call him Carl because you know big players like that. You know, you're close to him. It's not a big deal to you. That's
Nah, he's only got one world championship. He's nothing to me.
all right. Okay. Well, we also saw a little bit of Rem. Rem really effective. Not so much.
It was used quite nicely, actually. I think, you know, there's a specific case use for it. I think particularly in this game where Valkyrie was open. We saw the Valkyrie C4s pre-placed with the Valk cam. Doesn't matter. Alems had thrown his Ram gadget in, set them both off. There was free cam at the time, but he actually did get a kill down the vertical after he was following his Ram gadget as well. We've seen it once in EUL. They won the round once. 100% win rate. Ram's OP. That's all I'm going to say on the map.
The most important thing is if you're a Valk player, look at those cams where they were placed because they were really good and they were really hard for the opponents to see. So sorry, G2, for spoiling your fun. Look at those cams because they're going to use them again.
Right, that's something to go after indeed. But indeed, Doki said he wasn't dropping the most kills, but is that really necessary? It puts a good prospect for his team being able to step up if he's not having the greatest of days.
Look, I think G2, we've known about Doki and Benja, and I think they're kind of the key, you know, people that you would turn to for big kill games. Today, it was Virtue and Alamau. Now, Alamau, we've seen him have these games. We know he's got that talent. He's got that aggression, that ability to have those games. But one player we don't often see is Virtue. And I thought Virtue was excellent today. He usually gets a lot of his kills through trading out his teammates' deaths, but he was getting a lot of big, important kills today and stepping up. Him and Alamau, especially through them first, 2 or 3 rounds particularly, we're getting huge kills, huge numbers. And it's very nice to see. You know, it's nice to see that if Benja and Doki are having quiet games, that there are players like Virtue and Almo that can step up there.
I mean, if we look at the flexibility that we had in G2 today with operator swaps, because if you look at Benya, he didn't play his usual role. Jake a little bit covered for him and took some of his operators away from him. Could be that he had a really good day and sometimes you just, I'll take the operators because I'm fragging. But they just swapped around a little bit and it seemed to really work out.
One thing that I've just noticed on the scoreboard there as well was Alamo in 0 entry engagements. During stage 1 in Copenhagen, he had a bit of a problem where he was losing way too many entry engagements. Him getting into 0 is probably quite good for G2 there to get the people that need to be in them.
Yeah, there's just so much talent in this team that anybody can really fill any role. But if we go over to BDS a little bit, I was quite disappointed with their attacks. It looked really like they were completely countered.
It looks like the map that they don't really want to play Oregon. And you can see from their attacks, you know, you showed the clip of the top white being reinforced that was a direct counter to BDS, and you said it was about G2 playing retake. But for me, that's also a counter to BDS because on Kidstorm's defense on Oregon, they've been doing that West clear since I was operating when they were doing that West clear.
2015 or something?
Yeah, like forever they've been doing that West clear. You know it's coming. And it used to be a big problem for BDS is that they could be so easily countered. They did work on it, but I think if you're taking them to a map like Oregon, clearly low down the preference, they are just going to revert back to defaults. And we come back to that map ban phase where they maybe did slip up a little bit with those bans.
But now for BDS, right, there's maybe a very positive thing. They don't have to play tomorrow so they can have the time to get their stuff together. Or they don't have to play tomorrow and it's a negative thing because they watch other teams extend their lead they have on them.
I don't think that it matters much to BDS if they play tomorrow or not. They're such a mentally strong team. I think it can be nice when you lose to have the next day off, so you don't have to play immediately. But it's not that big of a deal for them, I don't think. You could see on their faces, and this is something I want to highlight on Carl as well. Like the face I saw on him, I haven't seen since SI, and that's a while ago. He's been very down and quite moody when I was there. And seeing his face today when they were doing really good, when he was doing individually really good as well, it's just a completely different player. Going back to BDS though, they seemed a little bit down when they were struggling in their attacks. And then all of a sudden, when we got into the 6-5 and they've just won that last round, so we go to the last round in regular time, you can see that they're happy. They're enjoying themselves. Sure, they still lost it, but if they're managing to go back to that mindset for the next play day, they'll be fine.
But this might be a really difficult question to answer. Is this looking like BDS will have a repeat of stage 1 where, you know, they come off a really good SI and then don't really manage to qualify in stage 1? Is it looking like the same thing, or is it looking like we do get something from them?
Will there be a repeat? We don't know. Is there a massive possibility now that BDS do not go to 6 Invitational? Yes. Because they missed out stage 1, they didn't go to the major. They're in the group of death, they've started off with a 0-point, deficit. Depending on other results, it might be hard to get into the deciders, it might be hard to go to the major. Most teams, if you've not been to the major in stage 1 and done, got to top 8, are now going to have to get to the major to make 6 Invitational. So, yeah, they might be mentally okay, but after one loss, the pressure is now stacked against them.
It's such a tight group. It can go either way. It's so hard to call.
I mean, that's the thing is other teams could just pop up with a result here that helps BDS or not, because it is so evenly matched being the group of death.
Everything is still in their own hands, though. 3 maps left for them to play, so they can gather 9 points. They can make it to the playoffs. Anything can happen.
It is. A lot of questions we'll get answers for later on, but we do have one more game scheduled for you, and it's a very exciting one, actually. Koi taking on Wild will be our last game of the day after a short break.
Winning money is not a big thing at all. I'm just here to play, win trophies. That's what I care about.
I was like playing to not lose and playing to not make mistakes, and now I play to play. I play to win.
I would say I'm living the dream in my current role. I would say I'm one of the best in the world.
Just being in that flow state of like, I'm playing in front of this crowd, but it doesn't feel like there's anyone else in this room but me and my teammates and the people I'm playing against.
There are a lot of pros with egos out there. I don't really care about them. I'm just focusing on myself, focusing on my team.
For me, being able to do this on a day-to-day basis doesn't feel like work to me.
With Marco, he's kind of like the person with all the answers, all the connections, he just makes stuff happen, and you don't know how he does it, but he's just him.
Iconic, the heart of the team, I would say.
Diaz is a babyface killer.
We have 5 very good players, 2 amazing coaches, and an amazing analyst, perfectly built together.
At the end of the day, if you don't have a good relationship with your teammates, it's not gonna work out.
Yeah, I mean, we're a family, We have fights, we have arguments, we go through ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we have each other's backs.
I mean, there's no skill ceiling on this team. We can do it all.
I think we're more than prepared to win it all.
There's always a way to come back, and you just gotta believe in it and come back.
I don't know what my enemies think of me. I don't care either.
I like to kind of be at a calm, kind of tired state before the match, and then when the match starts, my body just gets amped up and just ready to play.
Dave, Iconic, is just, got tired of losing to that guy, and he is just the best IGL in North America.
That's our secret. You're surrounded by people that love you, by fans. It's indescribable. It's one of the best feelings I've ever felt in my entire life.
We always want to beat G2. Obviously, they won SI. They took us out in SI.
I can't speak for everyone, but I don't fear anybody.
We have what it takes to make it to the end and win it all.
Being just ordinary, I think, is pointless.
There's only one Will. He's unique. For him, Siege is life, and it's what he does and what he does really well. And I think, by the time it's all said and done, he'll probably be the best player of all time.
It is our final matchup of the day, Koi versus Wild, and this might be similar territory for them because last time around they were in the same group. On the very first playday they faced off against each other and Wild beat them in a 7-2 fashion. Very dominant, but some things have changed, specifically for Koi. They have had some roster changes, and now that this team composition is all balanced, do you feel like all things are restored again?
I feel like Koi will feel like all things are restored in terms of they're back to that place where they won a major, in terms of the team balance of having two frontline players, of having Cryan in that beautiful lurk role that he likes to play to get those high impact kills on the backstab where people aren't looking at him, and then having the two support players in terms of Leon and Deepak.
I question that role though that Cryan is playing and he wants to get back on, because it's an old playstyle, and the new meta where you have 5 players split on positions to cover a lot of area and find a gap doesn't really allow for this playstyle. We'll see how well Jigsaw and Hoxie can make Cryan basically get these gaps, but it's hard to know until I've seen it. But I hope for the best for them, because they have kind of replaced Spoit with Jigsaw, and now they have a roster where they can finally feel confident within the team.
Sounds promising though for Koi, but on the other side, Wild, they haven't really had any changes. They did struggle last time around with their best of 3s, then went to be best of 3s at the Rainbow Rumble, won the whole thing. Do you think it's a bad thing that they won it, or a good thing?
I don't think it matters much, to be brutally honest. I mean, it's a mid-season or an off-season tournament. You want to win every tournament you sign up for, and as a team, it's good for them to win their first tournament. But that's about as far as it goes, you know, because even if they won their group last time, and then sure, they didn't make it to the major, they weren't so dominant when you look at statistics. Like, they were top of the group, but statistically, they weren't dominating the group.
Just coming in on those statistics, they 50% round win rate through stage 1, which puts them in line with teams that didn't do well. Of those 50% of the rounds that they won, 20% of those was 1vx clutches. So you're talking about a team that's, you know, in individual games having to just pull it out of their backsides in terms of round wins. What I will say though is, despite those statistics, it is a privilege watching them, because they are so fun to watch. They have exotic operators, they have people playing those, interesting styles, trying fast plants, you know, everything. It's such a fun time watching Wild, because they're so unique with their operator picks and their setups.
Definitely, for sure. And there's one more matchup for the day, this one. And there's one more chance for us to see potential Consulate or Nighthaven Labs. So let's have a look at our map and face to see if we do get this map, or if we are maybe just a bit disappointed at the end of this day. It is Chalet. Are we expecting that?
I guess we've been disappointed a little bit. I think, especially with Wild, we thought they would take those maps in their stride in terms of Consulate and Nighthaven. They ended up banning away Nighthaven, but leaving it late. And I think this map it's not a map that Wild particularly like, but it's also not a map that Koi historically have particularly liked in terms of getting here. I'm very surprised, actually, that we saw Koi ban away Skyscraper, because historically they're one of the best teams in the world on that map.
If we look at Koi, the individual just aggression that they want to go back to, that Chalet, it really suits that playstyle. Like, it really suits it, because here they can spread out and go aggressive and just basically take their ones, which is what they're looking to do. And I guess we'll see how it pans out.
We'll see how it pans out. Our final matchup of the day, Fluke and Hap, take it away.
Yes, we will. I suppose. Thank you. Sorry, I was raring up to do it there, but I didn't know if they could hear us. They can hear us now. What's up, Hat?
They definitely can hear us.
Show us a dance
We're going
move.
for Chalet. Show us a dance. Yeah. Okay. Here's my signature. Ready?
Yep.
That was it. Yes. What do you think?
Powerful.
Powerful, right?
Beautiful.
Yes.
Was everything we needed?
I know.
To
Thank
be?
you. I've practiced for a very long time that move.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you guys couldn't see that at home, but you can dream about it, picture it, think about it at night. Do you know what I'm kind of glad we didn't get?
What?
A third Skyscraper.
Yes, I agree. It's good to have some map variety. So not having a third Skyscraper or a second Oregon at that point. Very happy to have that. So that's going to be Chalet. Now, Chalet is a map that, you know, when reintroduced, has been widely adopted. Eminem, of course, considered one of the kings of Chalet. Now, not that they're playing today, but it just shows that there is very, very capable teams within the league that like to play it. But when it first got reintroduced, it was Latam and Nene that really shined on that map. Now, Wild and Koi are going to be taking on each other here. I believe Wild has a slightly higher preference for Chalet in terms of playing it. But it's not going to be making the biggest of differences here. Oh, I love Hungary's background. Entirely Wild's background. Let's go.
It's honestly so good. Koi, it's
sandbox.
There's some nice koi down there, some nice fish.
But yes,
do you know
definitely some nice koi.
Do you know who eats fish?
Cats.
Cats. So many cats. Apart from it is just amazing. If you haven't seen that background, it is Sandbox's, the Korean side pack, and it is just great. And when you see the full thing as well, you have like the operator stood in front of 2 cats. Everybody looks a little confused. Sometimes, you know, Ella stood side on, looks like she's sort of praying to the cats, cat fawn. If you have that headgear from the event, it looks like they're just part of the cats. I love it. I love every iteration.
They had an ID, and they really went with it. It's like anime? No.
Oh,
cats.
Well, they have, the Gunskin has both. The Gunskin has both cats and anime on it.
See, that must be a bestseller. There's no way about it.
Oh,
Spompy, that's for really on.
Hey.
Welcome to Europe.
Welcome to Europe, Jigsaw. If you're unfamiliar with Jigsaw, an Australian sensation that has been brought over. They scrimmed and tested themselves into the team on about 300 ping or whatever it was. And it was good enough that Koi went, let's go with it. And what a perfect way to introduce themselves into this. Hosty as well can be a huge gunner in their game. They've had a couple of big showings. They're more than excited to sort of get themselves a staple chance here to prove that they're worth of this step up and this stand up, and I am excited to see them do just that. Wild, they were the Cinderella story of the first split. They were undefeated throughout groups, and it was a surprise factor. But surprise ended in a bit of negative. Here they're going to go for the plant, and well, we'll see if this can be the positive. Just tucked on the side of the door with all the cover of the noise. Teb is able to find 1 kill. Leon is gone. The plant is down just inside, and that is a bit of a bold strike.
I mean, are we really surprised? This is kind of the place that Wild has portrayed over the first stage as well, and it really hasn't gone anywhere. Instantly getting into that plant, it is the most important part of Siege, getting that diffuser down on the ground, and as Teb's covering for it, finds another kill. Ace is out on the top, will be taken down. Still, the timer is ticking down. 17 seconds, and fire on the ground right now is making it very difficult for Deepak to actually get the plant in, so goes for the overheal and tries to go for another attempt.
I mean, 8's a wild play, isn't it? He's got 8 seconds. They're holding off the cover. They spray through. There's the end of it. And Wild, from losing the first player in about 10 seconds to getting the diffuser down about 30 seconds later. There's a bit of a round.
Again, like, this is how they played for the majority of that first stage. They love to go quick, and it catches a lot of teams off guard, especially in the first 2 rounds or so. It's just a completely different kind of way of playing Siege compared to what we usually see. Usually, you know, the fight takes place in the entire map, and you have to take a fight here, you have to take a fight there, and then suddenly the wall gets opened up. But Wild, instead, they just go to the site, they plant, and everybody has to come back, and it takes about 20 seconds. Leaves you with 25 seconds to get the diffuser diffused. So it is highly effective if, you know, executed properly. Definitely the case there. Of course, going to go for a rerun. They're going to go for the same site again. And as they'll do so, surely they'll be ready for a similar kind of plant this time. So I don't expect Wild to get away with it again. But I also wouldn't be surprised if they do.
I mean, that's it, isn't it? You just hope that they don't get away with it, but it's Wild. This is what they sort of did. This is what they do. They were labeled by our desk at the start of this day as the sort of one of the big innovators of EU Siege at the minute, and they've proven it time and time again. And here, that's sort of off the pull of the gun. Getting the kit and getting it down is an outstanding bit of pace. They're going for a slightly different approach here, quite obviously. The top of the windows first. That drone didn't quite go into the building. That one will bounce itself, and you sort of hit one of the pillars, bounce it back, and it goes into the top. But at that point, I think they've realized, well, there's nobody directly here. We can start to eye and angle up down below. Jegs is making sure that there's cover and chance to run out, and you can see as well, obviously Hungary's off to the side too. They're doing a much more reconnaissance driven game this time.
Drones ahead of Jegs. He's waiting patiently before moving in any further, making sure everything is cleared. Again, I don't think Wild is going to be taking more than they absolutely need. So a player inside of the dining room. Everybody else will be focusing towards the plant, I would assume, in some manner. So drones are coming through. Hey, seems like there's nobody directly on the side trying to challenge the entry there. And Jex gets the very first kill into Jigsaw as well.
Tab now just holding on to the swing, holding on to this position. They're eyeing up the angle of approach. I mean, you're not going to get away with a plant in the same place. They're eyeing up the barrel side as well, the more default position to get that diffuser down. Deepak with the long angle down towards the back end, and Cryan with the want and wish of a rotate and a pot of pressure onto the back. Hosty can get the drop, swings himself onto snowmobile stairs as Packball's going to go for the plant. They're looking through it. They cut off the first player. He's just ducked and dived himself round, and there it is, the default position. The C4 gets the down a second too late. Now they've got to see if they can try and force through the remaining players.
But this is the thing, right? Like, again, the diffuser down on the ground, and it will be ticking down. 7 seconds is at least what they need. All they need to do now is just hold off these angles, and as Aces finds the, well, at least sees the first, they're now aware of the fact that someone's outside they need to deal with him. Leon will find him. Jags up above, Hungry down on the staircase beyond. The flashbang from the hatch will be coming in very soon here. They're going to be able to potentially hold this off if Hungry rotates just through in time. But they need to move quickly because there's not much time left to start the defuse.
Hungry wins out. He almost wins out the next, but are they going to be there?
They won it. They won it.
They've won it. They've won it. Wild have the round. You can see Deepak's expression. He isn't sure. They know now.
Of course, they didn't know when the defuse would have started out there. Or, well, Deepak would know, but Wild wouldn't have known. Because they just went for a quick plant. They hoped for the best. It seemed like they weren't quite able to find that diffuser in its location as the player down below running around, finding it without 5 seconds left or something like that. So, not even close, some would say.
Not even close.
But Wild, again, able to pull off that plan. It's their game style. They just take what they need. They get the plant, no matter the consequences, and they'll play it from there. That C4, like, yeah, so started with like 6.3, something like that.
Just not enough.
Just not enough? And the thing is, you couldn't have started it earlier because there was a player above the hedge. Like, if you did, he would have shot you, he would have instantly been shot afterwards, but like, then the player rotating through wouldn't have had time. I like how we go super slow-mo there for the shaking no.
Gotta get it. Gotta get it in slow-mo. They're not gonna get it on slow-mo. They're gonna move off and find themselves on a slightly different site. Instead, get some of that control down in the bar. It's a 2-tier hold. You get yourself locked in above. You have eyes in towards the library, so they can't just hop in. Those ADSs are gonna try and keep the player in the corner alive as long as possible. But with the burn of the smokes and the fire, you assume that they're going to be able to get this player out of this position sooner rather than later, and then you just make sure that if they hit that hatch, you might be able to get the kill onto the other end of them. It's Deepak that's in this do or die position.
Has 2 ADSs to support him there, so it needs to be a quick influx. All 3? Okay, well, it definitely needs to be a quicker influx of utility going through, though. However, the firebolts of Capitao do not get caught off by ADSs, so if that's the piece of utility being tossed in, you'll force him to rotate out. As you see right there, Deepak will live, however, but he's been forced off, he's been spotted, they know where he is, and they know that angle is now clear.
1 Capitao bolt was all that it took there to get rid of them. They obviously still have those ADSs there, but it means, well, they're not underneath. They could roll a grenade underneath that little drone hole. If they know Deepak's here, well, he's just seen it, and there it is, the attempt. Get the player on the back end. They free fire across the angle. You can see Aces in the far distance making an approach from the kitchen side as well. He's being a bit slower and more cautious. He wants to be as sneaky as possible. Ooh, the wrong side of a razor bloom there is that line. Great little bit just to force prep and supply into a trickier situation. Knocked in the door inside the site, winning the fight down deep. Packball keeps driving behind that and is going to see once again if they can stick the plant. Grind suffers on the wrong end of Teb's repel here, and they're not quite able to stop the planting player inside. Hungry had the only bit of cover there. They're picked back up. Hosty needs to try and bite his way down, and now with Leon on the slow creep round, he doesn't know about the angle open behind him. And it's just this lack of awareness is biting Koi once again. The new player, the new pickup, Hosty, all that's left in 3 versus 1, but they've got vertical, they're outside. How do you pull this one back round?
Again, the Wild playstyle is just completely different from most teams within the Europe League. They focus on the plants more heavily than any other team. I would like to say, and you know, they come in, they open up the angle to see there's no one in there. Great, go for a plant. Take that for yourselves, because if there's no one in there, that means they won't know that it has been opened up, but you'll catch someone in the back like they did with Leon, who otherwise could have gone on a huge flank out there, could have actually saved the round for Koi. But now they're stuck in a timeout. 45 seconds to discuss, hey, how are we stopping this plant-heavy game that we know they love to play so much? Because it's not the first time we've seen Walt do this. Again, like, kind of a signature from them. And they're starting off very strong here. Of course, the rounds are close in numbers, but the diffuser being down is really turning the tables out here, forcing the defenders to suddenly move into angles that, well, are less than ideal.
The Koi timeout has come pretty early into the game, and it makes sense. You know, Chalet can be a good map for attackers. You can get yourself stuck in, but 3-for-3 plants and play, even with the different approaches here coming through from Koi, they just seem unaware. They seem unaware each time that the diffuser is being planted. They have reactions ready and in place. Look at the second round where the C4 came just after. Look at the attempt on the pressure there. But the main thing is they're missing the first couple of beats. And if you're out of rhythm from that point onwards and Wild's already started dancing around the map, how do you get yourself back into the good graces of the game? Maybe that timeout will be the factor. Maybe that timeout will be the conversation. Either way, for the two new players here on the side of Koi, they're still trying to get themselves properly stuck in.
All right. Koi, yes, not really had the best of starts here. Well, Jigsaw did with his spawn peak, but after that, quickly went south in terms of the round count. Brian now trying to go for a bit of a swing himself as well, looking out the window, but not anything being gifted to him. Wild, very careful about their approaches here, making sure they drone out everything, and again, taking a minimal amount of ground. They only take what they need and nothing more than that. As they're getting themselves ready to open up on some of these windows, it's going to be upping the pressure on Koi, knowing that these can now be watched by attackers. And it's 3 soft ones as well. It's just all going to be opening up at the same time.
It's safety first. You get yourself that width, you get yourself that position and prep without really giving the game away of what is sometimes a dangerous balcony to be on, especially when you're up against a team like Koi that can swing and be aggressive in the blink of an eye. X pushes up blue there, trying to fire the shots towards the back end and make sure that there's nothing just stopping that wall being popped open, but there isn't. So it's free for this, the width to be granted them. Koi hasn't stepped into a fight as of yet. They still have some protections. They obviously didn't have it fully locked in, but where Cryan is in that position, he can get a bit of a swing before pressure comes his way. Jigsaw's keeping them a bit clean, quite close as well. It's a dangerous place to be in, and he's got a lot of faith in Cryan keeping the cover down.
Slowly falling back here, not wanting to take the fight. There's a minute 30 left on the clock. Koi still has all players left alive, and some on the side as well. Of course, the next goal will be to open up this wall, and I believe they're doing it currently. Grenades being tossed over the top, the exothermic popping off as well, and that means they now have a line of sight into and all the way through towards the west main area. Teb opening up above as well to make sure there's no verticality going to be attempted by this side of Koi, and that means again they're eyeing up to go for a plant, although it might be a bit later than it usually was.
That's it. They, had, as I said, because they didn't have the player onto the piano side, they weren't able to force them out. Jigsaw slipped away as well. That vertical is a very important plant. If you're going for this plant, you cannot just tuck yourself with that box being safe. Ooh, there's a big problem for them. Deepak gets one. Aces is ready to go for a little bit of a hot breach. Jegs goes through. There's the swing. There's the first take. He's able to get his first kill of the game. 30 seconds though, and Packbull is once again going to see if he can try and stick this kit down in the 4 versus 2. It's easier to get locked in off the back of the top rope. He doesn't even really know where the player is. Jigsaw goes down above. It is just Osty left, and from one fight they know where he is. He's about to tuck himself around to the player on his shoulder. Wild, 4 plants, 4 rounds.
Really playing well here again. Spotting the weaknesses, inserting yourselves into it right away, and allowing yourself to basically find the advantage like that. Taking that top floor, taking the wall, all pretty clinical. You find yourself a kill, you instantly act on the back of it. It's been successful. After the timeout of Koi as well, instantly parry that one. 4-0. While playing some incredible Siege so far. Very disciplined. Very to the point. They have a game plan, and they're executing it. They're doing nothing more than necessary to execute it. That's the two kinds of Siege, I guess. Like,
yeah.
The one that Fabian said before, where the meta is currently everywhere all of the time at the same time. Just players being at every single room, every single floor, taking fights. And then at the same time, Wild, who is just purely hyper-focused on getting the objective down and nothing else matters.
I think it's such a good focus towards it as well. It's such a good drive. Even then, where Wild were slower on the setup, on the initial approach, and they'd done all the setup to get themselves to plant onto the side, things went away from them, and then suddenly AC swings in, gets the kill onto the back end with the hot breach. They get a second, and Packball goes, well, let's try and get the kit down over there instead, because even though they'd spent, what, 2.5 minutes sort of setting up and proposing they would go for a default dining plant, change of plan and the change of tack, still the focus on the kit is an important part of Wild's arsenal. Got them 4 rounds, and you can see if they can try and keep pushing that divide.
I mean, it's the flexibility, the calls that get made in the middle of the game. Like, hey, we have control of trophy now. And it's like, okay, we'll go deeper. You know, instant that call comes through. And they just change the plan as it stands, and everybody rolls with it. It's very commendable to see. But in the 5th round, Wild again on the attack, looking to find themselves an entryway into the building, more importantly, the site. And Drones is putting out a lot of clean and clear area, which might indicate the fact that Koi is playing more onto the site. I believe there's 1 or 2 roamers out there, max. The rest is all holding to the side, and those roamers also playing on the staircase, is able to rotate around as quickly as they need to. But the Twitch drones are coming through, and as there is going to be an Electroclaw that gets removed, both of them, that means that again, Wild have the opportunity to start opening up the walls they need to have open up, and they can start facing towards a plant at that point.
I mean, you know, the Twitch drone rolling through, getting both claws and the Fenrir gadget on the door itself. They're just slipping on by. Can't quite stop that. It looks like there's a maybe. The bulletproof as well, just touch onto the right-hand side of the door so they can maybe keep an eye on an approach. As I said, the awareness of what Wild is doing has been Koi's sort of deficit. A bit of a gap in the break there between the 2 walls. They're angling towards that. The C4 is not able to go through because they burst their way back. Aces with a huge hit. There's one more! 3 across the board. Time to get the reload. Angles towards the hatch with the fear coming through there. The smoke hits the back end of it. Cryan is on the pickup. Jegs goes down. All the smokes are popping up around the world. There's a fight. He misses Hungry. Steps a little bit further forward, and now it's Cryan's turn to be the last Koi remaining player in a post-plant situation. He looks for the first fight. Cannot find the connection. 5 in a row.
Picture perfect execute there. Walls open up. They're aware of the person in blue. As soon as the second wall opens up, just the pre-fires on that corner in case there might be a C4 flying through. They get the kill before he can even detonate it at that point. Instantly pushes through. Finds 2 more on both angles. Again, picture perfect execute coming down there from Aces and from Wild at that point. How do you defend against that? That's the big question. What do you do? When the wall opens up, you're dead instantly. Because if you swing in after it opens up, you're definitely going to be shot. So it's not like you had much of a choice as Koi.
We've seen a 5-1 half today. Bit. We've seen that?
Yep.
Well, we see a 6-0 at this point because, I mean, the fact that they've been able to get the diffuser down consistently every time, the fact that they seem to have an awareness just where Koi is, just where Koi wishes to be. I mean, it's a little bit terrifying right now. And obviously Koi have long since used their tac timeout after the 3rd round went away from them.
Packball's chasing that 100% plant rate on every single opportunity he gets. 5 out of 5 so far. It's also, you know, getting 4 kills. I mean, it's not like big numbers, but if you look at Wild, everybody's in the game right now. Hungry and Ace, of course, they carry a bit more of the kills, but still, it's like very, very even numbered. Everybody's pulling their weight in each and every round.
And it's obviously, you know, a roster that hasn't had changes. It's a roster that has had a good year across the board. They just haven't quite been able to push it over the finish line at points. Versus Koi, that's had obviously a much more tumultuous year, but has had major changes now at this point. They're having to cut their teeth, but it's always the fact that obviously because we're so limited on stages, because we're so limited on points, you have to make it all connect. Unfortunately, currently it connects for Wild. Once again, the grenade removes Cryan on the back end. One-time major champions last year, Koi. Looking a little bit rockier, a little bit rougher. As those SI points loom.
Be very careful there, Hosty and Jigsaw both playing on soft flooring. If they do figure that out, Jags has the opportunity to toss another grenade in vertically, and as Aces takes down Jigsaw, Packbull takes a lot of damage himself as well. Jags finally gets shut down, brings it to a 4-on-3 situation. Bit of damage on Hosty there as he rotates around, but still alive and kicking, most importantly. A minute 25 left on the clock right now as the drones start rolling through. The site is being scouted itself. Still being aware of the fact that someone might be rotating up, I believe, as we saw the player go prone into the library there. Packbull getting a ping on a player on blue stairs as well, so he's holding a very tight angle, hoping to get the drop on Leon as soon as he does move through.
Blinds are starting to push Leon off his position. He's caught from underneath
perfect.
by Ace is waiting. He said it forced him into an unfortunate situation. They're going for the breach onto the wall. Packbull took a lot of damage earlier, but he's still standing. That's the important part. Hosty and Deepek are now the names that are still on the board at this point. Again, it's such a capable roster Koi has. The players more than able and ready to try and stand up when they need to, but it just feels so tight, so well put together by Wild. Hosty's going to take a risk. He wanted to swing up to the fight. It seemed like they had some awareness. It was about to meet them, so they pre-fired the swing onto the corner. That'll go for the blind, and Hungry's going to push slightly further and further. There's the Fenrir he's stuck in. Aces gets another for the round itself. He's currently locked in. Teb gets caught out. The Doctor is in for himself. Planting. 20 seconds. They're going for the plant. They want to just keep themselves a little bit at bay here, Wild, which they are. Now the timer is entirely into their favor. 3 versus 1 post plant, setting up drones, rolling a Flores Rotaro through as well. I mean, it's so tricky to push against an entity that just always seems to A, know where you are, but B, know where they need to be.
I mean, it's just the discipline as well on the side of Wild, as Deepek will find another kill. He's in a 1v2 now. He's about 10 seconds to get both the kills and start to defuse. That turns down to 7, counting down. He just has to go for it at this point. The time is running low. He gets taken down as well. Aces finds that final kill, and it's going to be 6-0, a clean half from Wild. But I just want to highlight the discipline they've shown during that last round. It was a 1v3. They knew exactly where he was, but what did they do? They pull back, they plant. It's a Doc, doesn't have a C4, only has a 1.5 on that gun. Might be blind. Let's get that plant down. Let the time work in our favor. We don't need to give Deepek an opportunity to go for a hero play out there.
Cats.
Cats.
Well, once upon a time. The power of cats, apparently. Maybe.
Seems to be working out for them.
Well, we had a 5-1 before, now we have a 6-0, and generally none of the teams that have been behind today have won. That is the rough statement of fact. And Koi, you can see there's still smiles because you've always got to be. You're onto your attack. You might be able to pull some momentum here, and, well, they've done a flawless half. You're more than capable of doing it. You've done it before as well. Day and age in the game, a lot of people have. Nice blast.
Highlighting again the free count. Again, love the use of the free count we've seen today, especially the Oregon moment, catching the double kill from the back from LMAO.
Apparently that was rehearsed.
Yeah, it was rehearsed, but it was well rehearsed. I'm not
well rehearsed. I love that our observers and our observing team. Obviously today we have Red Like and Medics, but we often have Easy as well. Stefan.
Yeah.
They've gone through likely scenarios as a team and gone, well, how should we frame this with the free count? That is such a cool dedication. Who are some of the most talented talent we have.
I mean, they've been waiting for the free camp for the longest, probably from anybody working on the broadcast here. So they're finally going to be able to show that creative freedom they have and you know, have been aiming for such a long time, and it's working so great for them.
Tab.
What?
Has the angle through 6 plants in 6 attacks, 100% continuation to route win.
Route win? It's a new statistic. Route win percentage.
I prefer the original. For the first song. Oh, Jigsaw is down. Packball gets Leon. Oh no, 5 versus 3. Now I know from our perspective it looked like those mirror windows were solid and you can see through them. You obviously can. And it's just a visual bug. Waiting to be picked up here, obviously. Caught out on the opposite end. Now they can finally be picked up with the rest of it. At least they recover that player and get themselves back into a 5 versus 4.
Look about the C4s that are still about, though. Tab, Aces, both carrying those nitro cells. There he goes. Just waiting for the ping to come through, like there is one on top of it right now. Because that's what the ping is for, just the person on the black eye can call. Like, yes, blow it up now. Might actually be on the diffuser as well, I'm not quite sure. As soon as they pick that one up, that might be problematic.
There's potential problematic. There it is.
There you have it.
Had the call, had the read, whether it was a Valk cam or not. Either way, it was just as effective. They're looking for the fight down into dining. Epec wants to angle it first, takes the head off one, but Ace is able to find one of his own. They rotated around the back. Hosty activates a bit, but it's a 3 versus 2, 50 seconds, and the diffuser is not in either hand or pocket and is a little bit far away. They're concerned about the rotate around them. There was a C4 that popped a little bit too late, and there's Hosty. Great take onto Aces. Did take a lot of damage though, as he suffered a couple of shots from the back end of the MPX on it. The flashes are going to come through. They're going for the pressure onto prep. They're going for the recollection of the kit itself. They're having to do this, the slow smash onto the castle.
I was going to say, every door is castle barricaded off, so they need to take it very slow. Now, they do know about the player inside the pantry, but there's a lot of free space out there as Tep finds Hosty.
Well, there's the Tep spray through, and there's a 7-0. And unfortunately, like this game, our time here is also very quick, as we are being shepherded away pretty immediately. It's been lovely to be back. We hope to be back soon. Don't you agree, Hap?
I hope to be back soon as well. And Wild, definitely great entry.
Cool. See you soon. This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining keeper barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive.
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP.
Line up.
Three go for VP.
Everything falls to Sploit down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter.
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to Ace to 1v4. Eska's trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2.
It looks like there's one left standing. It's Bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
There you have it, our first 7-0 of the stage on the very first playday as well. But is that what we were expecting or not really?
I don't think we were expecting a 7-0, and I will be honest with you, Koi played terribly, but Wild also played incredibly well. Like, they were so intelligent with their usage of utility and attacks, the way that they set up their takes, their plans. They played an incredible way of playing Siege, something we haven't seen for a long time because it reminds me more of the old style of setting up for the plant. They showed us it today.
Wild play. I call them the non-meta meta team because they don't play meta operators. They don't play how any other team in this league plays. They play very, very plant focused. And what I want to highlight about that is when you see plants in today's meta, normally it's when it's a 4v1 and Sight is just completely in control of the attackers and the plant goes down as a means to bring the defender back to force the engagement to get the round done with. Wild plant in 5v5s, 4v4s, and they find such creative ways of doing it. I'll talk about Maurice in a minute in terms of aces. But the very first round, they're attacking basement onto Chalet. They cap it out, fire off blue, and walk in and plant on the doorway. That's not a default plant spot. We never see teams do that. And you've got to put it out there to Wild. Their creativity, their ingenuity is absolutely excellent. Koi let them do exactly what they wanted today, and Koi were terrible. But Wild were excellent. The absolute masterclass from Packball in terms of the IGLing and the planting.
They had a plan for every single thing that they did. And just, they change up the plant and then they change up the after plant positions on basement attacks. It's incredible stuff, and it shows that they really know what they're doing as a team and as a group, and it's so impressive. Just, I don't know what Koi were doing though, because they let them have the entire map. It was like a sea of openness that they didn't do what they were supposed to do. They are supposed to fight, they're supposed to take gunfights, but they were invisible.
Hiding, yeah.
I do hear that we have our winners on the line, so before we go back to you two, we'll have a chat with them first. We are joined by Teb from Wild, and you must be feeling amazing after that 7-0.
We're feeling good. It is our job. We have to win.
You're right with that. You did go onto a boot camp, if I'm not mistaken, right? How was that?
We've been in boot camp, but just like we had to work on some stuff for socials, and then like it was time to meet everyone for the first time. So we talked a bit, and we trying like to spot mistakes that we have to fix in the next months, and hopefully our road to Atlanta this time is gonna be successful.
All right. So now that you've met each other in real life, does that feel like you've
Wait. Do you hear it?
No. What am I supposed to be hearing? Oh no, not the cell phone again. Or is it the plane?
That's the airplane of Jigsaw. He's late. Jigsaw, come on! You're late to the Europe match.
Oh my.
I'm ready for Jigs. Sorry.
No worries, it's okay. Go ahead. What I wanted to ask is, after this bootcamp, now that you've met each other in real life, does that feel like you've actually strengthened the bond with your teammates as well?
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of fun. People like Packbull now know better things of himself, you know?
Was it like a therapy session? Sort of.
Like with me and Jax, you must have fun. Let's say we are some strange guys.
Okay, all right. Did you expect this game to be that easy as 7-0?
I mean, we knew we were better. It's the same story as Heroic, no? Like, we have been together more, and like, we already like struggled on our mistakes and fixed the mistakes they're facing now. So like, for sure, like, I think they expected us to be like the strongest team and like the difficult match they can have. From now on, like, they're gonna face teams on their level, I think.
That's indeed true. I mean, you've already talked about possibly attending Atlanta. Now that you've managed to win a few best of threes in the Rainbow Rumble, does that put more confidence for you as well?
We're confident, but I don't want to jinx it. Like, I don't want to say anything. Like, we're going to work hard, and let's see how it goes. Like, cannot say, oh, we're going to win the best of 3. I mean, if it's against Koi, yeah, but if it's against a team like G2 or BDS, you have to work a little bit harder.
That is the right mindset, I think. Anything you want to say to the fans to close it off?
Nothing, like, just thank you for the big support, and keep doing it. We love you. And thanks to our for the bootcamp. That was amazing. And hopefully see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you for your time and that piece of comedy. We hope to see you tomorrow again. Have a great rest of your evening.
You too.
Bye-bye. I can't. Last time at the Rainbow Rumble, he went to call Mr. Officer and acted like, you know, Mr. Officer put a threat out to him.
Yeah.
And he acted back as if he was calling to Mr. Officer like, hello, you're not responding. And now he's put a piece of comedy out again.
That guy is night and day different to the Teb that was on Na'Vi, by the way. When Teb was on Na'Vi, you know, he wasn't really hitting the shots. He wasn't really performing well. We didn't really see him. Now he thinks he is the absolute top dog, and I'm loving it.
Finally some character, you know. We get to talk to a lot of staff. We want players that do this. This is really enjoyable. But if we go back to their gameplay, it's just there were so few flaws. They didn't make any mistakes whatsoever. And as you said, innovative to beyond what we expect. And then we'll see when Koi playing. I need to touch on this because you guys sucked.
All right.
That was terrible. You guys should look yourself in the mirror and be like, what am I doing? Because if you guys show up the same time next playday, there's going to be another 7-0 because they looked so timid and so afraid. I don't know, hopefully wear diapers next time.
For a team that's so... Their win condition is gunfights. We saw them when they won the major. It was about gunfights vibes, being in enemies' faces, not letting them get set up. To give so much map control on a map that no team gives map control on the defense, you should not be having 6 plants going down on your defensive chalet. Ever.
They shit the bed.
Yeah.
I'm going to put you on the spot here, Fresh. You said Wild is an off-meta team because they plant a lot.
Yeah.
Then why does it work so well in the current meta?
I think teams don't have the discipline to deal with it and to think about it. Teams are so used to playing against attack in terms of guns and fighting and you know, playing for kills basically, that a team that's so objective focused that think a little bit out there, it's almost like teams have forgotten how to defend a plant. It's so strange, you know, watching to me where one little thing changes. No team in the world or no team inside of Europe would think to do what Wild did today by using the capital to get the plants off. And Koi just had zero answer to it. And a lot of teams have zero answer to it. They find it very difficult to deal with.
It's kind of like they take a step back to like really old meta where you took the space you needed, then you had all the utilities to set up the plant, and then you did the plant, you fell back, and you played passive, and you played disciplined, and you don't give away free frags. That's exactly what they were doing, and it worked wonders.
But then they change it up 3 times.
Yeah, they do.
The first plant spot on the garage basement. The second time when they planted on the basement, they changed the plant spot, but with the same approach. The third time, they all rushed the breach. So they changed it up 1, 2, 3 times, and Koi just didn't have a clue what was going on in any of their defenses in terms of how Wild were going to attack.
Sounds like there's so many layers to Wild's gameplay, but for Koi though, they've just suffered a really bad loss, and then tomorrow they have an off day. They have a lot of work to do because when they come back, they play Secret, who's now currently second in their group, so that must be a really important match.
I think it's just every game is going to be important to them because at some point they need to realize that we need to pick ourselves up. Because it did not look good last stage, and it did not look good during the off-season because I don't even think that they played that much. They just went in there with like
They didn't play any of the tier 2 competitions.
Didn't they go in with the mix? And I remember.
No, they didn't play mix, no.
It's just... And have you guys been on vacation for 3 months or what? Honestly, no idea.
It's the same thing with, you know what I said about BDS as well, is Koi missed out on the major stage 1. If they don't hit the major stage 2, they're not going to 6 Invitational. This whole competitive year could be over by next week. And that's the harsh reality of it. They really need to sort something out. It's probably, I think, quite lucky they've got a day off.
Maybe I should become a player again. Okay, can you hit me up if you need something?
You're already thinking about going back?
Not as a staff this time. Playing was much more fun.
Well,
Being
you're not going to win
really
SI with Koi. Because they're probably not going, mate. You need to scheme into another team. Can I introduce you to Wild?
I don't think they need me if they play like that. They can do much better without me.
Sure.
All right, that fourth matchup went really, really fast, but it was our final one of the day, so it's time to have a little bit of a look back on what happened today to recap all of the action that we saw earlier today and look at exactly how our matches have played out. So we did start today with M&M taking on Heroic. M&M did indeed come out victorious in that one. Then later on, it was Secret also coming out victorious over the new organization Into the Breach, and then a nail-biter after that one, which started out super dominant for G2, eventually got really close, but G2 did manage to win that out in regulation, and our final game went so fast it felt like our desk was longer than that game. It was Wild being victorious with a 7-0 fashion over Koi, really, really setting the pace for this group, really.
It's just both groups. It's going to be so interesting to see every single play day, because I think that both groups can be really tight. After watching Wild's dominant performance today, I think that they'll go out of that group topping it. And it's just that much confidence in them. Group B, however, it can be anybody's game, because BDS was so close to coming back. BDS could have taken that into overtime. So it's both groups. It's going to be so fun to see and so enjoyable to see, first of all, which team comes after Wild, because that's what I think they will go first. And then in Group B, any team can.
Just be careful you don't jinx them.
The G2 is going to win the group. Like,
oh, you jinxed them now. Okay, yeah,
games,
cool.
And then they're going to go.
Yeah, it looks like a GD. Sorry,
playoffs. I literally I show up to the studio in a G2 jersey. I have a G2 case on my phone. I have been in G2 for most years of my professional career. What did you expect?
All right. Well, if you haven't had enough of any Siege gameplay, which I understand, we will be back within 24 hours with more Siege and more matchup. This is what our schedule is looking like for tomorrow. We'll have Wild taking on Into the Breach, who have a chance to regain themselves from their loss earlier today. G2 versus Heroic, also a pretty exciting matchup for that one. Then Virtus Pro playing their first match of this stage due to having an off day today against Secret, the number 2 of the current group, and M&M playing against Wolves, a repeat of the combined finals, which may feel a bit awkward, but also Wolves, they have had a chance to watch M&M play today and might have some things hooking up.
I was just imagining that I was Leonski there, the coach of ITB. And, you know, he's sat and seeing his team lose to Secret today, and they didn't play all that well. And he's probably thinking, you know what, boys, it's all right. We get to play again tomorrow. And then they've probably sat as a team and watched Wild dismantle Koi 7-0 and thought, really wish we wasn't playing tomorrow.
I don't know. It's Into the Breach. I've gotten such good reports from other teams, like their performances, their results in practice. So I'm surprised that they haven't performed better.
I mean, some teams are really good in practice and then don't show it in the server.
That's what we're hearing. We're hearing Koi jumping out of windows every single time in practice in every single round.
Yeah.
And not doing it once.
And today they were all hiding in the bathroom.
Yeah. I don't know. It's been a very weird day where I feel like there's definitely some more questions than answers with a lot of these teams. And there's a lot to prove, and only 3 more group days after today.
It's best of ones too. There's so little rounds. Every single round counts, because then it's the plus minus as well if you come on the same place as someone. So a lot to fight for.
It is very tense. I mean, pressure is very high. There's very little play days and very interesting dance moves from you two as well in this at the end of this day. Anything else that you saw, something that really stood out to you today?
Loads of Legion.
Yeah.
Did you expect
loads and loads of Legion. And it was used well, apart from Cryan, who had 7 in his pocket.
That is my biggest pet peeve.
The round ended.
I hate it.
He was upstairs in Narnia with 7 Legion mines, whatever. But loads of teams playing Legion. I think the super short he had into Legion, the fact that they do damage. We saw particularly it's going to be useful against teams that like to run the Monty. We saw it used against Elamar when he was on the Monty. Teams against Wild will see loads of it. And yeah, I think that's probably quite good. I don't think defense needed another brilliant operator, if I'm honest, but they've got one.
Ban Capitao against Wild and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good shot.
It's going to be a first step at least.
Yeah. I guess in general, on Chalet, Capitao, pretty influential operator, especially with that corner in Library.
It's a very specific map where Capitao is extremely strong, but it's not that it's particularly strong just for that corner. Right? Well, it's mostly used for that corner, but the way that Wild used it, they had a billion more uses of it from other bomb sites than they actually did for that corner. So overall, it seems like an operator that they can really use. But they probably have such a deep pool with those too. Yeah. They have different operators that can
They'll probably just use Sense or some...
Yeah, they'll figure something out.
Yeah.
Anything you want to see tomorrow? Maybe Nighthaven Labs Consulate?
Yeah,
Hopefully.
please, both maps. It would be lovely to see that.
Yeah.
It would be good.
This is us asking teams, please play those new maps, because this stops people from banning it in their own games as well. Hopefully.
Those two maps are just good, and I want to see them.
It's the change, right? We've had it was March. I'm doing maths here. March 2022 was the last time we had new maps introduced, and even then it was Theme and Sky, so it was one new map, one old map. So it's been like what, nearly 18 months.
But a new map, because Skyscraper was Europe, technically.
Exactly.
That has to be Villa, I guess, then, no? The new map.
Which was yoinks ago.
Yeah.
Fabian was like 10.
They're good maps. That's the biggest difference. A lot of these maps that we see coming in, they're not too competitively balanced. These two actually are. So
I'm so interested to see Nighthaven. I'm not like, I still want to see Consulate, but a Nighthaven for me, I will like jump for joy in a band phase because we're not on camera for it.
Yeah, no, we need to see that. We need to switch back to caster view so we can see you do that.
Yeah.
That'd be a good thing. I think that's time for us to close out, though. The sooner we go here, the sooner we get to tomorrow and our new set of games that's ahead of us. So thank you so much for watching. Make sure you're tuning in tomorrow again for more Siege, the second play day of Europe League. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow.
A game in a row, and Eminem, they were able to just push it over the line. Not for very long. Secret. And he takes some joy of this. And unfortunately, like this game, our time here.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.